Chapter 191. The other party was using him as a knife. Soren had guessed this from the beginning, but there was no free lunch in the world, and there were not many choices for him. To put it even more harshly, being used proved that you had value. If you didn't even have value, the other party probably wouldn't even give you such a chance. Although the relationship between the sea goddess and the storm lord was very competitive, she would never directly attack the followers of the storm lord. Therefore, the sea temple would not directly attack the target they wanted to kill. This could lead to a disaster. No one would want to expand the incident into a war between the two temples, or further escalate into a war between the two gods. The Naga Siren priests followed the teachings of the sea goddess and punished the followers who betrayed their faith. This was a very important test. If she ignored it, the sea goddess might even punish her and deprive her of her power. But if she went too far and started a war between the sea temple and the storm temple, then the sea goddess might be angry and even punish her and deprive her of her power. This was where the high-grade evil priests were in trouble. Sometimes they even had to pray for the will of the gods because the consequences would be more serious if they made a wrong decision. Behind the sea temple, Soren entered the blue sea naked. It was a clear pool, and the sea water came out of nowhere. The holy water provided by the sea temple was the taste of the sea water. The pool in front of him might be the place where the holy water was transformed. The cold sea water submerged his chest. Soren felt a warmth after the initial cold. It felt like he was soaking in amniotic fluid, like an embryo returning to the mother's body. It seemed that the speculation of the outside world was not wrong. The sea goddess really touched the divinity of life, and even extended the doctrine that life was originally born from the sea. However, life at least needed to be in the neutral camp. Soren had never heard of a god of life in the chaotic camp. It seemed that if the sea goddess wanted to further expand the domain of life, she must forcibly restrict her behavior, and at least shift her camp to the neutral evil position. Only then could she become the god of life that evil creatures believed in. The storm lord and the sea goddess were very interesting. The relationship between these two gods was intense, and they were once very close. Later, they also fought. Even after the goddess of ocean got involved in the domain of life, the Lord of Storms also got involved in the domain of life. Because the Lord of Storms had mastered the divine domain of thunder and lightning, he actually accepted one of the research materials of the Arcane Empire, and developed it into the doctrine that the most primitive life was born in the lightning storm. He also wanted to extend a trace of the domain of life with this. However, it seemed like he had failed. Actually, it was quite normal when one thought about it. The gods of life in the past were all goddesses. Even if they were not beautiful, they were full of motherly aura. Who would be willing to accept a rough, muscular, crazy, and violent man as a god of life? But it seemed that the Storm Lord had not given up. This was because he seemed to have given up part of his priesthood in the past few hundred years and cultivated one of his daughters. As the second god of the Storm realm, she was the daughter of Storm, who had many believers among the Amazon female warriors. She was mainly known as the goddess of Storm to outsiders. The priesthood she was in charge of included women, life and children, but it was limited to tropical rainforest areas. Perhaps this was also the reason why the relationship between the Storm Lord and the goddess of ocean had deteriorated further, because the goddess of ocean had mastered the domain of life in the ocean. The struggle would not happen for no reason. Even the existence of chaos and evil would not be bored enough to fight with a dangerous enemy. There must be a deeper meaning and conflict of interest. Both the Storm Lord and the goddess of ocean wanted to go further. They were already great divine powers, and the possibility of going further was very low, unless they suddenly mastered some extremely powerful domain of priesthood. Therefore, after a long period of silence, the two gods both embarked on the same path, which was to create their own god system. The Lord of Storm intended to create the Storm god system, while the goddess of ocean intended to expand the ocean god system. In this way, they were all at the level of the great divine powers, and they were already qualified to try to reach the level of greater divine power. As a result, the two gods who were once close to each other almost became enemies. A little bit of blue light emerged, followed by the low singing voice of the Naga Siren. It was very difficult to cast high-level magic, especially healing magic, which required a certain price. In order to expel the negative energy erosion in Soren's body and repair his weak soul at the same time, she had to cast a high-level restoration spell. Even if the king asked to cast this spell, it was not so easy. In order to completely heal Soren's injuries, the Naga Siren priest had to draw on the divine power that had been accumulated in the temple for a long time. Otherwise, she would have to replace Soren's life with her own life force. This was the reason why legendary priests could only live for 200 or 300 years at most. The power of a priest came from the divine power. And in the end, they still had to return to the kingdom of the gods. The warm sea water washed the whole body. Soren's skin began to shed as if it had been purified from head to toe. Traces of black substance seeped out of his pores. This was just the beginning. Under the gentle divine power of the sea, all the hidden injuries on Soren's body were healed. The scars on his back and chest gradually disappeared. Any diseases, injuries and hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. Soren's body was being purified, approaching his peak state of 100%. This effect was even more exaggerated than the bloodline purification ceremony. The bloodline purification ceremony only strengthened the life force and stimulated the latent ability, while the high-level restoration spell restored the person to their current peak state. Soren's naked body stood up in the sea. His skin had become white and tough, and all the injuries had been completely healed. The internal organs that had been injured were as if they had been reborn, and all the hidden injuries had completely disappeared. At the same time, there seemed to be a trace of satisfaction in the depths of his heart. There was a feeling of being tired for a long time, and finally having a good rest. A row of data appeared. You have been affected by the effect of greater restoration. All your injuries have been healed. The effect of energy drain has been removed. The effect of weakened soul has been removed. The recovery of the body has been completed. The effect of weakened soul has been removed. You have recovered the legendary skill, Omnipotent Hands. Omnipotent Hands legendary skill. The legendary thief has extremely dexterous hands. When performing any profession-related test, an additional +5 test bonus will be obtained. At the same time, when using any weapon in battle, the thief will automatically master the weapon ability above the level of proficiency. In theory, the Omnipotent Hands can also use any item, whether it is the divine weapon of the gods or some weapons and equipment with specific restrictions. The Omnipotent Hands can easily use them. There was a trace of tiredness on the face of the Naga Siren priest. She stared coldly at Soren, who stood up from the pool. Her expression was ruthless and cold. She slowly said, "Human, remember what you promised. Otherwise, the goddess of ocean will also take back everything that is given to you today." Soren stopped. He looked at his naked body and smiled. He then bowed slightly to show respect and said, "I will remember the contract I promised the sea goddess. Those who betray her faith will be punished." Merciless punishment. If those who betrayed their faith were not punished, the foundation of the sea goddess believers would be affected. This was a very serious matter. So even if the sea temple could not directly attack the Storm Lord, as the priests of the sea goddess, they had to find a way to kill those who betrayed their faith. Soren was the killer they needed. Even if anyone could guess that the sea temple was behind this, as long as the people of the sea temple did not directly attack, the priests of the Storm Lord could not turn against them. There was a trace of killing intent in Soren's eyes. Although he knew that he might make the followers of the Storm Lord angry, he did not care so much. There was no way to survive in the outer islands if he was afraid of everything. Soren put on the clothes he took off one by one. The Naga Siren looked at him coldly. After Soren put on everything, she slowly said, "Come with me. I will tell you all the information about those who betrayed their faith, and then I will prepare some useful things for you. There are also pirates secretly supported by the temple in Port Tylon. They will help you when you need them. But you must remember one thing. Betrayers are the most hated thing by the sea goddess. You must kill them all. You must not leave a single one alive. Remember, you must not leave any alive. Otherwise, the sea goddess may be dissatisfied." The Naga Siren repeated the words "not leaving any alive" several times in a row. It seemed that she had a clear understanding of the character of the sea goddess. This was the style of the evil gods. Soren was not surprised by this. He nodded silently and said, "I know. Don't leave any alive. No matter men or women, old or young, there is no mercy and mercy. Those who betray their faith must pay with their lives." The Naga siren finally showed a smile. She looked at Soren with satisfaction, as if she appreciated his coldness at the moment. Her voice softened a little and said, "The enemy is a little tricky, but it is not impossible. There are a lot of them, so you may need a little strategy. Look, this is their list. Some of them will sail at sea soon. This is a good opportunity. Maybe you can sneak in and kill them all." Chapter 192. How did you know that I overslept today? The second part is worse. Outside the sea temple, Soren's figure came out of the darkness. There was an emblem in his palm, which was given to him by the Naga siren before he left. This was an extraordinary item with a special function. At the same time, it was also a prop to order the pirates controlled by the temple to assist him. This was a hidden special emblem. There were no characteristics of the sea temple on it. It was just engraved with a little jellyfish-like rune. Before leaving, the Naga siren leaned over and kissed Soren's forehead. At the same time, she whispered a sentence in the sea language. This was a blessing ceremony. It was not similar to the blessing of the misfortune goddess, but a weaker version of a temporary blessing. It was said that after being kissed on the forehead by the priest of the sea goddess, even if you encounter fierce sea monsters after entering the sea, they may not attack you. This kind of blessing had no attribute bonus, unless it was an official blessing of the sea goddess. That kind of blessing was the real blessing. You would not encounter storms and waves in the sea. It did not matter if you encountered them. The sea would hold up your ship and protect you and your servants. The sea monsters would stay away from you, ignore you, and never take the initiative to attack you. Even to a certain extent, after meeting certain conditions, you could also order those sea monsters in the name of the sea goddess. At present, one of the 3 pirate kings of the Soros Islands could control sea monsters. If the Naga siren did not kiss Soren, he would immediately be attacked by the giant octopus in the pond outside. But now, if he jumped in, the giant octopus would only ignore him. In the future, if he encountered sharks or sea monsters in the sea, these sea creatures may ignore him. This was the blessing of the sea priest. Generally, this kind of blessing could only be obtained after a god sacrifice ceremony, or after a large amount of money was offered. This was a temporary blessing, which could last for about a week. The emblem that Soren got was special. It was an extraordinary item with permanent spells. It was the kind of item that hardly increased combat power, but sometimes it was very useful. Item type: drowned emblem. Incomplete item. Item grade: rare, grade 2. Item description: this is a special emblem ornament. The priest of the goddess of ocean permanently imprinted the spell, underwater breathing, on it. When wearing this equipment, no creature would die from drowning. It also had a special ability that could help the wearer go deeper into the sea and reduce the effects of the deep sea on the wearer. The emblem seemed to be a part of an item. It was obvious that it had once been embedded in a piece of equipment. Prerequisites: non-equipment effect, permanent, underwater breathing spell. The wearer can breathe in any water environment. Special effects: toughness in deep sea areas +2, diving ability increased, resistance to special sea environment +2. In the shadow of the night, Soren frowned and played with the emblem of the drowned. For some reason, he felt that the pattern on it was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Things that could leave an impression on him were not simple, especially things near the sea. In his memory, there were high-grade legendary items near the Soros Islands. He just didn't know if the emblem in his hand had anything to do with that item. It was obviously a part of an item, and Soren couldn't tell if there were no other parts. If it was really a part of that item, it was worth Soren's risk to try, because the power of that item was almost comparable to an artifact. It could also summon a legendary deep-sea monster at a critical moment. That thing was simply heaven-defying at sea. To put it more exaggeratedly, he could kill a pirate king's fleet by himself. Soren was full of energy. He didn't even have the thought of sleeping. So he didn't rush back to the inn. Instead, he tested his ability a little. He held a kindler between his fingers. The kindler rolled on his fingertips at an astonishing speed. In the end, it almost turned into a shadow. When he clenched his hand, the kindler had disappeared and emerged from his other hand. It was beyond the limit of the retina. Even Soren himself couldn't see his own small and swift movements. The dexterity of his hands was almost comparable to the top magicians in his previous life. And this was only a part of the legendary skill, omnipotent hands. Of course, the test was more than that. Soren still couldn't test the omnipotent hand's ability to use any equipment, so he could only try to improve his thief skills after his recovery ability. In theory, with the omnipotent hands, even if the thief skill wasn't very high, it could reach the level of a thief. Because the dexterity of his hands was so high, the dexterity bonus it could provide was more amazing than the skill points. Looks like I've recovered my dagger skills. The dagger in Soren's hand left a trail of afterimages, then disappeared into the black silk glove. His best weapon was the curved sword, but it was a combat weapon. Soren's second best weapon was the dagger. Not only was it useful in combat, but it could also be used in many other ways. For example, the scene in front of him. 2 patrolling guards walked past Soren. A cold light flashed in his hand. His fingers instantly turned into a blur, and then he brushed past them as if nothing had happened. The distance between them increased by 50 meters. A money pouch appeared in Soren's hand. He lightly weighed it in his hand, then put it away. The patrolling guard was still walking forward. He didn't even know when the inner lining of his clothes had been cut open, and when the money pouch hanging on his waist had been stolen. His outer leather armor was still intact, but the inner lining near the money pouch had been cut open. If he hadn't suddenly remembered something, or if someone else had reminded him, he probably wouldn't have realized that he had been robbed until he finished patrolling. Sure enough, the omnipotent hands is the best choice for a thief. What Soren cared about was not the money at all, nor the omnipotent hand's ability to steal. The patrolling guards were all close to grade 2 professions. Just now he was able to quietly cut a hole in the guards' clothes. If Soren wanted to, he could also silently use the dagger to instantly pierce their kidneys, then cause them to bleed profusely, and then die in a short period of time. He didn't even need to use stealth. He could directly injure or even kill the target before they could react. This was the bonus of being the first to attack. Although there was no specific data, the bonus of 5 points for being the first to attack seemed to exist. Soren's speed was much faster than other people. Among all the melee professions, rogues were the fastest to attack. Even monks couldn't compare to them. Monks were better at short bursts of continuous attacks. Soren returned to the hotel. It was late at the moment, but there were still many people in the hotel's lobby. When Soren opened the door, the Amazonian women who were drinking in the lobby looked up. One of them seemed to be the strong woman who fought in the tavern during the day. She seemed to be mocking how she beat up the group of men today, and then beat them up until they were all listless. The other party spoke in an Amazonian dialect, and Soren basically couldn't understand. He could only guess the meaning from the vague words. One of the women was the executioner who molested Soren today. She had changed her clothes now. The other party was wearing clothes similar to a battle group, but the outside armor was removed. Inside was a leather shirt, and half of her full breasts could be seen. The Amazonian women were relatively strong, and belonged to the kind of women full of wildness. Their breasts were not as soft as other women, but they were definitely firm and full of elasticity. This group of women only had muscles left. Basically, all the women in front of him had more obvious muscle contours on their arms. They were not as exaggerated as bodybuilders, but they were definitely stronger than ordinary men's arms. The average strength of the Amazonian women was about 14 to 16 points. In other words, although the muscles on this group of women were not very exaggerated, most of them had a good bloodline, and their strength was almost higher than Soren's. When she saw Soren, a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she said a few words to the other women in Amazonian dialect. Soren didn't know what she said, but the other women immediately laughed for a while, and then glanced at Soren with a strange playful gaze. Many of them were looking at his lower body, whispering something in their companions' ears with some kind of mischievous smile, And then there was a burst of inexplicable laughter. Soren couldn't help but frown. He was a little dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. Even the female drows knew to respect strong males, and the Amazonian woman in front of him was too unscrupulous. He had to show a little of his strength, or they would think that he was weak and easy to bully. Soren had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked in front of the female executioner, then looked at her, who was slightly drunk, and said slowly, "Are you interested in performing a magic trick with me?" The woman with long dark red hair stood up with interest, as if she was not afraid of Soren at all. "Sure. Are you still a bard? Haha. Can you sing? Do you want to sing me a song?" Soren didn't say anything. When the woman in front of him stood up, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then a cold light slid through his fingertips, followed by a series of afterimages. When Soren withdrew his fingers and turned to leave, he left a group of stunned Amazonian warriors, and a naked woman with a dazed expression. She seemed to have just sobered up, and she had goosebumps all over her body. She was naked, and the ground under her feet was covered with clothes. They didn't even see clearly that their companion in front of them had been stripped naked. Soren calmly walked to the stairs, and then as if he remembered something, he turned around and said, "Oh, that's right. This magic trick is called stripping." After that, he calmly left. All that was left was a group of female Amazon warriors who had yet to recover from their shock. Chapter 193. There was still dead silence in the hall. One of the female Amazons picked up the battle skirt on the ground with a shocked expression. After looking at the neatly cut belt, she murmured, "What a fast speed! How was this a stripping technique?" It was simply because the opponent's speed was too fast. Before they could react, he had already stripped off their companion's clothes. And when he cut the belt of the battle skirt and the inner shirt belt, he did not cut the skin of their companion at all. This kind of accuracy and speed was completely incredible to them. The red-haired woman shuddered after Soren stopped, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps. She felt the cold touch of the tip of the sword on her skin, but it did not directly cut the surface of the skin. This was a skill that they could not understand at all. An Amazon woman with long brown hair took a deep breath and slowly said, "What a powerful rogue. Report him to the higher-ups and receive him carefully. We don't need to offend this kind of person. He may be useful in the future." Strength was the only way to gain respect. Even the female Amazons who liked to suppress males to inflate their ego knew that they should respect men who were strong enough. These women were despicable. If you didn't let them understand what strength was, these women would always look at you with contempt. If the drows were the killers among the females, then the Amazons were the hooligans among the females. To deal with this kind of woman, you should whip them when you need to, and slap them in the face when you need to. Otherwise, they would be even more unscrupulous. Only when you show your strength, these women will give you the respect you deserve. On the stairs, Soren put away his palm, and there was a playful smile on his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself. "I finally got back some of the feeling of the past, but I don't know when I can reach the level where the legendary Blade Master used a straight blade to block bullets in the Battle of Golems, but the distance should not be too far, right? When I was at my peak, I should be able to remove the other party's clothes and shave her lower body hair as well. It seems that there is still a big gap." Soren certainly did not have such peak skills now. Shaving would definitely cut the target's skin. Legendary skill. Any ability with the legendary mark was definitely not simple, let alone the specialty of a rogue. After Soren recovered his omnipotent hands ability, although his profession level was only around grade 3, his real combat power could reach the level of grade 4 or above. As long as he took one more step forward, he estimated that he would be able to reach the strength of a quasi-legendary tier at the 4th step. The speed of his strength improvement would be much faster than in the past. It was a pity that he didn't have the evasion intuition ability, and he didn't have the triple evasion ability stacking. In the end, he still couldn't reach his peak strength. Instinctive dodge. Without superior perception, how could he master the dodge intuition ability? Soren frowned and thought for a moment. Then he slowly pushed open the door. After taking a glance at the scene in the room, he immediately closed the door and quickly walked towards Vivian. The scene in front of him was a little frightening. Vivian's petite body was floating about 3 feet above the bed. She was wearing a black princess dress, and her hair was gently dancing in the wind. There were obviously other things floating around her, such as tables, chairs, wooden stools, accessories, and so on. Her divine power was out of control. This was not the first time Soren had seen it. Sometimes the little girl would inexplicably fly when she was sleeping at night. Sometimes even Soren might fly, and sometimes it would cause damage. However, when Soren was by her side, the number of times she lost control of her divine power was obviously much less. There seemed to be an invisible energy field in the room. Soren put all the suspended things back on the ground, then reached out and hugged Vivian's small body in his arms. The little girl was still sleeping, but she seemed to be able to perceive the outside world. Her expression became soft, and her breathing gradually became stable. She was actually conscious and perceptive. It was just that Soren couldn't be sure why she was sleeping. The last time she slept like this for a long time, she didn't wake up until a certain time. Give me a little more time. Soren reached out and hugged Vivian's small body in his arms, then leaned over and kissed her forehead, and slowly said, I still don't have the confidence to completely suppress the divinity of fear. I need some time to prepare. It won't take too long, I promise. Soren got up and covered the sleeping little girl with a blanket, then sat next to her and stroked her long hair. The invisible energy field around them gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Soren silently took out a scroll and looked at it. From time to time, he would look at the sky outside. Since he had agreed to the request of the sea priest, he had to do it. Otherwise, he might be cursed by the sea goddess. The other party didn't give him a long time, and Soren wasn't interested in wasting too much time. It was a group of merchants who betrayed their faith, and behind them was the Duchess of the Principality of Rossard. Soren had heard of this woman. Not only was she beautiful, but he had also heard of her amazing wealth and her extremely vicious heart. It was said that the old Duke of the Principality of Rossard was poisoned to death by her. Of course, this was only a rumor. But now she was the ruler of the duchy. She was the third wife of the old Duke. The old Duke's sons had all been killed by her one by one. Now only the little princess was left. The reason why Soren remembered this woman was that many people called her a Wu Zetian character, and a lot more ruthless. Later on, this woman launched a war against the other principalities, and almost unified the southwest countries. She came from an ancient sorcerer family, and had a very deep background. It seemed that sorcerer families could easily cultivate people with strange temperaments. Maybe it was because they had to step into many forbidden areas in order to maintain the purity of their bloodline. This woman was not simple. She had been desperately accumulating wealth, and at the same time secretly recruited many adventurers from the evil faction. The reason why the merchants betrayed their faith was very simple, and that was for more benefits. Although the goddess of ocean could bless their ships to sail on the sea, she could not bring more benefits. This group of people changed their faith to the Lord of Storms because they wanted to open up a trade route in the tropical rainforest area, and strengthen the trade cooperation with the rainforest area through the faith of the Lord of Storms. They needed the gold of the Soros Islands. As long as the faith of the Lord of Storms opened the way, they could trade with any town or tribe on the Soros Islands that believed in the Lord of Storms. After all, the sea goddess' faith on land was definitely not as strong as the Lord of Storms. The Lord of Storms also had the ability to protect the ships at sea, so that his believers could avoid the damage of the storm, and at the same time, use the divine imprint to deter the sea monsters. All of this was for more benefits. However, they probably did not expect the sea goddess to retaliate so soon. The other party betrayed their faith during this period of time, and the opportunity to betray their faith might be because they lost contact with the gods during this period of time. If the sea goddess also fell asleep, they might be able to escape punishment and anger. However, they obviously underestimated the revenge of the goddess believers. The night was getting darker. Soren put away the file and glanced at Vivian. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, and then said, "I'll be back soon." After that, he turned and opened the window, and then quietly left. Shortly after Soren left, Vivian's petite body floated up again. The window that was closed before he left trembled slightly, and then objects floated up to a height of 3 feet. The whole room was once again shrouded by an invisible force. If Gloria was here, she would find everything so familiar. It was because she lost control of her divine power that she opened an energy shield to isolate Vivian's power. The suspended objects were slowly flying, and Vivian's petite body gradually floated to the center. Under the bright moonlight, Soren moved closer to the port. The caravan controlled by the Duchess was very powerful, and there might be high-grade wizards in it. She owned a lot of minerals and had been secretly smuggling arms, slaves, food, and so on. She controlled the power of the Principality of Rossard, but all the profits from the trade fell into her private pocket. The internal finances of the Principality were still tight. There were rumors that the army of the Principality of Rossard was not as strong as her personal guards. Soren was not very clear about her strength. He only knew that she had 5 private legions under her name. No one had seen her fight, but some guessed that she was a dragon disciple. The port was very quiet. At this time, almost everyone was asleep. Soren moved along the shadows and gradually approached the location of the target Chamber of Commerce. The other party had 7 large ships, and the number of sailors and guards was more than 500 people. This was a tricky task. 5 of the ships had already set off after the last sacrifice of the gods, and the ones left in Port Tylon were other people. Soren's first goal was to kill these people, completely destroy their stronghold, and then kill them all when the others came back. The pirates under the control of the Sea Temple had spread out, and as soon as the fleet came back, he would receive the news immediately. There were guards standing guard at the Chamber of Commerce's station. Soren quietly crept over, and then a cold light flashed, and a body with its throat cut was gently placed on the ground by him. Soren gently landed on the roof with his curved swords, and then smeared the venom of the wyvern on the swords. Then he loaded the crossbow one by one, and then put the throwing swords into the master battlemaster gloves. With a light leap, he landed in the courtyard. Then he slipped back into the shadows and quietly approached the patrolling guards. He did not alarm anyone. This was just an appetizer, and the real hunt had just begun. Chapter 194. Under the cold moonlight, 2 guards of the Rossad Chamber of Commerce were patrolling. Because the Chamber of Commerce had stored a lot of goods, the security here had always been very tight. It was quite tiring at this time. 2 guards of the caravan were chatting, talking about which house in Port Tylon had the prettiest prostitutes. Basically, starting from middle age, these people who relied on force to make a living would turn to more stable jobs. The caravan went out to sea with some young guards, and the more mature ones were used to stay behind and guard because they had more experience. The shadow in the darkness twisted. The older guard, who might be in his 40s, stopped in his tracks. His intuition was strong after a long time of fighting, and he almost immediately wanted to pull out his weapon. Unfortunately, it was too late. A scimitar with a cold gleam pierced through his back, almost coming out of his body. Then, another scimitar swung towards the person next to him, chopping off his head on the spot and breaking it in half. Because he used his left hand, Soren did not directly cut off the head. He only cut off the neck bone, and there was still a piece of flesh attached to the neck. The whole bloody head was hanging on the back, and it would be cut off by another 3 centimeters. Blood gushed out in large amounts. Soren raised his leg to support the fallen body with a cold expression, avoiding the obvious sound of collision. He gently pulled out the curved sword, and then dragged the 2 bodies to the corner. So far, he had not found enough enemies to threaten him. The enemies he had killed so far were at grade 3. Except for a more troublesome trap near the warehouse. Most of the people had fallen asleep. Many of them were strong ordinary people, and the main force of the caravan seemed to have gone out to sea. Soren had killed 26 people. The smell of blood in the air had become much stronger. If someone woke up, they might be discovered. There was not much time left for him. The cold killing intent was gathering little by little. Every time he killed an enemy, the cold light in Soren's eyes condensed. He had no mercy in his heart. After quietly entering a room, he immediately waved his sword and killed the 5 people sleeping inside. One of them seemed to have woken up, but before he could react, a cold light had already chopped off his head. Soren quietly sheathed his sword and retreated. The courtyard was quite large, and he had to kill the other targets as soon as possible. The smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger, and it finally alerted the experts in the Chamber of Commerce. In the backyard, a fierce-looking man suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the weapon beside the bed. He pushed open the door and looked around. He immediately let out a loud shout. Then a chaotic sound rang out nearby. Following that, a dozen men holding swords and weapons rushed out with disheveled clothes. This man seemed to be an important figure in the Chamber of Commerce. The others gathered around him. At the same time he ordered, "Enemy invasion! Wake the others up!" The shadow behind him twisted. An inexplicable chill made all the hairs on his body stand on end, and he couldn't help but feel stiff. When he lowered his head to look at his chest, a machete had already pierced through his heart. The bone-piercing chill seeped into his blood vessels, and he could see wisps of frost appearing on the wound. Soren didn't cover his face. Since he wanted to kill all the targets, there was no need for him to cover his face. After finishing off the warrior who was about grade 3, Soren raised his finger and shot out a wave of arcane missiles. A thug who couldn't react in time was instantly hit in the head. His nose was directly blown off, and the center of his face was caved in. This was just an ordinary person. Maybe it was a warrior who had just advanced. Such an enemy couldn't even take one hit from him. Brute strength. Although he killed the leader of the Chamber of Commerce in one hit, the number of people alone still gave the other guards a little courage. Obviously, someone wanted to sound the alarm bell, but unfortunately he was shot dead by Soren's crossbow. Omnipotent hands enhanced his accuracy, and he shot the enemy in the head on the spot. Soren pulled out his other curved sword and dashed toward the dozen or so guards in front of him. He leaped up and stepped on the roof beam, causing the beam to tremble. In an instant, his curved sword slashed through the air and slit the throats of 2 of the guards. A trace of fear spread. Obviously, many people were frightened, and at the same time, some wanted to escape and ask for help. Soren's expression was quite cold. He directly rushed toward the enemies who were 10 times his number, and then blood splattered in the sky, and broken limbs fell to the ground. After a minute and a half, Soren sheathed his sword. Behind him were 12 corpses with their throats cut. There was a scream of horror in the dark, which alarmed the other chambers of commerce nearby, but it seemed that no one dared to come over. The smell of blood in the air had become very strong. Soren took out the crossbow expressionlessly and shot the target, who screamed. There were not many living people left. He glanced around coldly, then lit a torch and threw it directly toward the warehouse. The mission given by the Naga Siren priest was to kill all of them. He did not have much time to clean up the battlefield. He could only pick up some valuable things and take them away, then kill the rest of the targets. This was only the first clearing point. He had to burn the ships in the port later. It must be done within half an hour. Otherwise, the guards of Port Tylon may be dispatched. Although he was helping the Sea Temple deal with the betrayers, it was not suitable to fight directly with the guards. Port Tylon, the port. Soren threw the corpse with its throat cut into the sea, and then jumped to the surface of the sea. He jumped from a height of more than 10 meters, but he did not fall into the sea. Instead, he jumped directly on the surface of the sea, and then jumped 10 meters away as if he was stepping on the ground. This was the power of levitation. This spell was used by wizards to levitate, but for rogues, it had the effect of a top-notch lightness skill. Soren did not need to be completely levitated. He only needed to levitate to transfer the force, and he could complete many super difficult movements. For example, the ability to climb was considered useless by many people. But for Soren, as long as he jumped, he could grab an object with one hand and jump 360 degrees, and a group of enemies below would be stunned. Many basic abilities could not be ignored in battle. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and then 2 large ships turned into a sea of fire. One of them had begun to sink. Soren frowned and looked at the blood all over his body, and then disappeared into the darkness. The first wave of cleansing today had been completed. Presumably, his performance should be able to satisfy the Naga Siren priest, because there were almost no survivors tonight. Soren's targets were about to reach 3 digits. Once upon a time, he was also able to dance unparalleled in the crowd. Port Tylon was not calm today, because people had died last night, and many of them had died. The stronghold of the Rose-Sad Chamber of Commerce near the port was completely wiped out. There were more than 50 people inside, and not a single one was left alive. Most of them had their throats slit. There was almost no trace of resistance throughout the entire process. It was almost a one-sided massacre. Moreover, at dawn their ship, which was docked near the harbor, caught fire. The sailors on board were either burned to death, or had their throats slit. Only a few people who went out to seek pleasure survived, but they were already scared out of their wits, and no one knew where they were hiding. The whole Port Tylon was shaken. Overnight, the name Throat Cutter spread throughout the port, causing many vicious and merciless bastards to tremble. Nearly 100 lives were lost. To be able to kill so many people in one night, it was definitely a quasi-legendary assassin. There was no trace of a large-scale attack at the scene. The killer could be just one person. People with discerning eyes could see that there was the shadow of the Sea Temple behind this, because the guards of Port Tylon were just cleaning up the mess, and had no intention of catching the murderer. The only ones who moved were the followers of the Storm Lord. After all, the group of merchants had converted to the Storm Lord. If they did not do anything, it would definitely dampen the enthusiasm of the followers. People with a little eyesight knew that this was a competition between the two temples. No one would be crazy enough to get involved in such a battle, because it was too dangerous. The Sea Temple. Soren's figure appeared in the shadows. The Naga Siren had been waiting here for a long time. There was a smile on her dark green face, and she said slowly, "Very good. I am very satisfied with your efficiency. This group of betrayers deserves such a thunderous punishment. You don't have to worry about the other fish that escaped the net. I will arrange for people to kill them. You need to be careful recently. The followers of the Storm Lord seem to be on the move. They are tracking down who killed the group of betrayers. But it doesn't matter too much. The power of the sea goddess cannot be underestimated. They will not directly attack you. At most, they will hire some adventurers. I will secretly send people to help you, and the other party will not dare to fight openly. The faith of the goddess has been stabilized. Those who were ready to change their faith have all been honest. It seems that they should understand the consequences of betraying the faith of the sea goddess. You come with me. You should be rewarded for your performance last night. I have also prepared some helpers for you. Maybe you are interested in serving the sea goddess. Whether it is wealth or power, the Sea Temple can give you what you want. The belief of evil gods did not require love, but only awe and fear from the followers. The Naga Siren priest smiled, and led Soren to the back of the hall. It seemed that after killing the first batch of targets, her mood had become better. More importantly, the group of people who were ready to move because of benefits were all honest. Fear could keep faith for a long time. In the future, no matter who wanted to betray the faith of the sea goddess, they would have to think about their end today. However, the deterrence last night was not enough. These guys had to be afraid of the consequences of betraying their faith. The killing should not stop. More blood must be used to tell them the price of betraying their faith. The reputation of the sea goddess had never been born out of kindness. Chapter 195. The Naga Siren priest led Soren down the temple. Soren calmly followed behind. Although he didn't get much slaughter EXP from last night's battle, Soren had obtained a special background ability. That was the advanced assassin ability, Heart of Slaughter. The main force of the Rose-Sad Chamber of Commerce went to the Soros Islands for the arms trade. Most of the people who stayed behind were ordinary sailors and guards. Last night, he encountered 2 professions above grade 3, and the rest were all grade 1 or grade 2 or even ordinary sailors. To the current Soren, all enemies with a profession level of 10 grade 3 and below were simply a one-sided slaughter. Only enemies with a profession level of 15 grade 4 and above could cause him some trouble. Heart of Slaughter background ability. You have become accustomed to death and blood after killing again and again. Ending a life is not difficult or scary for you. Hundreds of lives have been ended in your hands. You have begun to ignore death. In battle, you will awaken the ability of the Heart of Slaughter. This will make you have no mercy for your enemies. Even spells such as friendly spells will not affect your judgment. Permanent will +1. This was the prerequisite ability of the quasi-legendary ability, Slaughter Instinct. If he mastered the special ability, Slaughter Instinct, Soren would be able to retain his fighting ability unconsciously. For example, after being attacked by spells such as Confusion, Misdirection, Frenzy, and so on. Even if Soren couldn't pass the test of spell immunity, his body and will would be controlled by the Slaughter Instinct and automatically enter the state of killing. This ability was very difficult to train to obtain. Those who could master it were almost all strong people who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At present, he didn't know how to train to obtain it. Basically, there were very few people who mastered this ability, and no one would announce it. Heart of Slaughter had 2 opportunities to advance. One was the background ability Slaughterer, and the other was the evil faction's top killing ability Deathwalker. 100 heads, 500 heads, 1000 heads. These 3 background abilities were independent. That was to say, obtaining the Slaughterer ability would not replace the Heart of Slaughter ability. The 2 background abilities could be stacked. The top killing background ability was Deathwalker. This was actually a legendary level background ability. Although it could improve a lot of abilities, it was also vulnerable to attacks from the good faction. There were actually many corresponding background abilities, such as the good faction's Radiant Messenger, Drolls, Nature's Balancer, and so on. There were actually a lot of background abilities. Many people born in the North were born with the background ability, Northlander, which gave them 1 point bonus in cold resistance and will. There was a fishy smell of seawater in the air. Soren seemed to have smelled something strange, and could not help but frown slightly. The Naga Siren priest didn't seem to care. She led Soren all the way into the basement. There were many underground passages inside the sea temple. The interior of the building was completely erected in the sea. There were traces of artificial transformation that extended hundreds of meters underground. The sound of water dripping could be heard. The Naga Siren priest led Soren to a platform. Then she stopped in place and let out a low and strange chant. The seawater in front of them seemed to be boiling. 3 strange creatures gradually appeared in front of Soren, swimming out of the dark blue sea. This is... Soren's expression was a little surprised. He murmured, "This is the aura of the undead? What are they?" There were 3 twisted monsters in front of Soren. The first looked a bit like a shark man, but the skin on its body had some traces of decay. There were also shells and seaweed growing out of its flesh. The second creature looked a bit like a Naga Siren, but it only had a pair of arms. It looked similar to the previous one. It seemed to have died, but for some reason, it turned into an undead in the sea. The last one was a cold and evil banshee. Her predecessor should be a ghost, but for some reason, she was transformed into a banshee. Don't be surprised. The Naga Siren priest's mouth showed a hint of pride. She slowly said, "The sea is full of danger and death. The sea goddess also dominates the realm of death in the sea. They are all slaves of the sea goddess. Now they are your helpers." The group of betrayers seems to have drawn in the natives who believe in the storm. It is difficult for you to defeat them alone, so I will send stronger helpers to help you destroy them. Come with me. The Naga Siren priest reached out and grabbed Soren's arm, then opened a portal. The next moment, their figures appeared on a vast sea. Many reefs could be seen nearby, and something could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the sea. There were a large number of sunken ships near the island. This seemed to be an ancient route. Before the trade route of the Soros Islands was completely understood, many ships had hit the reefs and sunk here. Vaguely, there was a whirlpool-like force at the bottom of the sea. Emoluo. The Naga Siren priest sang in a strange tone. It seemed to be some kind of sea language. Even if Soren was a genius, he could not understand the language of the sea species, so he could not even understand the meaning of a word. However, he seemed to find that there was a power in this language. An invisible energy wave shook the sea, and then he could feel an energy field spreading out to a radius of hundreds of meters. One great white shark after another appeared in the vicinity. These huge sea monsters surrounded them in the distance. They were the most common dangerous creatures in the ocean. Small ships could be destroyed by them directly. The sharkmen domesticated a lot of great white sharks, some of which could even reach the size of whales. They were some kind of mutated sea monsters that were close to the legendary level of challenge. There seemed to be something moving on the bottom of the sea, followed by waves. Some creatures that looked like Nagasirens but were not Nagasirens appeared. They did not have much breath of living creatures. They looked like corpses that were mixed with marine algae creatures after death. They were a bit like modified ghouls, but they were much stronger than them. Rumble. There was a loud noise on the bottom of the sea, and then a mass broke out of the waves, followed by a very broken but intact ghost ship covered with seaweed and rotten wood. Ghosts appeared on the deck, and then they were sucked into the rotten wood of the ship by a huge force. Then the whole ghost ship began to repair as if it was resurrected. Some undead creatures that looked neither human nor ghost stood up, and then came to the deck of the ghost ship one by one. A fog rose from the sea around, as if the smell of death had shrouded here. This is the ghost fleet. The Nagasiren priest showed a cruel smile on the corner of her mouth. She handed something like a conch horn to Soren and said in a deep voice, "The sea goddess has scattered the ghost fleet to various temples. Although I can only mobilize one of them, it should be enough to help you kill those betrayers." As if pushed by an invisible force, the ghost ship with black sails quietly came in front of the two. The Nagasiren priest grabbed Soren's hand and took him to the ghost ship. Then she looked at the undead sailors in front of her, and a strange light appeared in her eyes. The undead sailors knelt down one by one, and the whole ghost ship was dead silent. Only the cold wind blew, and Soren could not help but shiver. This ship had a life of its own. It was alive. It was a living creature that had been animated by legendary spells. It was a bit like the animated castle and animated thaling made by high-grade wizards. Soren felt very uncomfortable. It was as if he was standing on the corpse of a rotten dark creature. He could even feel the ghost ship breathing the smell of death. The Nagasiren priest handed the horn to Soren and said in a deep voice, "From today on, it will be under your command. Human, don't let me down." Soren reached out and took the horn, and suddenly a dense stream of data appeared in front of his eyes. After a while, the stream of data in front of him gradually disappeared, and then a series of data appeared. Creature name, ghost ship, dead man's voice creature type. Animated ghost ship, creature description. This is a battleship that sank hundreds of years ago. It woke up at the bottom of the sea, and the souls and wraiths of the dead gradually assimilated with it, turning it into a ghost ship that roams the sea. There are many legends about it, and finally it attracted the attention of the believers of the sea goddess. The legendary priests captured these ghost ships, and then secretly animated these ghost ships into low-level undead life forms under the divine power of the sea goddess. It has a simple consciousness and can restore itself like the undead. This ghost ship can sail in any sea, and its power is terrifying in the sea. Captain, Soren temporary sailor. Drowned undead 49 people. Ocean wraith 12 people. Ocean specter 72 people. Naga banshee 9 people. Undead sharkman 6 people. Bound spirit of the dead speaker 872 people. Equipment, drowning howl ram, cannon of the dead 24 pieces. Ghost sails boomerang cannons 2 pieces. Skills, summon fog, ghost ship characteristics, underwater navigation, spirit binding characteristics, animated life, animated ropes, cursed hull, dead man's voice. Soren took the horn with some surprise, but there was a storm in his heart. Sure enough, the ghost fleet really existed. Chapter 196. Well, as soon as I finished writing the last chapter, someone found the model of the undrowned. Speaking of which, it's a pity that a girl's pictures are so bad. On the quiet sea, the dead man's voice sailed silently. Next to Soren was the proud Nagasiren priest. She seemed to be satisfied with his shock after seeing the ghost ship. As the order was given, the dead man's voice suddenly shook, and then the deck of the ship began to separate. Invisible souls swam in the hull, and then the whole ghost ship began to sink slowly. The seawater came in from all directions, and a cable flew like a long snake, and then wrapped around Soren's arm. The first wave of the seawater hit. Soren's figure shook a little, and then his whole body entered the sea. The dead man's voice sailed on the bottom of the sea, and all kinds of sea creatures could be seen around it. The undrowned souls were scattered around the deck, maintaining the operation of the ghost ship. The speed of the seafloor sailing was not slow. The Naga siren priest looked around with satisfaction, and then said, "This ghost ship will be on standby at any time. When the group of betrayers comes back, you will ambush them from the bottom of the sea." Understood. Soren nodded gently. It seemed that the power of the sea goddess was more powerful than he thought. The goddess not only touched the realm of life, but also the realm of death. Although it was only limited to the sea, wasn't the thing she was plotting too much? What did she want? Soren suddenly had the illusion of seeing another queen of spiders rise. Because the area where he was active was not by the sea, he didn't know much about the sea goddess. But he knew that the goddess had always been active in the sea, and there were not many gods who could threaten her. Even if she lost her divine power and turned into a saint, how many people in the world could kill her in the sea? However, she didn't seem to have made any earth-shattering moves, did she? As a god with the sea as the core, the sea goddess also had a limitation. It was difficult for her to expand her faith to the land. This was also the reason why she had always been suppressed by the Storm Lord. Soren smelled a conspiracy, but he didn't know what the sea goddess was plotting. Outside the sea temple, Soren's figure emerged from the shadows and left the place without a sound. The core belief of the Storm Lord was in the tropical rainforest area of the Soros Islands, which was also a place where natural storms were frequent. Although there was a temple of the Storm Lord in Port Tylon, the power mobilized was definitely not comparable to the sea temple. After all, Port Tylon was an offshore island and was directly part of the sea. What the Temple of Storm could mobilize was limited to the local believers. If the Temple of Sea interfered slightly, they would not even be able to borrow the garrison power of Port Tylon. The rumor of the throat cutter was still brewing. There was a sense of panic spreading in Port Tylon. Many taverns were discussing who the terrible throat cutter was. Some people even swore that he was a legendary assassin. Perhaps even the Sea Temple thought that Soren was close to the legendary level, so they tried to rope him in and borrow his power to deal with the betrayers. After all, Soren still retained a lot of his strength even when he was hit by the legendary energy absorption. This was definitely a quasi-legendary combat power in the eyes of the natives. Although there were many legendary professions, there were not many of them scattered in various areas. The entire Port Tylon, as a transit station for coastal trade, only had 2 or 3 legendary professions, and that was counting the priests of the temple. What Soren did not expect was that he unexpectedly got a legendary point. The appearance of the throat cutter, folk rumor. In early November 1675 in Port Tylon, you accepted the task of the Sea Temple to clean up the betrayers. In this battle, you killed a large number of enemies and caused panic in Port Tylon. Rumors of the throat cutter began to appear in Port Tylon and gradually spread to the coastal areas. It won't be long before many people near the south coast will hear about the legend of the throat cutter. Legendary point +1. It seemed that the legendary battle was not the only way to get legendary points. The demigod vampire should also use this means of spreading fear to tell the world about his existence in the way of folk rumors. For the time being, there was no need to force legendary points. The higher the legendary point, the higher the possibility of attracting the attention of others. Soren did not intend to stand on the stage and compete with other forces for the time being. Naturally, he would not force himself to pursue legendary points. There was still some time before the betrayers returned. Port Tylon and the Soros Islands were about a week or two. They had been on the road for nearly a week. Soren estimated that there was still about 7 or 8 days to prepare. The preparation was naturally to deal with high-grade spellcasters. Behind the Rose-Sad Chamber of Commerce was the Duchess. She was born in an ancient sorcerer family. Such families were often very powerful, and the wealth and power accumulated for generations could not be underestimated. In the information given to Soren by the Naga Siren priest, there were 3 targets who were obviously spellcasters. However, because he had not seen them fight, he could not determine the spellcaster level of these 3 people. Naturally, there were more sorcerers in the sorcerer family, but there was also the possibility of wizards. High-grade spellcasters were very dangerous enemies, and Soren had to be very careful. It seemed that the Sea Temple had given him a lot of helpers, but in fact, these helpers could only be used to deal with low-level combat power. The undead sailors on the Dead Man's Voice were at most grade 2 or 3. They could be used to deal with ordinary people and low-grade professions, but there was no way to threaten high-grade spellcasters. If there was a priest with a higher profession level, he could directly use Dispel the Undead on the spot, and at least half of the undead sailors would die. Only those high-grade Naga Sirens and undead Sharkmen could resist the power of Dispel the Undead. In the end, the real combat power was on the ghost ship itself. The cannon it was equipped with was the key to killing the enemy. High-grade spellcasters were not easy to deal with. That was why the Sea Temple did not prepare a group of garbage fighters, because they could not even stand in front of high-grade spellcasters. It was possible that the Sea Temple would be directly exposed as the mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone knew that this might be the work of the Sea Temple, but this matter must not be shown with sufficient evidence. This was the hidden battle of the church. Soren returned to the hotel. After the stripping incident last time, the group of Amazons were obviously more honest, especially after the rumor of the throat cutter. They looked at Soren with fear and awe. These women must have suspected that Soren was the legendary throat cutter. But there was no evidence to prove that Soren was the one. And whether it was true or not, the Sea Temple was behind the throat cutter, which was one of the oldest forces in Port Tylon. Long before Port Tylon became a trading center, the Sea Temple had already developed on this island. Not everyone was a fanatic. Most people would not be willing to involve their lives in the battle of the church, unless there were benefits that they could not refuse. The power of the Sea Temple had begun to show. The network of relations that had been operating in Port Tylon for generations directly suppressed the Storm Church. Unless the Soros Islands had a storm priest above the bishop level, or a legendary storm lord came to support, the Storm Temple in Port Tylon would always be suppressed by the Sea Temple, because this was the home ground of the sea goddess. In the room, Vivian's petite figure was suspended in the air. Soren raised his hand and patted his forehead. He gently jumped up and held the little girl in his arms, and then put her on the big bed. Although he had a very high will, he had not reached the peak state of the ascetic journey of thousands of miles. Fighting against the consciousness of the Dread Lord not only required a strong will, but also a kind of invincible and unstoppable momentum. Soren walked barefoot for thousands of miles in the extremely cold Frost Kingdom. What he accumulated was not only his will, but also his own momentum, which was a kind of power of belief. Now he lacked that kind of momentum. Without the kind of power of belief that broke out at the peak after being forced into a desperate situation, he was not confident enough to destroy the consciousness of the Dread Lord. That was why he was still waiting for an opportunity. Soren would only act when he had at least 80% confidence. The room quickly returned to its original state. Soren sat by the bed and gently stroked Vivian's long hair. The little girl's breathing was a lot more stable after he came back, and the things that were suspended in the air all fell back to the ground. Soren got a lot of slaughter EXP from last night's battle. Although the enemy was not very strong, the number of slaughter EXP accumulated during this period of time had reached more than 15,000. This amount of EXP was not enough for him to level up his Shadow Dancer profession, but it was enough for Soren to level up his Wizard profession to level 7. After leveling up, he would obtain a level 4 spell slot, which could be used to memorize the most important wizard spells, Stoneskin and Greater Invisibility. Without a doubt, Soren's choice was Greater Invisibility, because he had the legendary elemental Stone Earth. This equipment could activate a Stoneskin spell once every 3 days, which temporarily replaced Soren's need for defensive spells. Moreover, he had already learned Invisibility, so learning Greater Invisibility could greatly reduce the time needed to analyze the spell model. Moreover, Greater Invisibility was more useful than other spells of the same level. It was one of the spells that could increase the power of a rogue. The most important point. This was because Greater Invisibility would not reveal itself when launching an attack. Soren could fight with the enemy in the state of invisibility. He had been waiting for this spell for a long time. Chapter 197. The sky gradually darkened. Soren stood up and listened to the movement outside. He could vaguely hear the screams of men. This group of Amazon women took over more than half of the prostitutes in Port Tylon. Although they were also women, when they really stepped into the gray area, they would not be soft-hearted at all. And they also secretly controlled some of the more taboo areas, such as fair-skinned and beautiful men, strong men, and so on. These gray channels could even extend to other cities near the south coast. Many aristocratic women, who were either old or lonely, would definitely need some interesting activities. There were even some aristocratic widows in the south coast who directly raised male slaves. In the slave black market, they selected men as if they were livestock, including the objects below. These slaves were domesticated by cruel means, and it may also involve spiritual suggestion and so on. In the end, the slaves that were cultivated were very docile. This custom was a bit like the ancient Roman period, so the reputation of the aristocrats on the south coast was not very good. The torture was still going on. Soren's hearing was much better than before, so from time to time, he could hear faint screams from the basement. The Amazons seemed to have some fights with the locals. Recently, it seemed that many people had been caught and tortured. The bodies were dealt with through special channels, so the hotel looked very calm on the surface. Soren was a little worried about being involved in the conflict between them and the local gangs, so he was thinking about whether to move to the Sea Temple. It was undoubtedly very easy for the Naga Siren priest to settle him and Vivian. The Sea Temple's secular power was very strong. The screams stopped for a moment. Soren vaguely heard the woman's voice. It seemed that the target had died because of excessive punishment. Then there was the sound of the basement door opening, followed by 3 footsteps. One of the women's footsteps was very heavy. She should be wearing heavy armor. The standard configuration of female Amazons were all heavy infantry. This group of women dared to fight with heavy cavalry on the battlefield. Soren was still impressed by them. He was not interested in other things. When he closed the window, he looked at some sneaky stairs nearby, and then began to study his own spells. A row of data appeared. The wizard profession has leveled up to level 7. Receive 25 INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points HP increased by 10 profession HP 4 plus, con 21 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Without a doubt, Soren put his skill points into literacy. His highest basic skill at the moment was literacy, which had already reached 185 points. Most of it was from skill points, and a small part of it was from reading books. Soren already had a good understanding of the language, customs, geography, and religion of human society. Although he wasn't as knowledgeable as a scholar, it would be easy for him to become a teacher in a noble family. Currently, secular knowledge could only raise one's lore to about 250 points. Any further would require mysticism knowledge, magic knowledge, supernatural knowledge, and planar knowledge to level up. Among them, if one wanted to reach 350 points in literacy, they would have to have a considerable amount of knowledge about the planes. In other words, he needed to travel across planes. Therefore, many wizards liked to travel to other planes, the most famous of which was the astral traveler. They were the top masters of knowledge, and their footprints were all over the planes. This was not a profession. Astral traveler was a special background ability. It was a bit like a title. Soren settled his thoughts, then took out a thick stack of white paper and began to analyze the spell model of greater invisibility. He had already gotten this spell from the Sea Temple. The priest thought that he needed to use the spell scroll to fight, but she probably didn't think that Soren would use it to memorize. Soren didn't trust the Naga Siren priest very much, so he still had a lot of cards up his sleeve. The priest didn't even know that he had a high wizard level. The priest even thought that Soren was a quasi-legendary assassin because he liked to fight with poison. This was the assassin's favorite way to fight. Part-time jobs were the easiest to disguise. There were wizards who disguised as warriors, or warriors who disguised as wizards. P.S. For example, Gandalf, a standard berserker who was a grey-robed wizard. In Soren's memory, there was a non-native character. That guy always made people think that he was a wizard, but when he pulled out his sword, others found out that he was actually a sword saint. He was a very powerful and dangerous guy. With the super explosive power of a sword saint, coupled with the wizard's stoneskin defense, and the support of comprehensive spells, his combat power was even more terrifying than Soren's current transformation. Unfortunately, he died a little too early. This guy single-handedly fought more than 10 enemies of the same level, and in the end he was killed by a dimensional anchor. He fought against 12 enemies and killed more than half of them. It was a brilliant record. Soren knew that he might not be able to do it now. Those who could become sword saints were very powerful, but they all died too early. In Soren's memory, there didn't seem to be many sword saints who had lived for a long time. Even the legendary sword saint who was worshipped by many in the Battle of the Golems was beaten to death in the end. Perhaps the legendary wizards couldn't tolerate these people who could break through their greater defensive force field with a single strike. If Soren's enemy had a sword saint, he would probably kill them first. The existence of a sword saint was a threat. Soren buried himself in analyzing the spell model. The sheets of white paper were filled with densely packed symbols. Level 4 spells were more difficult than any spell he had learned before. If he didn't learn invisibility at the beginning, he probably wouldn't even have a clue. Greater Invisibility was a multi-layered spell model. The biggest difference between it and invisibility was that invisibility would be revealed after an attack, which meant that the spell effect would disappear. However, Greater Invisibility was still effective after an attack, and the user would still be invisible. This meant that it was quite difficult to learn. It was much more difficult than other level 4 spells of the same level. Soren could only slowly break it down and calculate the individual spell models for analysis. After the initial analysis of the spell model, Soren's progress began to speed up gradually because the model of Greater Invisibility was developed from invisibility. However, invisibility was a single spell model, while Greater Invisibility was an overlapping composite type, which was equivalent to automatically activating the effect of invisibility after an attack. This was a very high-end spell circuit system. This was the dividing line for difficult spells. Starting from level 4 spells, the difficulty of learning would increase exponentially. In the end, it would even extend to the fields of astrology, planes, space, and so on. The night passed quickly. Soren rubbed his forehead and stood up. It was almost dawn outside. He picked up a thick stack of white paper and flipped through it. Then he destroyed some of them. His progress in analyzing the spell model was only about 10%. Although it would definitely speed up as his research deepened, he didn't have much time left. Soren looked at Vivian next to him, raised his hand and stroked her cheek. Then he got up and walked downstairs. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Soren noticed that the Amazon guard at the door had an extra wound on her arm. It wasn't there last night. There was a battle. Because he was focused on studying the spell model, Soren lowered his perception of the surroundings. It seemed that these women had fought with some forces last night. The erotic industry was always a gray area. The Amazons took such a big piece of cake, so it was normal for someone to trouble them from time to time. Soren simply took something to eat, and then returned to the room. He wasn't interested in poking his nose into other people's business. Soren ate a little, then carefully fed Vivian some water, and began to study the spell model again. The little girl basically didn't need to eat. At first, Soren tried to feed her. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to need anything except for drinking water occasionally. Her little face was still very rosy, and she didn't feel hungry at all. In this regard, Vivian seemed to be stronger than he was now. Being able to completely sustain her own consumption with energy was already a sign of the legendary realm. Time passed little by little. Soren was busy studying Greater Invisibility. Occasionally, the Naga Siren priest would send him messages, and he went out several times during this period. The Amazons seemed to be fighting with a local force. There were sounds of killing and fighting in the streets at night. Soren's move to destroy the Rose-Sad Chamber of Commerce seemed to have caused a new round of shuffling in Port Tylon. The Amazons had a larger territory. They killed a lot of people and got a bigger cake. It seemed that some people foresaw that the Rose-Sad Chamber of Commerce would never recover from this setback. So many forces were eager to swallow up their trade shares in various fields. Even the forces that belonged to the Church of Storms did not have the slightest pity at this time, because they didn't necessarily look up to those who had betrayed their faith. This kind of betrayal for greater interests would make people feel repulsed. Soren killed a lot of people that night. But because of his killing, Port Tylon had more than 10 times the number of casualties in the next week. There were even small-scale naval battles occurring in the coastal areas. Chaos arose. The guards finally couldn't stand it anymore, and began to intervene in the competition for the interests of the major forces, allowing them to maintain the superficial order. So the killing began to spread at night. As for how many people died, it had nothing to do with Soren. He was happy that he had learned greater invisibility in a week. At the same time, he received news that the Rossad Chamber of Commerce's fleet had begun to return the next day. It was time for the ghost ship to set off. Soren would intercept them when they returned and bury them all in the sea. Chapter 198. The atmosphere in Port Tylon was a little tense. Soren's arrival broke the original order here, making the killing and chaos more frequent. There was no need to say much about what happened in Port Tylon during this time. It could be seen from the changes in the sea around Port Tylon. The corpses thrown into the sea, and even sharks were attracted to the shallow sea area. One could imagine how many people died in Port Tylon during this time. The destruction of a force meant that there would be more benefits to be distributed. More benefits would attract more people to compete for them. And then there would be more killings, causing more forces to be destroyed. Then some forces would become stronger and stronger, swallowing up most of the benefits in Port Tylon. There was obviously someone behind this. The guards were obviously pressured, so the chaos and killing continued to escalate, and many nearby forces were destroyed in the turmoil. As for the final winner, there was no need to think about it. The first must be the Sea Temple, the second must be the Storm Temple, and the third must be the Amazons. A lot of things happened during this time. The Storm Temple seemed to have compromised with the Sea Temple. The Rossad Chamber of Commerce was completely abandoned. The believers of the Storm Temple got the territories of other forces as compensation. The Sea Temple controlled almost half of Port Tylon. The Amazons relied on their strong fighting power to rise in the two churches. Half of the street where Soren now lived was their territory. The original owner had disappeared, and the Amazons were going to open up the street and make it into a large trade transit station. Right. A Storm Lord had appeared. Without her appearance, the Amazons would not be able to eat such a large piece of cake. The Sea Temple. Soren's figure appeared in the hall. The Naga Siren priest seemed to have been waiting for his arrival. The other party's expression seemed a little excited. After seeing Soren's figure appear, she immediately said in a deep voice, "There's a change in the plan. The group of betrayers has made a new move. Your task now is to find a way to rob their cargo ship." Soren couldn't help but frown. The sudden change in the mission after the target appeared made him unhappy, but he still said in a deep voice, "What happened? Why did you suddenly change the plan?" A cruel smile appeared on the Naga Siren priest's face as she slowly said, "This group of betrayers went to the Soros Islands to trade in the name of the Church of Storms. However, he didn't expect them to be traitors who would do anything for the sake of benefits. These guys used conspiracy and poison to slaughter an indigenous tribe, and then took away the gold mine wealth controlled by the indigenous people. The traitors looted the Aboriginal tribe and shipped all their wealth back to the tribe. There's news that their ships are filled with gold and jewels." The Naga Siren priest handed a scroll to Soren. When Soren opened it, she told him the whole process. It turned out that after this group of traitors changed their faith and joined the Church of Storms, they had indeed opened up a situation in the Soros Islands. The faith of the Storm Lord was spread all over the Soros Islands. With the banner of this faith, they could trade with almost any native town along the coast. Things were supposed to be that simple. These guys would return after making some money from the trade. However, what they didn't expect was that one of the indigenous tribes seemed to trust them too much, and even exposed the huge gold mine that the tribe secretly controlled. There were many scattered mines on the Soros Islands, including many gold and silver mines. This tribe was one of the indigenous clans that occupied a relatively rich gold mine. It was said that their chief directly used pure gold to build a throne that weighed nearly half a ton. In order to show their wealth and strength, they also entertained them with a large number of pure gold utensils. However, they didn't expect that this would also lead to disaster. There were believers of the god of plague and disease in the traders' caravan. This fallen one used a secret poison to put into the water source, and with the power of plague and disease he directly defeated the indigenous tribe. What happened next was needless to say. The traders slaughtered the indigenous tribe, then looted their wealth, and finally burned down their gathering place. How much did they get? The information in Soren's hands didn't make it clear, but it was certainly a huge amount of wealth that was enough to move the sea temple. The gold that these guys looted was calculated in tons. The gold wealth that the indigenous tribes had accumulated for generations, as well as all kinds of gold and silver utensils, jewelry and treasures, were all loaded by them. They even threw away a large number of Soros Island's copper coins, because the weight of the ships simply couldn't hold these cheap copper coins. Soren couldn't estimate how much money they got. He could only roughly guess that the wealth they looted was more than 500,000 Kindler, a rich indigenous tribe that owned a gold mine. The gold and silver they looted from the tribe alone could reach more than 10 tons. These guys made a fortune. The wealth they looted even moved the sea temple. For some reason, the news was leaked. Now, not only the sea temple knew that they had plundered a lot of wealth, but even the pirates near the Soros Islands and Shipwreck Bay all knew this amazing news. The fleet of the traders had changed their course, but the pirates in all directions seemed to have spread out a big net and surrounded them from almost all the routes to the Soros Islands. Not only did the sea temple move, but even the Amazon pirates were also very tempted. The 3 pirate kings near the Soros Islands were almost all out, looking for their traces. This wealth was too amazing. Soren was surprised when he estimated the approximate amount. If he could get this wealth, he could go to the Wizard City and get a set of legendary equipment. The temple also needed money. No matter which god's temple it was, it needed a lot of wealth to maintain its operation. The sea temple in front of him had at least a few hundred years of history. It was all accumulated bit by bit with money. The magic blessing and divine blessing inside all needed money to arrange the magic circle. One of the most important tasks of the priests was to make money and then develop faith. The gods' temples rarely hoarded wealth, but they also needed wealth because wealth was very important in the secular world. Wealth could be used to strengthen the church's influence, and wealth could directly cultivate a large number of believers. Wasn't the great influence of the God of Light, because he would help the poor every year? Where did the money come from? Wealth may not be the most crucial part of faith, but it was definitely an indispensable part. One was a magnificent, solemn and dignified temple, and the other was a dilapidated temple with broken bricks and tiles. It was obvious which one would attract more believers without much thought. Believing in this God could get alms every month, but believing in the God would give you nothing every month. For the lowest level of civilians, there was almost no choice. They were just ordinary people, and they could only see what was in front of them. Even if it was the evil god's temple, it could easily expand its influence with huge wealth. Whether it was recruiting people to suppress other churches, or secretly cultivating their own forces, these things could not be separated from the support of wealth. However, the church also had its own rules. Many times it could not interfere too much with the secular world. The church needed wealth, but it could not act recklessly. After all, the gods needed faith, and wealth was only a tool to maintain faith. The Naga Siren priest wanted this wealth. This money was enough for the sea temple to expand into a great temple. Whether it was the influence in the coastal areas, the reward of the sea goddess, or the divine power gathered by the temple, they were all things that she could not refuse. After the sea temple expanded, she could completely suppress the storm temple. Even if she had the support of the great temple in the future, she would not be afraid of any storm lord. The temple was a bit like a wizard tower. It was just that it was not as powerful as a wizard tower because the temple still operated divine power. This was why Amber City was destroyed, but the temple area was intact. Soren was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "We don't have enough manpower." If the news has spread among the pirates, just relying on a ghost ship to fight for it is simply suicide. Those betrayers have not been found until now. There must be someone behind them. This money is probably worth the Duchess' personal trip. Moreover, The 3 pirate kings of the Soros Islands are not easy to deal with, and almost all of them are not ordinary people. I am worried that the big octopus will also appear. Your Excellency should know who I am talking about, right? That monster was the enemy of the Sea Temple, and it was the incarnation of the sea goddess who personally came to banish it. It seems to have a hobby of collecting wealth. There are admirers among the pirates. The possibility of it appearing is too high. Soren pulled out a nautical chart. After thinking for a moment, he raised his finger and pointed to a place, which seemed to be the location of an island, and said in a deep voice, "According to the information I have heard, there seems to be a black dragon in this position. It has been secretly maintaining contact with Shipwreck Bay in human form. If it knows that there are 5 big ships full of gold and silver sailing on the sea, it is hard to believe that it will not be tempted." The Naga Siren priest was silent. She looked up at Soren in surprise and seemed to be thinking about something. Then she said in an unquestionable tone, "I will send more people to help you. If the enemy is very strong, I will summon the nearby Naga Sirens. If necessary, I will also do it myself. The sea goddess is watching us. We don't have to fear anyone on the sea. This wealth cannot fall into the hands of others." In the evening, Soren slowly walked out of the Sea Temple. He frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "Totem Spirit. How did those guys defeat the Totem Spirit? Why didn't the Naga Siren priest mention it? Does she think that I don't know that the indigenous tribes worship spirits?" Chapter 199. In the evening, Soren left the hotel with little Vivian in his arms. Because of the last show of force, the group of Amazons had unintentionally respected him a lot. The assassin also put away his excessive curiosity. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask why Vivian was in a deep slumber. Assassins were people who were full of secrets. One shouldn't know too many secrets. The more one knew, the easier it would be for them to be killed. It was like the Naga Siren priest had known for a long time that Soren had a sleeping little girl with him, but she had never asked about it. Secrets may not necessarily bring benefits, but they could easily lead to danger. Especially an assassin's secret. Since he decided to go to sea, Soren naturally couldn't leave Vivian in the hotel. He was also worried about the group of Amazons. So he was going to transfer Vivian to the Sea Temple. The Sea Temple controlled nearly half of the temple area. It was very easy to find a place to settle Vivian. He didn't know how long the little girl would be asleep. Soren felt that Vivian's awakening should be directly related to his integration with the divinity of fear. The last time she woke up was almost after Soren had finished devouring the divinity. In an old house outside the Sea Temple, Soren gently put Vivian on the bed, then reached out his palm to hold her little hand, and said in a low voice, "Control your divine power as much as possible. Don't easily expose the identity of the child of fear. I'll be back soon. It won't take long for you to wake up. I promise." Although Vivian showed no signs of waking up from beginning to end, Soren could feel that she still had a perception of the outside world. That was to say, Vivian could hear him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the little girl automatically opened a divine protection as soon as he left. After Soren came back, she quickly withdrew the energy protection field. Her power was still in her body, but her consciousness seemed to have entered a deep sleep for some reason, and there had been no signs of waking up. Soren covered Vivian with a soft blanket and lay down beside her. He would be going out to sea tomorrow, so he needed a good rest. Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga Siren priest stood in front of a blue sea. The bottom of the Sea Temple was connected to the underground sea, and could directly enter the sea from here. The sea in front of her rippled slightly, and then a long and narrow creature that looked like a giant sea snake appeared. It swam to the front of the Naga Siren priest little by little, then slowly stood up, and came to the high platform under the Sea Temple. At this time its appearance became clear. It was a strong and ferocious male Naga guard. Its tail was longer than the Naga Siren priest's, and its stout arm held a trident. There were few traces of humanoid features on its face, unlike the female Naga Siren who had more or less feminine facial contours. The Naga guard was about 6 or 7 meters long. When it stood up, it was nearly 2. 4 meters tall. Its muscles were very developed, and it looked very oppressive. It bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency. The Naga Siren tribe in the nearby sea has been summoned, and they will soon send warriors to respond." The Naga Siren priest nodded slightly, and there was a satisfied smile on her face. She said in a deep voice, "Very good. Didanas, you will command the summoned warriors. We must get those treasures this time. The storm temple also seems to be moving. This wealth cannot fall into their hands. It will only strengthen our enemies. The Storm Lord has always been coveting the great sea goddess, and wants to get his hands on the sea." The male Naga Siren nodded and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, I don't understand why you want to give the command of the dead man's voice to that human. Although he is a powerful guy, he is only one person after all. Besides, his origin is unknown, and we can't fully trust him." The Naga Siren priest frowned and looked at him. Her expression became a little strange, and there seemed to be a cruel smile on her face. She said coldly, "Are you questioning my decision? Didanas, don't try to guess my decision with your stupid head. That human is an assassin close to the legendary realm. Such a person is not much weaker than a legendary profession in battle. He is worthy of our use. Besides, after I removed the energy absorption technique from him, I felt the breath of the legendary realm on him. He should have mastered some legendary level abilities. I think he is not far from becoming a legendary assassin. In the past 200 or 300 years, there have been very few legendary assassins. If he can be loyal to the Sea Temple, our enemies will wake up from their nightmares. Legendary assassin. If used to assassinate a member of a hostile force, it would definitely be a complete nightmare." The Naga Siren priest seemed to see Soren turning into a sharp blade to sweep away her dissidents. She could not help but smile and said slowly, "As for loyalty, there is no absolute loyalty in this world. As long as we can give him the benefits he wants, he will be able to serve us. This person has a lot of secrets, and he definitely needs our help. Moreover, he seems to have a little girl who is sleeping. Although I did not test his secrets, I can see that he cares about this little girl very much. The relationship between the two is very close. He is under the energy absorption technique, and the little girl is probably under some strange spell. If necessary, the little girl can also be our tool. I don't think he wants anything to happen to the little girl, right? As long as he has a weakness, we can control him." The Naga Siren priest showed a cruel smile, looked at the male Naga Siren guard in front of her, and said, "There are some things that you don't need to ask. Now, send out the Sharkman scouts to find the traces of the group of betrayers. We must find those guys first, otherwise, this wealth may attract more competitors." The male Naga Siren guard bent down gently, and then his whole body dived into the sea. The Naga Siren priest returned to the back of the Sea Temple. She swam to a pool, and gently chanted a spell. The water in front of her rippled like waves, and the figure of Soren gradually appeared. Next to him was Vivian, who was still sleeping. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Naga Siren priest, and she murmured, "Who are they? That little girl seems to be a natural sorcerer. Recently, a lot of powerful guys have appeared. It seems that a group of adventurers have returned from the abyss. The sea goddess has not responded to my prayers recently. Is something big going to happen? It seems that I have to speed up the preparation." The Naga Siren priest slowly closed her eyes, and then her whole body sank into the sea. Although the priests of the sea goddess had great power, they could not directly mobilize the sea races. This was because the secular and theocracy maintained a relative boundary. The kingdom of the sea creatures was a bit similar to the kingdom of humans. Few temples would directly intervene in the internal affairs of the kingdom. This was because the kingdom was a very short thing, but the gods had eternal life. They did not want to be affected by the kingdom that rose and fell in hundreds of years. The fact that the Naga Siren priest could mobilize the Naga Sirens in the nearby sea meant that her status in the secular world was not low. It was possible that she was the royal family of the Naga Sirens. If the members of the royal family did not have the right of inheritance, they would often become priests of the sea goddess. The sea was surrounded by a fog. Soren's figure appeared 300 meters below the sea. He stood on the deck of the dead man's voice and looked at the underwater world in front of him. The sea drowned him, but it did not affect him at all. This was because he wore a badge on his chest that allowed him to breathe easily at the bottom of the sea. The deck of the dead man's voice was full of sailors. The Naga sirens wandered in the hull, and the undead sharks were responsible for patrolling. There were a large number of bound spirits on this ghost ship. They were the souls that died directly or indirectly near the ghost ship. They could not participate in the battle. They were just forcibly sucked into the mast and sails of the ship. The power source of the ghost ship was these bound spirits. There were more than 800 or 900 of them. The real combat power was the undead drowned, the Naga sirens, the wraiths and the undead sharks. Soren silently calculated the distance of the sea and the distance they sailed. The ghost ship was not suitable to be exposed to the eyes of ordinary people, so the ghost ship left the shallow sea area from the bottom of the sea. Rise. Soren frowned and looked at the fish around him. Because of the death breath on the dead man's voice, the fish scattered directly after encountering them, and fled in all directions in embarrassment. With Soren's order, the sailors began to control the ghost ship to rise. A little light appeared in front of their eyes as they slowly rose. Then the blue sea appeared above their heads. With a loud rumbling sound, the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Soren looked around and said in a deep voice, "Summon the fog. Don't let others see us." Wisps of gray mist filled the air. With the ghost ship as the center, everything within a few hundred meters was shrouded in fog. This was the ghost ship's innate ability. The sea area where they appeared was often shrouded in fog. The fog on the sea today was not small. As the ghost ship's fog spread, everything nearby became hazy. The ship sailed silently on the sea. The ghosts did not like to be directly exposed to the sun. These undead sailors were indeed very powerful, but their weakness was too obvious. "Captain." A half-real Naga siren came to Soren and said in a sharp voice, "I found the breath of a living person nearby." It was the Naga siren that he first saw. It was an independent undead creature, not bound to the ghost ship. Living person? They met other people so soon? Soren frowned and came to the helmsman's position. He then took out his binoculars to observe. He could vaguely see a large ship near an island. From afar, he could see the symbol on the flagpole. It was a hollow skull with a sword and a sword under it. This was the most commonly used pirate symbol. If one did not join a special force among pirates, ordinary pirates would use such a symbol. To use a special pirate flag, one must use their own name. Otherwise, they might be attacked by other pirates because of the wrong flag. This was an unspoken rule. It may seem insignificant, but it was indeed related to life. In the Central Plains, there was a custom of dragon boat racing. Generally, a flag would be hung on the dragon boat. This flag could not be hung randomly. If it was hung randomly, it might attract others to come and pull it out. In many places, the black flag was a taboo. There were once serious casualties caused by hanging a black flag on a dragon boat. In the end, the dragon boat racing was banned for many years. When the dragon boat was driven again, the same flag would be issued. If anyone dared to hang a black flag, the armed police would personally send people to pull it out. They were afraid that in the end, people would be beaten to death. Naturally, such things did not exist in this world. However, there were many rules about flags on the sea. Whether it was pirates, chamber of commerce, gangs, etc., hanging a flag was a very serious matter. The rules here were piled up by human lives. In Soren's memory, there was someone who hung a flag indiscriminately. In the end, the entire guild was wiped out by pirates. Even their base on land was kicked down overnight. There were almost no survivors. That guy was also looking for trouble. He actually hung a flag similar to the Pirate King. From this point of view, the dangerous people in this world who made a living on land, sea, and rivers were really a bit like bandits in the jungle. Some rules could not be violated. Hanging a flag among pirates was like messing with the emblem of the temple. If you did not know, you were lucky. If you knew, it was normal for you to be skinned alive. Looks like an ordinary pirate? Soren frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he shouted, "Prepare for battle." The pirate ship in front of them should be ordinary pirates who made a living on the sea. Those who made a name for themselves had their own flag. Generally, few people would disguise themselves on it. If they were really pirates with a name, they would definitely hang it as much as possible because it could avoid a lot of trouble. Some special flags were even extraordinary items. After hanging it, even sea monsters would not easily attack it. Soren once took on a mission to sacrifice a flag. However, the place was not the south coast. The target of the flag's sacrifice was a legendary sea monster. Sacrificial spirit war flag. Captain? The Naga siren came in front of Soren and said in a harsh voice, "They don't seem to be our target. Are we going to attack them?" Soren frowned and looked at her, then nodded and said, "Yes. We need to conduct a battle test." "Forget it. You guys get ready for battle. I will deal with them myself. You guys are responsible for covering me. Be ready to board the ship and fight at any time." Soren wanted to use them to practice because he had not experienced a sea battle for a long time. Fighting was not just about casually slashing people with swords. Different environments required different ways of fighting. These were all things that needed to be known in one's heart. Fighting on the surface of the sea or on a ship was completely different from fighting on land. Not to mention underwater battles. Just fighting on a ship was not simple. This was because the ship's hull would sway, and the fighting environment was much narrower. If you were not careful, you could capsize in a ditch. There were many people who died because of carelessness in the past. Soren was a very cautious person. He did not want to die unknowingly because the ship was not suitable for fighting. Moreover, he also needed to test his fighting skills. In the past, he could run on the water when he was fighting on the sea. He was almost at the legendary level. Now he did not have so many abilities to support him. His fighting style had also changed a lot. Clang. Soren looked at the undead around him and frowned slightly. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "Get the ship close. Don't get too close. Come back when you get my signal." Splash. Soren jumped directly into the water, leaving the Naga siren who was a little stunned in place. Fly. Greater invisibility. After enough distance, Soren's eyes lit up, and then he began to cast continuously to test his fighting power on the sea. He began to calculate the time. Soren's brain began to operate like a sophisticated instrument. Under the cover of the fog, his figure directly flew out of the sea. Greater invisibility was blessed on him. Soren directly disappeared in the air, leaving no trace in place. With a simple trick, Soren's wet clothes dried, and then he began to approach the pirate ship. Soren flew about 100 meters in the air. His flying speed was not very fast. With the blessing of greater invisibility, he could not see any trace at all, because he was now flying in stealth mode. Because he did not have enough abilities, Soren could not cast spells to fight in the flying state, because his main energy was maintaining fly. There was not much time. Whether it was fly or greater invisibility, the duration was calculated in terms of minutes. Soren had to pursue the greatest result in the duration of the spell. The distance was getting closer little by little. Everything on the pirate ship came into Soren's vision. He saw 20 or 30 pirate sailors on the deck, the lookout on the mast, the helmsman in charge of steering the ship, and so on. These pirates were not very weak. They were stronger than many city guards. They belonged to the second-grade professions, but most of them had the ability of warriors. Because of their pirate career, they were inclined to the fighting style of a wandering swordsman. Among all the enemies of bandits, the pirates' fighting power was the strongest. They were completely superior to the bandits. Only the desert bandits could be compared to them. A minute passed. Soren's figure began to descend. He entered the state of stealth, but it was still greater invisibility that maintained his invisibility. The distance gradually decreased. Soren stopped about 10 meters above the pirate ship. The light passed through his body. Unless one stared at his position carefully, they would not be able to see anything different. The enemies in front of him were very clear. The strong pirates were moored on the deck. The ship's anchor seemed to have been thrown down. These people seemed to be waiting for something. Soren continued to descend. Then, he gently landed in a corner of the ship where there was no one. 5 meters in front of him was a pirate who was drinking. Unfortunately, the pirate did not notice him at all. Kill the important targets first. Soren glanced at the enemies in front of him. Finally, he locked onto a one-eyed pirate who seemed to be the vice-captain. He quietly snuck over, and then suddenly stabbed the pirate's back with his curved sword. Poochie. Blood splattered. The one-eyed pirate who was yelling at his subordinates looked at his chest in disbelief. His heart had been pierced. This third-grade pirate died on the spot. Enemy. A large group of pirates panicked. Then there was the sound of swords being pulled out. They could not see anything in front of them. They could only see a curved sword emerging from the chest of the one-eyed pirate. Then the curved sword was pulled out. Then everything in front of them was still empty. Soren shook off the blood on the blade. At the moment of the attack, he revealed a trace of himself. Then he disappeared into the air again. This was greater invisibility. When he was in the state of greater invisibility, he would not be dispelled when attacking the enemy. Poochie. A head was cut off by Soren. A pirate with a beard heard the whistling sound of the sword, but he could not see the trace of the sword. He clearly heard the sound of the wind, and felt the slight outline of the enemy in front of him. However, he could not see the direction of the sword. He could only block randomly. Then in the next moment, his head was cut off. 3 throwing knives were shot out. The moment the throwing knives left Soren's palm, they revealed a trace. Unfortunately, the enemy had no time to dodge. Thump, thump, thump. Streaks of blood appeared. Soren came and went as if there was no one around. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were killed by him. The enemy could not even determine the position of his attack. They could only feel a vague and hazy trajectory moving around them at high speed. This fear made their morale extremely low. Some people were completely stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Some people even threw their weapons. Clang, clang. Soren waved his sword to block the weapons that were thrown at him. At the same time, he revealed his approximate position. He suddenly jumped, directly jumping to a height of 5 or 6 meters. The sturdy cable connected to the mast suddenly sank a lot. The outline of a hand holding the cable could be seen, but the figure of a person could not be seen. Soren flew down from the air. With a curved sword in each hand, he slashed horizontally. In a large amount of blood, 5 people were killed in a row. Large amounts of blood gushed out. At this time, bloody footprints could be seen on the ground. Soren's figure was still very hazy. The blood on his body was also covered by the greater invisibility spell. However, the enemy could vaguely see that he was moving. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. 3 minutes later, Soren's figure stood in a pool of blood. There were more than 20 corpses around him. There were a series of footprints on the ground, but he was still invisible. The greater invisibility spell lasted for about 6 minutes. Soren shook off the blood on his sword, then glanced at the cabin expressionlessly. He suddenly grabbed a corpse and smashed it into the cabin. Then the 2 swords flashed with a cold light and cut the 2 enemies guarding the back of the cabin in half. Blood covered his clothes. The effect of the greater invisibility spell seemed to have weakened. Soren's figure gradually became hazy and translucent. The effect of the spell seemed to have weakened a little. However, this was no longer important to Soren, because he found that he seemed to have the ability to kill all the pirates on this ship. Chapter 200. Plop. 2 streaks of blood appeared, followed by 2 corpses clutching at their throats. Soren was getting more and more familiar with the throat slit technique, and his success rate of triggering the judgment of death was getting higher and higher. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to support it, Soren might even be able to execute decapitation. In order to trigger decapitation, one had to have more than 18 strength, and it had to be combined with ready strength. Soren's full strength attack could only cut an inch into the neck bone, and he couldn't cut it off. His figure was still very blurry, but he could already determine his location through the airflow, movement, and sound. Greater Invisibility Level 4 Spell. This spell's effect is similar to invisibility, but it won't reveal itself after attacking. After casting the spell, the caster will enter a state of complete invisibility. After launching an attack, there is a chance that the caster's position will be exposed due to airflow, silhouette, and sound. The effect of greater invisibility will gradually weaken as the battle progresses, but it can still maintain the blurry effect of invisibility. Even if the caster's position is detected by the enemy, The caster will still gain 4 points of blurry effect, and the enemy's hit rate will be reduced by 4 points. The effect lasts for 1 minute for every point of spell power. Greater invisibility was undoubtedly a very powerful spell. The only downside was that it couldn't last for long. Soren could only maintain it for about 10 minutes. Even a legendary wizard could only maintain greater invisibility for about half an hour. However, Soren had the metamagic ability, Empower spell. In the future, when he leveled up and obtained a level 5 spell slot, Soren could use it to memorize greater invisibility. At that time, the duration of greater invisibility would be increased by 50%. Don't underestimate this 50% increase. It would increase the duration of invisibility by 5 or 6 minutes. Empower spell was obviously more useful than other metamagic abilities in the early stages, or else he wouldn't have given up on them. Plop, plop, plop. Soren entered and exited the battlefield as if there was no one there. Along with the faint flashes of his sword, the enemies couldn't see the trajectory of his attacks at all. Naturally, their chances of blocking were greatly reduced, and they could only rely on their own senses to avoid the attacks. At this time, the enemies with high basic stats could tell that those who could dodge Soren's attacks had decent stats and abilities. Unfortunately, they still couldn't turn the situation around because Soren's dexterity was too much. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although the battle had only lasted for 5 minutes, the enemies had finally recovered from their dazed state. They had found a way. That was to directly throw weapons and use crossbows to shoot. Although there was a possibility of accidentally injuring their own people, at least they wouldn't be so passive that they couldn't even figure out the enemy's exact location after fighting for so long. SSS. The weapons were easily blocked by Soren, but he did not have such a high blocking ability for the crossbow bolts. Bang. Soren was hit by 3 crossbow bolts. He took a step back, but he didn't suffer much damage because he had cast stone skin on the surface of his body. The effect of stone skin was much stronger. Although the crossbow bolts hit Soren, the damage was only in the single digits. They didn't penetrate his body and hurt his internal organs. The enemies in front of him were still reloading their crossbows, and some of them were waving their weapons around to prevent Soren from getting closer. Sure enough, battles need to be tested. Soren's expression was not very good. He raised his hand to remove the crossbow bolts from his body and murmured, "They actually forced me to activate my legendary equipment. If it wasn't for stone skin, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. It seems that greater invisibility is very powerful, but it can't be used to crush the enemies." Evade sight. Soren activated the ability of Shadow Dancer and directly entered stealth. His figure that had already been revealed completely disappeared once again. Greater invisibility could be stacked with stealth, so evade sight was still useful. People? Where are they? The eyes of the surviving pirates were full of panic. Some of them even screamed hysterically and attacked their surroundings. The deck above Soren's head suddenly shook, and then a footprint appeared on the side of the wall. The next moment, there was a splash of blood. It wasn't until the chest was cut open that Soren's trace was revealed, along with a faint light of his sword. Soren had already rushed into the enemy's crowd. He waved his 2 swords and used the familiar ground swordsmanship. 7 or 8 pirates in front of him screamed in pain. Their legs were either cut by the curved swords or directly cut off. In the narrow cabin, broken limbs and flesh were flying everywhere. The crazy pirates attacked randomly. Occasionally, someone was lucky enough to cut Soren, but the attack was blocked by stone skin. More often than not, they cut their own companions. Demon. Demon. Ghost. Run. Finally, someone had a mental breakdown. Perhaps they weren't afraid of facing a powerful enemy head-on, but now they didn't even know where the enemy was. After blood splashed everywhere, and their companions fell one by one, some of these pirates finally began to have a mental breakdown. Some of them wanted to escape, but unfortunately, they couldn't escape the faint light of the swords behind them. Soren's expression was very cold. He didn't have the slightest sympathy for these pirates. He waved his 2 swords and left almost no survivors. 39. Soren shook his curved swords to get rid of the bloodstains on them. He murmured in a cold voice, "The spell lasts for 3 minutes. It seems that with the buff of greater invisibility, I have the ability to face a large group of enemies head-on. But this is also because there are no spellcasters among the pirates. Otherwise, a detection spell would be able to break my spell. If there's a chance in the future, I should go to the desert. If I'm not mistaken, the magic detection cloak should still be there, right? The anti-detection cloak. One of the legendary equipment that rogues coveted the most. Its effect was almost equivalent to a divine artifact in their hands. This legendary equipment had almost no other additional abilities. The only effect was that most detection spells wouldn't have any effect on the person wearing this legendary cloak. This was the only legendary equipment in the world. Soren had also participated in the battle for it. It could be said that it was more bloody and cruel than fighting for the divine artifact. Even at that time, Soren had the combat power close to the legendary level. In the end, he still couldn't snatch this legendary equipment. In the end, it fell into the hands of an assassin. In order to fight for it, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soren almost died under the joint attack of 2 assassins. In the past, there weren't so many casualties when fighting for the divine artifact, but for a legendary cloak, thousands of high-grade professions died. If no one found it, this legendary equipment should still be in an underground ruin in the desert. It was a more dangerous place. Soren might not be able to get through it now because some powerful demons were sealed there. The number of enemies was getting smaller and smaller. However, Soren couldn't help but frown because he hadn't seen any trace of the captain so far. Was the pirate captain not here at all? Just as Soren was about to turn the corner of the goods, suddenly a sword appeared from the side. Then a fiery red figure appeared and slashed at Soren's head with a sword. Clang. Soren's conditioned reflex took effect in an instant. He almost subconsciously raised Icing Death to block the enemy's attack. Clang. Another parry sound was heard. The enemy was also a master of dual wielding. After Soren blocked the attack, another cold light stabbed at his waist. At the same time, he also waved his sword to block the enemy's sneak attack. In front of him was a tall woman with a gorgeous face. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and a captain's hat on her head. The opponent had been waiting for an opportunity to send her men to their deaths. Then, she was looking for Soren's position, trying to kill him with a sneak attack. A woman? Soren wasn't too surprised that the leader of the pirate ship was a woman, because there were many women with Amazon blood here. His figure disappeared into the air again, and at the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to kill the opponent with one blow. It wasn't easy to train in dual wielding. The woman in front of him was probably a 4th-grade profession. Whether it was her patience or her strategy, Soren felt that the opponent was a very dangerous enemy. Damn it! He disappeared again. The flame-haired gorgeous female pirate cursed in a low voice, and then waved her 2 swords to protect her left and right. Soren activated Evade Sight and entered stealth. With the help of advanced invisibility, there was no trace of him at all. The enemy in front of him was very alert. The 2 weapons almost covered all the blind spots around her body. For a moment, Soren couldn't find a chance to attack. Just as he was about to go around to the side and attack, the woman in front of him did something unexpected. The woman closed her eyes. Yes, she closed her eyes, then crossed her swords in front of her, and then took a deep breath. Her ears obviously trembled. Not good. In an instant, Soren had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't even think about it and rolled back to dodge. 2 swords flashed violently at the place where he stopped at, and the half-meter-tall cargo box was completely cut open, leaving a 3-inch mark on the ground. The gorgeous female pirate actually found his position and launched a fierce attack. She was still moving with her eyes closed, but the swords were continuously slashing at Soren's figure. The fierce swords raged out and stuck to his clothes like maggots. It was as if invisibility had completely lost its effect at this moment. Blind battle. What a powerful woman. The opponent actually mastered the special ability, blind battle. Chapter 201. Clang. 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 Soren finally had no way to retreat. All his retreat routes were completely blocked by the enemy, and he could only wield his sword to block the enemy's continuous attacks. Blind warfare was a very powerful ability, and it was very useful in certain situations. For example, against invisible enemies, or in the face of darkness, blindness and gloom. This ability could play an unexpected role. Soren had spent a lot of time mastering blind warfare, because without this ability in the Underdark, his combat effectiveness would be reduced by 30%. This ability required a certain amount of perception, and it was very difficult for people with low perception to master it. Soren was now locked on by the enemy's perception. The enemy relied on blind warfare to completely lock on to his retreating footsteps, the sound of moving wind, the slight flow of air, and so on. In the eyes of a grade 4 profession, these slight traces were clearly captured. Even with the eyes closed, the perception of the outside world became more obvious. As Soren had to wield his sword to block the enemy's attack, his figure also came out of stealth, and then a hazy shadow appeared. The female pirate with long red hair suddenly opened her eyes, and then there was a flash of light in her eyes. Sword form, spinning strike. Powerful slam. The two swords in the opponent's hands flashed a cold light, and her whole body actually spun at a high speed. She stomped on the wooden barrel with her toes, and then her figure swooped up and spun in a circle in mid-air. The two swords completely cut the surrounding planks, and at the same time, she slashed toward Soren's waist. This was a fighting skill of the rogue swordsman, but as it evolved, it was gradually mastered by other melee professions. Sword form, spinning strike, was a killing move of dual-wielding professions, which could release a continuous fierce combo in an instant. Clang. Soren only succeeded in parrying once, and at the same time, his chest was hit by a sword. Dual-wielding professions would reduce the power outburst, and the opponent only slashed his chest with her left hand. After breaking through stone skin, the sword slightly cut into the muscle layer. A stream of blood splashed out. Soren had almost no time to fight back, and suddenly retreated from the cabin. It was very disadvantageous to fight against a dual-wielding professions in such a narrow space. Moreover, the opponent was the real master of dual-wielding. Soren did not even get the hint of dual-wielding ability. Want to run? The female pirate with fiery red hair scolded and slashed with her two swords, almost not giving Soren any time to react. This was the advantage of dual-wielding. Because of the speed of continuous attacks was too fast, if there was no obvious ability to suppress the opponent's attacks, he would not have a chance to fight back, and he could only wait until the opponent's out. The female pirate seemed to realize that Soren's reflexes were amazing. She suddenly put the two swords together. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a heavy curved sword with a click. At the same time, she changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with both hands and directly slashed at his throat. Mandarin duck swords. Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly bent his body to avoid the swords. At the same time, he stomped on the deck, and a crack appeared on the solid deck. Then Soren crashed into the opponent's arms. There was no space to attack in this kind of explosion, but Soren's head rushed into the opponent's arms like a cannonball, and directly knocked the female pirate in front of him upside down. Her body slammed into the cabin door, and the wooden board behind her cracked. Crack. It was a clear sound of bones breaking. Soren's headbutt broke 4 or 5 of the opponent's ribs. The female pirate in front of him did not expect the enemy to use this kind of attack. Before she could react, the enemy suddenly gave up on using his swords and hit her chest with his head. The huge impact made her lose her balance, and her back hit the wooden board. Because of the broken ribs in her chest, her lungs were injured, and this made it difficult for her to breathe. Swoosh. The sword slashed at Soren's back from behind. Kidney strike. Vampiric touch. The swords in Soren's hands suddenly disappeared, and then he moved his legs half a step, got into a simple horse stance, and then punched the opponent near her kidney. The next moment, the female pirate with fiery red hair curled up like a shrimp. Her face turned red, and her eyes rolled up slightly. She looked like a dead fish with its eyes rolled up. Her whole body went limp. This heavy punch was only made by Soren. If it was the 1-inch punch of a monk, the opponent would have died in an instant. Continuous counterattack. The wound on Soren's chest gradually stopped bleeding. Although he did not have a weapon in his hand, he suddenly hit the opponent's abdomen with his elbow. and then twisted the opponent's hand with his backhand. With a crack, he twisted the opponent's arm without any mercy. He once again attacked with his elbow, interrupting the enemy's breathing. She did not even have time to breathe, and then he grabbed the other arm, twisted the joint, and directly dislocated the arm. Plop! The female pirate with fiery red hair in front of him fell to the ground. Her eyes were obviously a little white, and she had completely fainted. It seems that there's no harm in learning how to fight with bare hands. Soren directly picked up the female pirate in front of him with one hand, pinched her chin with his palm, and looked at her and murmured, "The close combat skills of a pugilist are really useful. It can actually force the enemy to have no time to attack. It seems that if I fight with a monk in the future, I should use a dagger to fight when the distance is too close. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous, and an inch longer, an inch more powerful. If a pugilist closed the distance to the elbow, which meant that after a close combat, a long weapon would be completely useless. This was because the first part of the weapon was still the elbow. In the face of a pugilist's joint strike skills and one-inch punch skills, the longer the weapon, the less opportunity to attack. It was better to use some short daggers and short swords. Soren just used the combat skills of a pugilist. He once took Vivian to meet a pugilist who was close to legendary. At that time, he gave Vivian a book of pugilist, but the little girl basically did not read it. Only Soren read a lot of it. The pugilist in this world was a profession that was as dangerous as the blade master. It was just that they were not very aggressive. Clang! Soren picked up the two swords on the ground with his feet. After picking them up and looking at them, he murmured, "It really is the Mandarin duck sword. It seems that people who use this kind of weapon are rare, right? Her identity seems to be not that simple." Mandarin duck sword. This was what Soren called it. In fact, the original name of this weapon was ring buckle sword. It was a relatively rare weapon that was more common outside of the eastern desert. This weapon had a special ring buckle on the hilt. The inner hilt of the two swords was specially made, and it was a relatively fierce weapon used in infantry battles. This weapon was separated into two long swords, and when combined, it was a heavy battle sword. It was a bit like the two-handed fighting style of the padao. In this world, there were two types of weapons. One was the straight blade, and the other was the curved blade. Therefore, many of the weapons had local names, and not many people deliberately named them. Therefore, the weapon she used was also a curved blade, which leaned towards a different kind of weapon. She doesn't look like a desert person. Soren looked at the female pirate in front of him, and pulled open her clothes to see if there were any tattoos. The Eastern pirates had a special symbol, and their combat style was completely different from the pirates of the West Coast. Along the desert all the way to the east, the closer they were to the east, the more sophisticated their combat skills were. It was the birthplace of the monks, and it belonged to a vast desert area. It seemed that there used to be a civilization, but it was destroyed in the hands of ancient evil creatures. The Eastern pirates were good at using curved blades, and many of them were experts in greater dual wielding. Among them, there were even monks who used a single sickle to fight. Forget it. Soren frowned and took a look. Then he cut down a section of the rope and tied the female pirate in front of him up like a fried dough twist. It was almost all over her body, and there was almost no empty space. He did not study much about the art of binding, but he was worried that the other party would escape, so he could only use the simplest and most violent method. This female pirate might be useful because Soren had a lot of plans in mind. The fog gradually became thicker. A figure of a vengeful spirit appeared, and then a ghost ship appeared nearby. At this time, only 10 minutes had passed, and there were no living people on the pirate ship in front of her. The Naga siren's eyes were full of disbelief. It seemed that it was difficult for her to believe that Soren had killed a ship of pirates in such a short time. Animated rope. A rope flew out from the ghost ship, then wrapped around the red-haired female pirate, and hung her on the mast of the ghost ship. These ropes were quite powerful. It required more than 18 points of strength to break free, so if there were no weapons to cut the ropes, ordinary pirates could directly be strangled and hung on these ropes. These ropes were part of the animated ghost ship. They were like tentacles, and their flexibility and strength were quite amazing. They were a trump card against low-level enemies. I got more than 10,000 slaughter EXP. Soren looked at his data page, and a smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, killing people is the fastest way to accumulate slaughter EXP. In less than 20 minutes, I have earned more than 10,000 slaughter EXP. If I encounter some more pirate ships on the way, maybe I can increase my wizard level again. There were many humanoid creatures. There were nearly 30 or 40 pirates on the ship, and each of them gave at least 200 or 300 slaughter EXP. Soren easily got more than 12,000 slaughter EXP. This deal was worth it. Chapter 202. Soren began to clean up the spoils of war. There were not many valuable things on these pirates because rare-grade equipment was too rare, and there seemed to be no spoils of war. However, there were a lot of barrels and goods on the pirate ship. If these goods could be sold, they should be worth thousands of Kindler coins. But Soren had no time to sell the goods now. He just collected a little Kindler and silver dirhams, and found a box of jewelry in the captain's room. It seemed that these pirates had not done any big business recently, or they had hidden their wealth somewhere. Pirates like to hide things. If they did a big business, pirates like to fill the box with treasure, and find an island to dig a hole to bury it. Gold was an extremely stable metal. It could be buried for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. If he did not tell others, or if he accidentally died and did not have time to tell others, the wealth would be left in place for others to find. In the past, many people accidentally found the treasure buried by pirates, but it seemed that no one found any great wealth. The harvest looks ordinary. Soren looked at the pirate ship in front of him. He was not in the mood to take it back now. The ship was actually very valuable. It was impossible to take it away, and he did not know if it would benefit others. It would be a pity to sink it. Soren did not know what to do with it for a while. He could only put away the anchor and let the ghost drag it to a position close to the shallow sea, and then stranded it on the beach of the island. Now he could only leave it here first. When he needed it in the future, he would come back to see if it had been taken away. According to the market value of this pirate ship, it was worth at least 5,000 or 6,000 Kindler coins. On the ghost ship, Soren treated the wound on his chest. If there was no stone skin, it would have been a bit fatal. Vampiric touch almost healed his injuries, but he still needed to bandage them. Soren looked up at the sky and then ordered the ghost ship to move forward. The Naga Siren priest gave him the agreed location, about a day's sailing route, where the Naga Siren tribe would meet him. He was sure that the fleet of the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce was near that sea. Put her down. Soren walked to the mast and lowered the rope, placing the red-haired pirate on the deck. The ship was alive. Although it couldn't speak, it could understand simple orders just like some low-level undead. Soren reached out and lifted the female pirate in front of him. Her face was very pale, but her appearance was quite beautiful and full of a wild aura. It seemed like she was a person who often gave orders. Although Soren's attacks were fierce, they were not fatal. Most of the woman's body was covered with bruises. High-grade professionals had strong vitality, so they would not die so easily. He had no interest in healing the man, so he picked him up and threw him into the sea. Plop! The red-haired pirate fell into the sea, but the rope was still on her, and she was dragged forward in the sea. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of violent coughs, the unconscious female pirate finally woke up. Soren nodded with satisfaction. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rope pulled her up again, and hung her on the mast. There was a trace of blood on her chest, and the broken ribs made her injury even more serious. She looked very weak, as if she could die at any time. However, after she woke up, her eyes were very fierce. She stared at Soren and said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. You lackey of the sea wolf. I won't tell you my father's secret." Sure enough, Soren's mouth showed a smile, and he seemed to be satisfied with his judgment. A female pirate captain with such eye-catching fiery red hair, using a special weapon, and seemed to have the strength of grade 4. Such a woman must have secrets. If her identity was not enough, even if she had the strength of grade 4, it would be difficult to suppress so many pirates. Pirates were notorious for being unruly. They were wretched bones that yielded to force but not persuasion. To make them listen to orders, one needed to have a solid foundation. It seemed that her father was a pirate, and he was a pirate with a little bit of skill. Actually, I wanted to kill you at first. Soren shrugged calmly, then snapped his fingers and put her down. He said playfully, "But it's a pity to kill you like this. Maybe a woman like you is useful to me. I think you should look around now, and then think about whether I have anything to do with the sea-wolf." Around? The female pirate with fiery red hair looked up and glanced around. Suddenly, her whole body trembled because she was surrounded by floating wraiths, and the ugly undead covered in seaweed. The broken hull, the black sails, and the ferocious undead. Everything in front of her made her feel a trace of fear. She said in a trembling voice, "Ghost. Ghost ship." Yes. Ghost ship. It was also a taboo among pirates. Because it was a curse of death, the undead belonged to supernatural life, and it was not something that could be seen everywhere. There were not many people on the south coast who had encountered the ghost ship, but its terrible legend had been spread among the pirates for a long time. If there was something that made them afraid, it was undoubtedly one of them. Because in the legend of the pirates, the ghost ship was full of imprisoned undead. They were bound to the ghost ship, and their souls could never be free. In the end, they could only die with the ghost ship. This was not a joke. There were so many bound spirits on the ghost ship, and many of them were pirates who died on it. Soren's face showed a satisfied smile. He reached out and lifted the female pirate in front of him, showing his white teeth, and smiled, but in the eyes of the other party, he looked like a devil. He said in a low voice, "I don't know who the sea-wolf you're talking about is. But with such a name and a character I've never heard of, he should be an ordinary pirate leader, right? Your father's secret may not be of much value to me. What I'm interested in now is whether you're valuable to me. If you're valuable, I'll let you go. If you're not, I'll kill you. This ship just happens to lack an undead vice-captain." The female pirate shuddered, and her teeth trembled slightly. She looked at the ugly undead around her and murmured, "No. I don't want to become something like that." "What do you want?" Soren nodded with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers and loosened the rope. He smiled and said, "Very good. It seems that you're going to talk to me about your value? If your value alive is higher than your value dead, then congratulations. I won't kill you." Soren waved his hand to make the undead around him retreat, and then carried the female pirate to the captain's room. As he walked, he took out a bottle of healing potion and violently poured it into her mouth. Bang! Soren kicked open the door of the captain's room, and then threw her on the ship, which was full of disgusting seaweed. He looked at her indifferently, and seemed to notice the undead outside. He then said, "Tell me about you. You can try to lie, but if you let me feel that you're lying, I'll cut off one of your fingers. I'm a very principled person. As long as you lie to me, then you're not lying. But if you can't lie to me, sorry, I'll give you a little punishment." Having said that, Soren pulled out a dagger and made a cut on her finger. The red-haired female pirate swallowed hard. The man in front of her gave her a lot of pressure. She didn't even know if the other party was still alive. Although the other party's smile was natural, it was because it was natural that made people feel scared. This was a terrible existence who was used to killing. His breath made her feel familiar. Only those pirates who really walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could give her such a big pressure. Even her father didn't have such a strong murderous aura. The man in front of her had probably killed hundreds of people. Fear. She couldn't help but tremble. She looked at the captain's room that was full of the smell of blood and corruption, and said with difficulty, "My name is Adele Isabel, the daughter of the pirate leader of Shipwreck Bay, Killer Whale." "Wait a minute." Soren suddenly interrupted the other party. He reached out and lifted the other party's chin, looked at the pupils of the woman in front of him, then frowned slightly and said, "Isabel? This seems to be the surname of the nobles in the Western Kingdom. Do you have royal blood? Is this your father's surname? Or your mother's surname?" The Western Kingdom. It was a more chaotic country. It was a place where taboos, chaos, relationships, heresy, depraved emotions, and desires were common. Because this land was ruled by a family of sorcerers for generations. In order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, the marriage of the nobles in the kingdom was relatively chaotic. Isabel was the queen's surname, which had been passed down for hundreds of years. After the division of the unified Western Kingdom, this surname was inherited by the nobles. Generally, only the direct bloodline was allowed to use this surname. Mothers. The red-haired female pirate looked down at the deck of the ship and said in a low voice, "My mother was a noble lady of a duchy on the west coast. She married a viscount, but she met my father when she was out at sea. He killed her husband and all her attendants, and then took her as his wife. I inherited my mother's surname, which was also what my father wanted. He didn't want me to continue to be a pirate." Soren showed a playful expression at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to think of something, smiled and shook his head, and said, "Then your father was killed by that sea wolf? Then you became a pirate captain? For revenge? Or are you not satisfied with a dull life?" The woman in front of him was silent. Chapter 203. You guys are awesome. You can find the model of the female pirate as soon as you finished writing. Except for the wrong hair color. It's really similar to my idea. She has a wild feeling with a bit of Amazon blood. And her breasts are also very big. Stupefied Buddha. The story was actually not that complicated. Adele's mother traveled with her husband shortly after her marriage, but they didn't expect to meet the pirate leader at that time, the killer whale. The pirates robbed their ship and killed the other people on the ship. Only her mother was left behind by the pirate leader because of her beauty, and then she was taken back to do some discordant things. This semi-imprisonment lasted until Adele was born, and for some reason, her mother died later. When she wasn't very old, she was still very young. What happened next was very simple. She was raised by the pirate leader Killer Whale. Because he had a daughter, the notorious pirate leader had the idea of retiring. Originally, he planned to leave a large inheritance to his daughter, and then find a place far away from the sea to live in seclusion, but he did not expect to be plotted against by his peers at this time. Adele was not a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. On the contrary, she inherited a quarter of the Amazon blood from her father, so she planned to take revenge. This woman recruited a lot of men, and used her father's reputation to win over a group of people. However, after all, a woman's strength and reputation were not enough. Although she had a ship and a group of men, she still could not beat the sea wolf, who plotted against her father. Just at this time, she heard the news about a merchant ship full of gold, silver and jewelry, so she made a very bold decision to try to rob the wealth. Although she knew it was dangerous, as long as she grabbed a ship, or even a little benefit, she could have enough wealth to recruit people. Because the wealth was too huge. But it seemed that her plan failed, because before she started, her men were killed by Soren, and she became Soren's captive. These trash want to rob the Chamber of Commerce of the betrayal. The corners of Soren's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a hint of mockery, "I really don't know if you're smart or stupid, or if you're just like in the stories." Adele's pale face flushed red, revealing a trace of anger. It was as if Soren's words had stimulated her soul, making her feel that her decision was so stupid. At the same time, she also found that the clothes in front of her chest had been torn a little. Because of the rope tied to her body, the bulge in front of her chest became even more obvious. It was a curve that made her feel ashamed. However, the way Soren tied her up was simple and rough. Even if she wanted to move, she couldn't. "Looks like it's not worth keeping you alive." Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. The dagger in his hand turned into a blur. Omnipotent hands had greatly increased the agility of his fingers. His opponent couldn't even see the outline of the dagger clearly. He squatted in front of the female pirate, looked into her eyes and said in a low voice, "Apart from the wealth left behind by your dead father, it seems like you don't have anything valuable on you. You saw it too. My goal is also the group of betrayers' caravans. If I get the wealth of those betrayers, the things left behind by your father are nothing. Do you think I should let you live? After all, I don't like to let an enemy go. Maybe I should turn you into an undead. That way, you'll be of some use." Adele's face was obviously much paler. She struggled for a while, and said with a look of despair, I can be loyal to you. I can also serve you. My father left behind a lot of things, and among them is a secret treasure map. It's said that it can lead to a mysterious place. Treasure map? Soren showed a look of interest. He looked at her and said, I don't believe in loyalty. Your loyalty is cheap to me. Maybe you're a good pirate on the south coast, but in the whole world, you're just an ant. As for serving me, I have to admit that your body is very attractive, but I learned a lesson in the Underdark. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, especially if she may be your enemy. But, just as Adele's mood was getting lower and lower, and her expression became more and more desperate, Soren suddenly waved his dagger. His target was not her throat, but the rope on her body. Soren cut the rope on her body, looked into her eyes and said, I feel that you're somewhat useful to me, and I just happen to need a helper like you. I don't care if you betray me, but you have to think about the price of betraying me. I don't want to skin such a beautiful woman with my own hands. I'll give you the respect you deserve, but I hope you're worthy of my respect. Soren took a step back and watched her reaction. The female pirate's gorgeous face was obviously startled, but there was no excessive reaction. Instead, she said with a complicated expression, What do you want? Oh. There's a lot I want. Soren's heart also relaxed a little, but he was ready to fight at any time. He said in a deep voice, Your existence is useful to me, but your value is still too small. I'll help you take revenge, help you kill Seawolf, and become the biggest pirate leader in Shipwreck Bay. When you have enough value, I'll tell you what I want. Don't try to do something stupid. You should know that I didn't do my best at the beginning. I don't want to regret my decision to let you go. Soren lifted his foot and kicked a chair over. At the same time, he leaned against the door, thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Since you've inherited your mother's name, you should know where your mother and her husband's territory is, right? Don't tell me you don't know this. I don't believe that your father didn't have the idea of inheriting the territory. Your father killed a noble, but he lived for so long. Presumably he did a good job at that time, right? All the related people were killed. Am I right? Adele's expression was very complicated. It seemed that she couldn't keep up with Soren's thoughts, but she still hesitated for a moment and said, Yes. My mother and her husband's territory is in the western county, near the Grizzly Hills. My father did have the intention of letting me inherit the territory. After all, my blood may be able to hide from a priest's spell detection. But that territory has been inherited by another person. He should be my cousin. My father had the idea of letting me replace him to inherit the territory, but he encountered an accident before he could do anything. Soren nodded and said, Very good. I see the brilliance of a pirate in you. I like to deal with people like you because you're not pedantic at all. Congratulations. Your value to me has increased a lot. Maybe I can help you get what you want. A woman doesn't need to be a pirate to take revenge. If she has enough money, I believe that there are many ways to try to assassinate the target. You also desire an extraordinary life in your heart, right? Soren approached her, and his breath was close. He looked into her eyes and said slowly, This is the nature of an Amazon woman. You have the natural wildness of an Amazon woman. She was not willing to be under a man. Amazon women were so troublesome. They liked to compete with men. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful and had the characteristics of a Western aristocrat, such as snow-white skin and a tall nose, she also had the obvious characteristics of an Amazon woman, especially her pupils. That kind of hidden wildness. Such a woman would definitely not desire to live a life of being a housewife. Even the life of a noblewoman could not satisfy her. The natural courage of Amazon women meant that this group of women was destined to have a warlike gene in their bones. The fact that she could reach the 4th grade of strength was probably related to the bloodline of an Amazon woman. The combative nature of the Amazon women made it easier for them to become professionals. The probability of this was higher than that of men in other places. Although the population of the Amazon race was not large, the number of low-grade professionals accounted for a considerable proportion. These women could become qualified warriors with a little training. And sometimes they could even do better than that. Soren seemed to be thinking. After thinking for a moment, he looked at her and said, I will put you down on the island near the strait and leave you enough food. This battle caused by the wealth of the betrayer is not something you can go to with your strength. If you go there, you will just be one more person who will die. You can heal there and I will pick you up when I come back. Of course. You can also try to escape. For me, this is just one less chess piece, but for you, you will lose an important opportunity. During this period of time, you can also think about how far you can go without my help. I don't like to force women. Soren turned and walked out of the captain's room, leaving the female pirate with a complicated expression on her face. Yes. Soren did not care very much. Not killing her would only cost him a few thousand slaughter EXP. If he let her go, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But if she could really be his helper, then Soren's future plans would undoubtedly be much easier. There were still many things he wanted. It was not enough to deal with the Avatar crisis by himself. Even if he could enter the realm of legends, the woman in front of him was still very valuable. He hoped that his decision could get the results he wanted. If he failed, that would not be too much of a problem because the core of everything was still in the outer islands. Chapter 204. Amidst the sea breeze. Soren looked at the female pirate who gradually swam to the shore, and then ordered the ghost ship to leave. As for whether the target would wait for him here, Soren was actually only 50% sure. In the beginning of the conversation, he had already added psychological hints to match the fear gaze, and deliberately created an oppressive atmosphere. If this did not achieve the desired effect, it could only be said that he was not capable enough in this aspect. After all, he was not very good at everything. The ghost ship began to speed up, and the fog moved with the broken hull. Soren gradually approached the area of the deep sea. When the sea and sky in front of him became more and more open, and the sea gradually turned from blue to dark blue, he already knew that he had arrived at the territory of the Nagas. The Nagas were not the rulers of the sea. There were many dangerous creatures in the sea of this world. Even the sharkmen and the Naga sirens could only occupy a part of the territory. There were many sea monsters, especially in the abyss area, near the sunken continental shelf, where the Naga sirens did not dare to easily set foot, because there was very strong energy radiation there. This was a disaster left over from the Arcane Empire. Even after thousands of years, it had not changed. The central area of the sea was a dangerous area. The octopus there could grow to the size of the Squid King, which could reach a length of about 14 meters. It was possible to overturn a ship directly. Occasionally, there were giant monsters that could prey on whales. Therefore, the transoceanic continent trade had always been in a cold storage period. Although some people had explored the continental shelf in the transoceanic area, it was only limited to the communication between spellcasters. Ordinary people could not pass through, and they could not bypass that dangerous area. The continental shelf plate would move slightly. The Soros Islands were also part of the continental shelf. Soren was now in the area of the deep sea canyon. Below was an abyss tens of thousands of meters deep. He did not know what was in it. Anyway, the Naga sirens lived near this sea area. Rumble. There was a slight vibration at the bottom of the sea, and then a strange warship that looked like an elven ship emerged. It was a long and narrow boat. Its front end was very sharp, and there was a sculpture of a Naga siren at the back. There were many Naga sirens on the boat, and one of them was someone Soren had seen before. The figure of the Naga siren priest was also among them. Unlike the past, she was wearing blue armor, and her 4 arms were holding a long sword, a mace, a staff, and a shield at the same time. Although she didn't have the casting ability of a legendary priest, her own creature level and priest level were definitely at the legendary level. Her priest level should be around 18. She was equipped with heavy armor and a shield. If Soren didn't know her identity, he would have mistaken her for a warrior. Priests in this world were difficult to deal with. They did not have as many restrictions as wizards. Wearing full body armor would not affect the casting of divine spells. High-grade priests could wear heavy warrior equipment and cast spells as they fought. From time to time, They could even cast a divine blessing on themselves. After entering the legendary realm, they could even summon an oracle from another world. Sometimes you would feel helpless against such an existence. Fortunately, divine spells were the weakened version of spells. Priests were strong in overall ability, but they were not particularly outstanding. Moreover, it was almost impossible for priests to have the opportunity to become a god. At most, they could reach the level of the chosen saint. Follow. Soren ordered the ghost ship to follow. The Naga sirens seemed to be using alchemy warships. Although alchemy was listed as a taboo in many places, the Naga sirens did not have so many concerns. Warships were the main tool of the Naga sirens. They could not domesticate sharks, whales, and other sea creatures like the sharkmen. So using a warship was definitely faster than swimming. A day passed quickly. The next day, when Soren finished memorizing the spells, they met another helper. It was the sharkmen riding huge tiger sharks. They were the most loyal servants of the sea goddess. Unfortunately, these guys had low intelligence, and there were very few priests and spellcasters. Under the blue sky, a wave appeared on the sea, and then more than 10 tiger sharks appeared in front of them. In front of Soren were the sharkmen wearing armors that looked like woven seaweed. They almost only had the outline of a humanoid creature. Their thick arms held tridents. After approaching the warship, they roared loudly, and then the tiger sharks began to surround them. At the same time, a sharkman drove the tiger shark close to the Naga siren priest. The sharkman said something in a language that Soren could not understand at all. Damn the language of the sea. Sure enough, no matter how much one learned, one would never complain about learning too many languages. The Naga siren priest's expression became serious. After listening to the sharkman's words, she immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead. Our prey has appeared. There are other hunters." The ghost ship began to speed up. Soren did not know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the sea shake. No. It should not be said that it was the sea. It should be said that the whole sea seemed to shake. It was as if an invisible vibration spread on the bottom of the sea, and then caused a ripple to spread on the surface of the sea. The Naga siren priest also seemed to feel something. Her expression quickly became serious. She picked up a conch-like object and prayed in a low voice in a strange language. This voice was like a wave, spreading towards the sea with a strange sound wave, and then transmitted to a distant place. Gosaru, Gosar, Gosaru. There were Naga siren warriors roaring in front of them, as if they were shouting the name of some creature. Unfortunately, Soren could not understand at all. However, he now had a very clear feeling that this battle was not going to be simple. Basically, he was sure that it was above legendary. Time passed little by little. Wooden barrels and broken pieces of wood could gradually be seen on the sea. At the same time, there were traces of fire. It seemed that there had been a battle here before. The smell of blood attracted sharks and other marine carnivores. The sharkmen drove the tiger sharks to howl excitedly, and then with some casting movements, some of the sharks began to move with them. This was charm sea creatures, a spell similar to charm animals, which belonged to the sharkmen's natural spell-like ability. Corpses began to appear in front of them. Soren saw a white bone flag floating on the sea, which made his expression a little ugly. He murmured, "The flag of the pirate king?" This was a war flag, or a war flag that had undergone a blood sacrifice. There had been a battle in the nearby sea area. They were still a lot late, but they did not know if the betrayer's fleet had been taken down. Soren did not care much about the wealth, because he could not get much even if he robbed them. But he had to come. Otherwise he might be cursed by the sea goddess. Although the gods had fallen into a deep sleep and lost contact, they were not completely unconscious. For such an important thing, the sea goddess would definitely pay attention to it. Buzz. The vibration of the bottom of the sea seemed to appear again. The fish around seemed to be frightened and fled desperately into the distance. Even the sharks began to become uneasy. An isolated island appeared in the distance. It looked like a cliff that suddenly protruded from the bottom of the sea. It looked very strange from this position, and it made people feel inexplicably uneasy. In front of them was the outermost part of the Soros Islands. There were many strange islands scattered in this sea area. These islands were the products of the War of the Arcane Empire. They were a bit like mountains that had been destroyed. Roar. A dull roar suddenly came from afar. Then a huge black shadow rose into the air. It elegantly spread its dragon wings, circled from the sea, and rushed directly to a height of hundreds of meters. Then the black figure swooped down from the sky. There was a dull sound of gunfire behind the island in front of them, and then a dragon's breath swept down from the sky, turning into a flame pillar that was 20 or 30 meters long and covering the sea. Black Dragon. Soren silently clenched his curved sword and turned to look at the Naga Siren priest. He guessed right, the dragon could not resist the temptation of this amazing wealth. Rumble. A huge sound came from the front. Soren vaguely seemed to see a woman in a white dress. Maybe it was not a white dress, but it looked a bit like a wedding dress. The reason why it was so eye-catching was because of a pair of huge dark red dragon wings behind the woman, so it was very visual. What was even more incredible was that she was actually fighting the black dragon head-on. And it was a hand-to-hand fight. What spellcaster in this world could fight a dragon head-on? There was no doubt. There was only one kind of existence that could do this, and that was the dragon disciple. In front of him was a legendary dragon disciple. She had completed the transformation of a half-dragon, so a pair of dragon wings could be formed on her back. A legendary spellcaster with the power of a half-dragon. The woman in front of him should be the legendary Duchess. He did not expect her to have the blood of a red dragon. The bottom of the sea seemed to shake again. Forward. Sink. Soren and the Naga Siren priest gave two completely different orders. The Naga Siren warship began to accelerate suddenly. The Naga Siren priest's hands quickly cast spells. As she chanted, an elemental ripple appeared on the sea, and then a quasi-legendary giant water elemental appeared. The elemental creature stood on the sea and began to move with the warship in front of it. However, the ghost ship under Soren's control began to descend. In the seawater that came from all directions, the undead on the ghost ship were also ready to fight. It seemed that they were not early nor late. Chapter 205. The ghost ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Soren activated the special emblem on his body and solidified his ability to breathe underwater. The drowned stood on the deck with his weapon, surrounded by wraiths. The ghost ship slowly approached from the bottom of the sea. The Naga warships in front had begun to join the battle. Many of the Naga warriors jumped into the water and swam toward the warships in front of them. There were many ships in the battle. In addition to the warships of the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce, there seemed to be other pirate forces. Summon thunder. There seemed to be a dull sound of thunder on the sea, and then dark clouds gradually covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was dark all around. Bolts of lightning danced like electric snakes. Even Soren, who was sneaking under the sea, could feel the violent thunder and lightning. This was not a simple spell, but the thunder and lightning summoned by the Storm Lord's priest. This was a spell that was close to the 9th tier. It covered an area of more than 10 kilometers, and almost covered the entire sea. Is this the Storm Lord? Or the Storm Priest? Soren felt a small current on the bottom of the sea. It was a bit like an electrostatic field, but the range was larger than what he had seen before. There should be a strong person above the legendary level. Heavy rain soon fell from the sky, and a terrible storm seemed to be brewing. The spellcaster forcibly changed the nearby climate and turned this place into the eye of the storm. Huge waves were set off on the sea, and the hovering black dragon seemed to be a little unstable. Soren was a little better at the bottom of the sea, but he could see that the hull on the sea was shaking violently. Storm lightning. Crackling lightning bolts fell one after another, and then some charred corpses could be seen falling into the sea. Among them were the Naga guards who were killed by lightning, and the sharkmen who rode on the tiger sharks. Soren could not help but feel lucky that he had just made the decision. If he rushed up recklessly, he might have been struck by lightning. The situation on the battlefield seemed a bit strange. No one on the warship that summoned the storm seemed to attack the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that they had reached some kind of agreement. These people who looked like pirates and storm priests actually helped them resist the attacks of the Black Dragon and others. Could it be that the Chamber of Commerce has promised some benefits? Soren's expression did not look good. He ordered the Spectre ship to approach from the bottom of the sea. His life was the most important thing in this battle, and he did not want to die in a place like this. There seemed to be several figures flying across the surface of the sea. They were female Amazonian warriors wearing leather armor and holding spears. They were the main force of the Amazons. These women could be seen running on the surface of the sea under the blessing of some storm-like spells. At the same time, they held their spears and rushed towards the enemies in front of them. What a powerful battle strength! Soren closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He murmured, "There are at least 30 or more advanced professionals and more than 5 legendaries. Let them fight for a while." Looking at the battle on the surface of the sea from the bottom of the sea was very awkward. Even if Soren had dark vision, what he saw was completely distorted. The black dragon in the sky seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It could not help but roar angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The HP of an adult dragon could reach more than 500 points. Many times, it seemed that they were seriously injured, but in fact, it was just a minor injury. The regeneration ability of the dragon was not just for show. Dragon Wing Strike. The move that Soren was most afraid of seemed to be used by the black dragon. For a moment, the wind on the surface of the sea was fierce and angry. Under the terrible power, 3 warships were directly overturned. On the spot, they were upside down. Many figures could be seen falling into the sea. This made Soren's eyes light up. As if he had thought of something, he ordered, "Those who are not drowning, go up. Sink all those warships for me. Mother Fasterus Kerr. I can't beat you on the surface, so I'll get you all down for me." Soren did not believe that those professionals who fell into the sea would be much stronger than him. After all, he had the underwater breathing emblem. The figure of the undead began to move. The ghost ship gradually rose a little. There were many pirates and guards on the surface of the water. Just now, the black dragon was furious and overturned several warships. Dozens of enemies fell into the sea at once. Soren already had a plan in mind. He immediately let the ghost ship rise. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword and said in a deep voice, "Activate the ropes." Swoosh! The ropes on the ghost ship flew out. Don't underestimate this ghost ship. It was also a quasi-legendary level living creature. The ropes on the ghost ship were very long. After Soren gave the order, they immediately flew out. These ropes could fly out dozens of meters, or even hundreds of meters. They looked like living tentacles. Under Soren's order, the ropes quickly wrapped around some of the enemies that fell into the sea. Then, they tightly wrapped around them and slowly dragged them into the sea. Then 5 or 6 pirates were slowly dragged over. Even if someone used a sword to cut them, they could not break these tough ropes in a short time. Is this considered catching people's heads? Soren was unexpectedly in a good mood. He pulled out his curved sword and walked over. After the ropes dragged the enemies over, he directly killed those who were entangled with the ropes. Many of the pirates were close to the 3rd grade. Although they were around level 10, they could not fight at all in the sea, because of the ropes. Soren was now like collecting heads. He quickly killed more than 10 enemies and received nearly 10,000 slaughter EXP. More and more people fell into the sea. It seemed that the pirate kings near the Soros Islands had also joined the battle. The battle on the surface of the water was already very intense. The rumbling of thunder, the roars of black dragons, the crackling of lightning spears, countless high-level spells, and many elementals were summoned. Soren could not see clearly what was happening on the surface of the water, but his business underwater was not bad. So many pirates fell into the sea, and he easily killed a large number of them. With the quasi-legendary level ghost ship as his backup, he was quite relaxed under the sea. Blood gradually spread. Faintly, the sea seemed to shake again. This time, Soren felt it very clearly because he was in the sea. He could be sure that some kind of power was spreading out. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in front of Soren's eyes. No. It was not the golden light, but the golden sand that fell from the sky into the sea. The battle on the surface of the sea was extremely intense. The others could no longer completely protect the 5 cargo ships that were filled with gold, silver, and jewels. One of the ships was hit and exploded. Broken pieces of wood flew in all directions, and gold and jewels were scattered all over the sky. One of the heavy and huge boxes was blown away. In the overwhelming wind, more than 300 kilograms of golden sand was swept away. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the golden sand emitted a dazzling light. Then, like a golden curtain falling from the sky, it all fell into the sea. Pieces of golden sand scattered in the sea, under various strange lights, and gradually spreading in the blood. It emitted a dazzling and demonic light. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A series of curses were heard. The black dragon's pupils suddenly became much redder. It roared and spat out a dragon's breath again. More than half a ton of gold had been scattered in the battle just now. Many tiny grains of gold and small pieces of gold had all fallen into the sea. There was a turbulent undercurrent in the sea, and in the blink of an eye, a lot of gold had been washed away. Those grains of gold had fallen into the sea, and in the end, it would be very difficult for anyone to obtain them. Gurgle. One after another, other gold, silver, and jewelry fell into the sea. In the middle of the sunken cargo ship, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. It was a throne that weighed more than half a ton, and was completely made of gold. This heavy throne was inlaid with all kinds of jewelry. Just a glance at it was enough to show how amazing its value was. It seemed that a guy who valued money more than life desperately grabbed it, but the huge weight dragged him directly to the bottom of the sea. The heavy golden throne made Soren's eyes blur for a moment, but he soon woke up and quickly ordered the ghost ship to move elsewhere. Sure enough, a huge black shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky. The black dragon gave up the enemy in front of it and rushed down from the sky. It stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed the golden throne. The weight of half a ton was still bearable for the dragon. It flapped its wings and flew up again. "It's mine!" The black dragon opened its mouth and let out a dull roar. "Osax can give up the other treasures, but this treasure must be mine. Osakos will not return empty-handed. Give it to me, and Osakos will give up the other treasures." It seemed that it was also injured. Otherwise, with the black dragon's greed, it would not be satisfied with just one treasure. Because of its words, the others obviously slowed down their attacks a little. It seemed that some people hoped that it would leave after taking such a treasure. After all, this was only one of the ships. In the center of everyone's fight, there were 4 such cargo ships, almost each of which was filled with more than several tons of gold, silver, and jewelry. The golden sand that had just been scattered had already made many people jealous. If they didn't have any scruples in the end, who knew how many treasures would have sunk into the sea? Those large treasures were still fine, but the rest would be washed away by the seawater to who knew where. Gold and silver jewelry, gold and silver utensils, gold sculptures, jewelry, and jadeite. A large tribe, from the leader of the nobles to the civilian merchants, had all been massacred by the treacherous Chamber of Commerce. This amazing wealth was only the tip of the iceberg. The black dragon seemed to really only intend to take this one. But reality ruthlessly dragged it into the sea. A huge tentacle suddenly stretched out from the dark bottom of the sea, and then wrapped around the black dragon's body and dragged it directly into the depths of the sea. It's all mine." A strange and dull voice sounded, mixed with a little bit of demon language syllables. There were very few people present who could recognize these syllables, and even Soren only felt that the pronunciation was a little strange. The huge tentacle had an incredible and terrifying power. Even an adult black dragon could not break free from its shackles. Just like that, it was directly dragged into the sea with the golden throne, and gradually sank at a very fast speed. The battlefield was dead silent. It seemed that this power had shocked many people, and even the legends present temporarily stopped attacking. Tentacles with suction cups suddenly stretched out from the darkest depths of the sea. Vaguely, one could see an incomparably huge shadow appearing near the battlefield. It was a very terrifying, oppressive force. The powerful professionals present who could resist the dragon's aura felt incomparable fear under this oppressive force. Soren seemed to have thought of something. His face was slightly pale, and he almost squeezed out a bitter smile with difficulty, murmuring, What a crow's mouth. It's really happening. This monster has really appeared. Ghost ship, turn around. Quickly turn around. Leave here. Leave here quickly. A terrifying shadow appeared. It approached them from the deepest bottom of the sea, and hundreds of tentacles covered the battlefield. Chapter 206. It finally appeared. Some old memories appeared in Soren's mind, not only about the deep-sea monster in front of him, but also some memories about the bottomless abyss. Dagon, the king of the deep sea, the demon of the abyss, the ancient demon lord, the lord of the 89th floor of the abyss, shadow deep sea, one of the few ancient demon lords in the entire multiverse. It was the lord of the ocean's shadow, the sea and sea monsters. As one of the most powerful demon lords, Dagon lived in a trench called Ishur, in the Sea of the Abyss. It looked like a hybrid of fish, mollusks and eels. It had a large number of very powerful tentacles on its body. Its emblem was a big mouth full of sharp teeth wrapped by 6 spiral-shaped tentacles. For a long time, the children of Dagon were like the sinister devilfish and the terrifying deep ones. They often dived into the sea of the main material world, under its instructions to be its priests. In the mortal world, Dagon's cult was popular in the coastal areas. Its human followers or swamp giants, tidal giants, etc., mated with half-fish creatures, and at the cost of tainting their bloodline, the demon lord gave them great power, rich fishing and strange treasures. The black shadow in front of him was the son of Dagon. Son of Dagon, greater demon, demon god's heir, giant otherworld creature. Basic health, 25. Race, deep-sea demon. Attributes, strength 35, dexterity 12, constitution 32, intelligence 18, wisdom 20, charm 12. Alignment, chaotic evil. Level, deep-sea demon level 20, demon god's priest level 10, demon god's heir. HP, 600 plus 600 plus. Ability, unknown, divinity, none, divinity, lesser divinity, others. A series of data appeared in Soren's mind. In the past, this monster was notorious in the ocean. It had been sealed by the incarnation of the goddess of the ocean several times, but it still managed to escape successfully. It wreaked havoc on the west coast and the south coast for a long time, and almost no one could kill it. It was not until the Avatar crisis that its traces gradually disappeared. Some said that it had died in the hands of the goddess of the ocean. Some said that it had died in the hands of the Storm Lord. And some said that it had returned to the abyss. Anyway, no one was sure of the final result. Soren began to retreat with all his might. The son of Dagon in front of him was a demigod species. It was much stronger than the demigod vampire. Even if the demigod vampire had the form of a god, it would still be defeated in the sea. Soren would be affected by the deep-sea domain even if he were to get close to it, let alone exchange blows with it. He did not even have the ability to make a move. It could be said that everyone present was no match for the son of Dagon. At most, they could only fight with its tentacles. However, these tentacles were only a part of its huge body. Its true killing move was not these tentacles. Roar! A painful howl came from the bottom of the sea, and then a black shadow rushed out. The black dragon was not dragged into the mouth of the son of Dagon, but escaped at some cost. Anyway, when it rushed out of the sea, it was very embarrassed. Its whole body was covered in blood, and there were very obvious traces of corrosion on its solid dragon scales. The blood of the son of Dagon was very toxic and corrosive. As long as an ordinary weapon was cut on its body and stained with its blood, it would immediately corrode quickly. The black dragon almost did not dare to look back. It did not look like a legendary dragon at all. It looked more like a stray dog. The other legendary professions present looked terrible. The Naga Siren priest, who was fully armored, also looked terrible. Because it had been sealed by the incarnation of the goddess of the ocean, it was obvious that some of its tentacles had begun to attack them, and the other tentacles had wrapped around the central cargo ship. Between the amazing wealth and the threat of life, the other legendary professions gave up fighting. They did not choose to deal with this monster together, but seized the time to grab as much as possible. Although the son of Dagon was very powerful, but they did not even have the ability to escape. The Duchess flapped the huge red dragon wings behind her and rushed into one of the cargo ships, ready to take away as much treasure as possible. She was only a legendary sorcerer, not a legendary wizard. Only high-grade wizards, profession level 25 and above, could have a half-plane, which was almost equivalent to the divine kingdom of a weak god. The effect of the spatial storage in this world was limited. At most, she could only take away a part of the wealth. Legendary professions naturally had higher-level storage items. Compared to Soren's poor 3-foot multidimensional bag, they could undoubtedly take away a lot of wealth. In almost a moment, the legendary professions who stopped fighting nearby took away wealth worth tens of thousands of Kindler coins. Even so, the remaining 4 cargo ships still had a huge amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. This time, the wealth brought back was more than 500,000 Kindler coins. Soren estimated that it was more than that. If the silverware, silver Kindler, and silver sculptures were included, these 5 cargo ships were filled with at least 700,000 to 800,000, or even 1,000,000 Kindler coins. Even if these legendary professions tried their best, they could only take away about 300,000 to 400,000 Kindler coins. These riches all had weight. In this world, it was impossible to have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Kindler coins. 20 to 30,000 Kindler coins weighed nearly half a ton. The carrying capacity of the legendary professions was not that high, and the effect of the spatial storage items was limited. Even if all the wealth was smelted into gold and silver bars, it would still be a large volume, not to mention that most of them were all kinds of gold and silver. Creak. Rumble. The nearby ships were dragged to the bottom of the sea, and the huge tentacles destroyed many warships. Soren could see a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry scattered. Among them, a box full of Kindler coins was scattered. Thousands of Kindler coins floated in the sea and sank. There were also all kinds of jewelry, necklaces, and emerald jewelry. Gems the size of pebbles sank to the bottom of the sea, and even some gold and silver objects floated to where he was. These treasures would stay at the bottom of the sea nearby. If there were no accidents, the son of Dagon would stay here for a long time until all the treasures were transported back to its nest. Some people on the sea had begun to retreat. Although the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who was wearing a snow-white dress, took away more than 100,000 Kindler coins, she still looked at the bottom of the sea with hatred. She was the one who lost the most among all. The female Amazons leaped to the rear. Their results were slightly less, but they probably also got more than 100,000 Kindler coins. They had already prepared the most valuable and easiest to take away, and the rest were more of the large gold and silver objects that took up space. No one could take away the wealth of 5 large cargo ships in one breath. Even if they had the strength of a legendary level, they could only salvage a little of the loss. The situation of the Naga Siren priest on the sea was a bit worrying. At this time, no one would help her. The son of Dagon obviously hated the followers of the sea goddess more. But, suddenly, there seemed to be a low roar in the distance, followed by continuous low roars. The sound became more and more intense. Soren could see another huge shadow on the bottom of the sea, approaching this side at an amazing speed. Go Saro. Go Sar. Go Sar. Go. Sa. Lu. The surviving Naga warriors and sharkmen on the surface of the sea suddenly became excited. They roared as if they were calling a name. The Naga Siren priest's face was excited. She picked up a conch-like horn and blew it. Woo woo woo. The desolate sound of a horn reverberated on the surface of the sea. Then, a huge shadow emerged from the bottom of the sea. A huge head that looked like a dragon emerged, followed by a second huge head, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth head on the sea in the distance. A behemoth like a small island appeared. There were 7 heads on the surface of the sea, almost each of which was the size of a locomotive. There seemed to be 2 heads hidden in the sea. The huge body moved at high speed in the sea, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be pushing it forward. This was not the original ability of the creature, but more like a spell given to it by the gods. Around it were white waves, and huge sharks leaped out of the sea. The strong sharkmen held tridents and roared, following the island-like monster. Fight back. The Naga Siren priest showed a grim smile. raised the scepter representing the sea priest, and roared, "Keep them! There are sacrifices for the sea goddess." Rumble. The nearby sea water suddenly broke open, and then the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Soren, who had planned to run as far as he could, stood in front of the rudder. The expression on his face was very brave, and he shouted, "Fire! Hurry up and fire! Sink those guys' warships!" At an unknown moment, Soren raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then murmured, "Damn it! You should have said earlier that you have help. I knew you could summon this horrible thing. Do I still need to run so desperately? You scared me." Chapter 207. Soren was not afraid of death, but he would never throw his life away. If he had no confidence in winning the battle, he would only run as far as he could. If it was only a legendary opponent, he could still fight back after transforming into a slaughterer. But the son of Dagon in front of him was the descendant of the demon god. It belonged to the demigod level, and it was in the opponent's territory. In the home field of the ocean, a quasi-legendary level deep-sea behemoth could be treated as a legendary monster. Even the incarnation of the sea goddess couldn't kill it. Soren didn't believe that these people were stronger than the incarnation of the sea goddess. But what he didn't expect was that the sea priest could even summon a pure-blooded hydra. That thing was something incredible. The legend of the hydra was spread across the multiverse. It was a species that covered all planes. In the material plane, the abyss, the elemental realm, the Bator Inferno, and so on, the figures of these species and their descendants could be seen. Even in the legends of the Middle Earth, there were legends about the Hydra as early as the ancient times. But at that time, its name was Xianglu. Xianglu, a snake with 9 heads. It ate countless people. Wherever it went, it turned into a swamp. Xianglu's breath was poisonous. If one touched it, one would die. If one ate it, there was no cure. Xianglu's blood was highly poisonous. Not only did it poison all living things to death, but once it touched the ground it would pollute everything. In the end, Xianglu was killed by Yu the Great. According to the legends, Yu the Great built a high platform to suppress it. The polluted ground was split into 3 pools. The Hydra in the Western legends was no longer an example. The above words could actually be applied to the monster in front of him. The Hydra in this world was extremely poisonous. Their breath was a dragon's breath, and their blood was highly poisonous. If the 9 heads didn't die, they could grow back again. Wherever the Hydra wreaked havoc, it was easy to change the terrain into a swamp. At the same time, their blood would pollute the earth, making the land barren for a long time. A pure-blooded Hydra was even more difficult to deal with than a giant dragon. There were 3 major branches of the sea monsters. The first branch was the tentacle sea behemoth, which was the ancient demon Dagon of the abyss. It was the king of the sea monsters. The second branch was the multi-headed sea beasts. Their ruler was the mother of the Hydra, and the mother of the deep sea beasts, Hydra. The mother of Hydras was a special demigod. Although it didn't have a clear clergy, it was a servant of the goddess of ocean. However, its main body wasn't in the material plane, but in the goddess of ocean's divine kingdom. As for the third major branch, Soren still liked to call them the dinosaur series. This series of sea monsters was the most dangerous, and also the most powerful. Among them, the most representative was Godzilla. However, the natives of this world did not call it that. Godzilla was just a name that was spread among the players. The natives called this terrifying monster the Abomination. That was right. It was a living abomination. In a remote area outside the mainland, there was a god called the Father of Dinosaurs. He was a god with great divine power. He once had a conflict with the Storm Lord. He tried to create his own son of God. It was not a mortal bloodline like the son of Fear, but a son of God that was born from the combination of 2 gods. This kind of existence was born as a god. However, due to the restrictions of a certain law, it was very likely to die when it was born. If it died, then it would be the Abomination. This was the origin of the dinosaur series Deep Sea Beasts. Although Soren joined the battle head-on, he had no intention of getting close to the son of Dagon. He would never enter the battlefield of the demigod sea monster. In order to ensure that there was enough distance between them, Soren deliberately let the pirates in front of him escape a little further, and then began to attack. The arrival of the Hydra undoubtedly attracted the absolute attention of the son of Dagon. In the face of the same level of the deep-sea beasts, it gradually retracted all of its tentacles. The sharkmen scattered to both sides, and the tiger sharks swarmed over in a circle. The Naga Siren priest did not seem to want to stay in the center of the battlefield between the two sea beasts. Her original warship had been destroyed, and now she could only approach the ghost ship. Then she jumped onto the deck of the ship. Gosaru will deal with the son of Dagon. The Naga Siren priest took a deep look at Soren, and then said in a deep voice, "We must leave the others here. There is an important sacrifice for the sea goddess." If Soren had not mentioned this monster, she might not have summoned the Hydra. However, it seemed that Soren was right. The sharkmen were still very powerful in naval battles, but it was difficult for them to sink those warships. The undead on the ghost ship began to move, and the dark sails swelled. Soren had activated the ghost sails on the ship. The ghost ship began to accelerate, shooting out like a sharp arrow, and soon caught up with the storm pirates who wanted to retreat. On the other side, the deep-sea Hydra had already fought with the son of Dagon. Its 9 heads took turns to bite off the hundreds of tentacles that wrapped around it. The blood that was extremely poisonous to others seemed to be a delicacy to the deep-sea Hydra. Its 6 heads dealt with the tentacles on the surface of the sea, and the other 3 heads dove into the water to attack. Waves of huge waves began to spread. The battle between the two supergiant deep-sea monsters set off huge waves that were dozens of meters high. It was like a city wall that slammed in all directions. Soren's move to retreat was undoubtedly correct. Some of the sharkmen were swept up by the huge waves, and even the tiger sharks flew hundreds of meters into the air. Don't think that you'll be fine after falling into the water. When these sharkmen fell into the sea, they had to endure a very difficult constitution test. Otherwise, they would have fainted when they hit the sea. A huge black shadow collided head-on. Both deep-sea monsters entered the bottom of the sea, and a wave of blood spread out. There was the blood of the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra. Pieces of torn flesh spread in the sea, and huge waves surged in all directions. There were sharkmen and tiger sharks that were too close. Before they could escape, their bodies began to rot and be poisoned because of contact with the blood of the two deep-sea monsters. Soon there were a few unlucky guys who died in the spreading blood. If one's strength was not at a certain level, even getting close to their fighting range was suicide, and sometimes they would die without knowing why. Test of death by poison. Stop it. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be feeling something with her eyes closed. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and said in a sharp voice, "There. Fire. Sink it. Great whirlpool. Divine blessing." A burst of strange sea language sounded, and the Naga Siren priest quickly chanted a spell. Then the sea in front of her suddenly began to rotate, forming a rather huge whirlpool that shrouded the nearby ships. The suction of the whirlpool made the ships unable to leave. Obviously, several high-grade figures flew out of it, abandoned the ship that was gradually being sucked into the whirlpool, and retreated to another position. This whirlpool had a very strong suction force. Even the dead man's voice was sucked into it, and little by little, it approached the center of the whirlpool. Fire! Fire! Soren did not have much fear in his eyes. He just lowered his voice and attacked. This was obviously a special magic of the sea goddess. It was useless for other ships to sink to the bottom of the sea, but for the ghost ship, it could come up again. Boom! The cannons of the dead man's voice began to attack. The boomerang on the side of the hull broke the mast of the other ship, and the other shot made a big hole in the cabin. Then many pirates could be seen jumping off the ship. Because the hull gradually cracked, the speed of decomposition under the suction of the whirlpool was getting faster and faster. The chances of them dying on the ship were higher. Plop! The Naga Siren priest actually jumped into the bottom of the sea, as if there was something very important on the ship. Although Soren wanted to harvest the heads of the pirates, he was more curious about what the Naga Siren priest cared so much about. So he also quietly jumped into the sea. Anyway, the battle was almost over. Those who had the ability to escape such as the Storm Priest and the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, had already left. The spellcasters had already run away when the son of Dagon appeared. Now only some of the more bitter close combat professions were left. The battle to determine the ownership of the wealth was between the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra. They were now just bystanders. Soren was very calm. Since he came to this world, this was not the first time he had been a bystander. If his strength had not improved fast enough, he would not even be qualified to be a bystander. It was strange. The suction of the whirlpool on the surface of the sea was very strong, but the bottom of the sea was much calmer. It was just rotating at a relatively slow speed. Maybe it was because this was not a natural whirlpool, but a divine spell given by the sea goddess. Soren saw the figure of the Naga siren priest swimming towards the wreckage of the ship. He seemed to feel something and swam in that direction, but he was tens of meters to the south. There was a force attracting him, as if it made him feel a thirst like hunger. Found it. Soren opened a box that was thrown far away by the whirlpool. There was a golden light in it. It was a golden sculpture as thick as a thigh. It seemed to be the bone of some kind of creature. No. This is not a golden sculpture. This is a bone. Soren looked at the strange golden bone in front of him. It looked like a toe bone, but what kind of creature could have a toe bone as thick as a thigh? When he reached out and touched the golden bone, a row of data suddenly appeared. Unknown divinity residue found. Activate divinity devouring ability. Divinity transfer. You have gained 1 divinity point. You have gained 1 divinity point. You have gained 1 divinity point. Chapter 208. What is this thing? The data in front of Soren's eyes jumped 3 times in a row, and he got 3 divinity points in one breath. As the data in front of him jumped, the light on the golden bone dimmed a little, and in the end, it was basically no different from ordinary gold. Soren didn't recognize this thing at all. He had never even seen it before, but it must be something related to the gods since it could give him divinity points. It could give him 3 divinity points at once, which was almost equivalent to a son of fear. This thing was definitely not small. Is it the corpse of a god from the astral world? Soren reached out and touched it, murmuring, "It seems that the corpse of a god from the astral world is not like this. A toe bone can give 3 divinity points. How many divinity points would this thing have if it was a complete human skeleton?" Greed. A trace of greed inexplicably appeared in Soren's heart. Although the divinity on it had been absorbed by him, he could still feel that there was another power on the golden bone, which was a power that he could not understand or absorb now. However, Soren was sure that this power was very powerful, and it almost involved the field of rules. This was definitely a terrible power that belonged to the gods. Soren tried to put it into the multi-dimensional bag, but something unexpected happened. The golden bone in front of him could not be put in at all. The multi-dimensional bag could not accommodate this kind of material. This situation was very rare because the multi-dimensional space could almost accommodate most things. The objects that could not be accommodated by the multi-dimensional space seemed to be some very special existence. The golden bone in front of him should be one of those special substances. Soren tried 3 times in a row, but neither the multi-dimensional bag nor the Battlemaster gloves could accommodate this golden bone. It seemed that the multi-dimensional space was isolated by this golden bone, and it could not be put into the multi-dimensional space at all. Gulp. There was a slight noise around, and then the cold face of the Naga siren priest appeared nearby. She clenched her spear and scepter in her hand, looked at Soren with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Human, give it to me. This is a sacrifice to the sea goddess." The other party's attitude was very cold. It seemed that if Soren did not give it to her, she would directly attack him. A hint of hesitation appeared on Soren's face. Then he slowly withdrew his finger, stepped back a little, and said, "I was just about to give it to His Excellency High Priest." The Naga siren priest smiled with satisfaction, then quickly came to the golden bone. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the golden bone. Then her face became livid, and she said, "Those damn storm followers. They had actually stolen a portion of the power from above." But fortunately, The sacrifices needed by the goddess of ocean were still above. These damn guys must pay the price. The other party was very powerful. As a high-ranking priestess of the goddess of ocean, she naturally had the power to perceive divinity. There were also many priests with divinity, mainly concentrated on the chosen and saints. Some of the chosen and favored who were in preparation could also be bestowed with 1 or 2 points of divinity by the gods. The Naga Siren priest in front of him probably had a little bit of divinity on her, so she could summon the whirlpool. When she touched it, she found that the divinity on it had disappeared, leaving only another special power. The Naga Siren priest did not expect that it was absorbed by Soren, so she thought that the followers of the Storm Lord had taken some of the power from above. It seemed that someone was the scapegoat. Soren's heart was inexplicably relieved. No one would have thought that he could absorb divinity so quickly. The Naga Siren priest seemed to want to put the golden bone into the dimensional space, but she soon found that it was impossible, so she could only hold the golden bone upstream. The two soon returned to the ghost ship. The whirlpool on the sea had disappeared. In fact, it did not last long. There were many dead and unconscious pirates nearby. The powerful professions were still alive in such a shipwreck. Soren did not have the slightest mercy. He directly controlled the rope and began to harvest the heads and corpses. There was not only kindler on the corpses, but also 1 or 2 rare items. There was no doubt that rare items were naturally rare, and Soren did not have many rare items on him. However, Soren actually found 3 to 5 rare items from the corpses of these pirates. Most of them were found from enemies above grade 3, and pirates with a profession level of 10 or below did not seem to have anything good. Unfortunately, the level of these rare items was not high. All of them were rare grade 1 weapons, including rapiers, curved swords, and strange daggers. The best rare item was the Ring of Haste. Item type: Ring of Haste. Item grade: Rare grade 3. Item description: This is a rare ring enhanced by alchemy. It is enchanted with special materials, and contains the power of the wind element. After activating the power of this ring, the user can obtain the effect of the level 3 spell, Haste, which increases the speed of movement and attack for 10 minutes. Requirements: None. Effect: Haste once a day. This equipment was not very powerful. However, it also had an advantage. It did not need to be recharged, and it would automatically restore the effect of the spell once a day. If it could only provide a single spell, and the casting time was too short, this equipment should have reached the legendary level. There should be a lot of equipment under the sea, but it was very difficult to salvage them. At the beginning, the huge waves had washed away many corpses. The real top professions had basically escaped successfully, and most of the ones who died were the weaker ones. Set sail. After the Naga Siren priest returned to the ghost ship, she immediately said in a deep voice, "Return to the sea temple." This order made Soren stunned. The deep-sea hydra over there seemed to be still fighting with the son of Dagon. The recovery ability of the 2 deep-sea monsters was amazing, and it was possible to fight for a day and a night. But now that they had left, it seemed a little strange. Could it be that in the eyes of the Naga Siren priest, this golden bone was more important than hundreds of thousands of kindler? Sure enough, she did not tell him the truth at the beginning. It was not only the wealth that attracted her to fight for it. As if noticing Soren's expression, the Naga Siren priest glanced at him and slowly said, "The son of Dagon will not be defeated so quickly. The sacrifice to the sea goddess cannot have any accidents. Human, your performance today is very good, and the sea goddess will give you the reward you deserve. Now our most important thing is to escort the sacrifice back." After that, she used some kind of spell and directly took over the command of the ghost ship. Then the Naga Siren priest issued some kind of summons, and the nearby sharkmen began to escort the ghost ship. They moved towards the location of the sea temple. The battle in the distance was still going on. The polluted seawater poisoned a large number of marine creatures, and even the seaweed gradually withered. The deep-sea hydra was also a disaster in the sea. Soren was silent. He did not ask much. Anyway, the purpose of his trip was to repay the sea temple for the greater restoration. It was also a good thing that he did not have to continue to fight, but he faintly felt that he seemed to be involved in something, and the sea goddess seemed to be planning something. Looking at their big battle today, it was impossible to not have the support of the gods behind them. Even a high-grade sea priest could not easily mobilize the deep-sea hydra. Only the gods could control such a terrible monster. Only the sea goddess could enslave such a terrible deep-sea monster. Soren began to calculate the slaughter EXP he had received. Along the way, he picked up a lot of heads, and added up to more than 30,000 slaughter EXP. This was still before he cut into the battlefield. If he could kill a quasi-legendary profession, he would get more slaughter EXP. Of course, the possibility of death would be higher. At the very least, when they returned, the Naga guards were almost completely annihilated, and a large number of sharkmen had also died. Almost 80% of the sharkmen above the high level had died, which meant that many sharkmen who came later had survived. The ghost ship gradually moved away from the battlefield. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be a little wary of Soren. She said something to the nearby sharkmen in the sea language, and then the sharkmen began to return. At the same time, some of them went to the Naga Siren kingdom. It seemed that they did not intend to give up those treasures. Soren's expression was very calm. He also picked up some gold and gems. In his heart, he did not expect to be able to swallow such a big treasure, because only those with strength were qualified to compete for these things. A day passed quickly. Soren stood up when an island appeared in front of him. He glanced at the Naga Siren priest next to him, bowed slightly and said, "Can you stop here? I need to pick up someone." The Naga Siren priest frowned and said in a deep voice, "Pick up who?" Sauron hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm here to pick up a woman, my spoils of war." The priest's face suddenly became a little playful. She looked up and down at Soren, and also looked at his lower body. After frowning for a moment, she said, "Okay, come back quickly. I won't wait for you here for too long." Soren nodded. It was not until Soren's figure left that the Naga Siren priest showed an inexplicable smile and murmured, "A woman? Sure enough, human males like to mate the most. Maybe I can try to win him over from other places. A near-legendary rogue has a lot of uses." Soren's figure gradually approached the coast. He glanced at the empty beach, and could not help but show a trace of disappointment on his face. The female pirate was not waiting for him here. But when he was about to leave, there was suddenly some noise in front of him. Then Adele with long red hair appeared in front of Soren. There was a stubborn expression on her face as she walked towards him step by step. Soren finally showed a smile. Chapter 209. Outside the Sea Temple. Soren stood in front of the temple and waited silently. He arranged for Adele Isabel to go to the tavern. The next plan needed some help. Otherwise, the two of them couldn't even sail the ship. After the Naga Siren priest came back, she entered the temple. Even the temple guards were ordered to stay outside. No one knew what she was doing on the ground. Soren was naturally not qualified to go in. He didn't want to know too much about the secrets of the sea goddess. The more he knew, the deeper he would be involved. That was how the silencing happened. As time went by, the divine power gathered around the sea temple suddenly vibrated. It was a very obvious feeling of vibration. The divine power around the temple surged like a tide. In this world, the believers provided the gods with the power of faith, and then the gods transformed the power of faith into divine power. This divine power was not all controlled by the gods. It also needed to be fed back to the believers. Most of it would stay in the temple. Therefore, any temple with a priest would have a divine aura. Otherwise, it would be an abandoned temple. The divine power would gradually decrease and dissipate. If the presiding priest was replaced, or the strength of the priest was very low, or the number of believers decreased, the divine power above would decrease little by little. Finally, the divine aura above the temple would be reduced by 1 or 2 levels. Upgrading the level of the temple not only required a large enough scale, but also a corresponding number of believers and influence in the surrounding area. There were a large number of temples scattered in this world, but more than 90% of them were at the level of temples. There were not many that could reach the level of a temple. Most of them were inside the city. The number of big temples was even fewer. Such a big temple was equivalent to half a wizard tower. After activating the divine power protection, there was no way to destroy it. Amber City was a typical example. If it weren't for the strong deterrence of the temple, the struggle between the gods would be even more intense. This was because many evil gods couldn't wait to kill the believers of the enemy gods at any time. If the temple in front of them was attacked head-on, it would be impossible to take it down without a regular legion. Even if it was taken down, the casualties would be more than 50%. The divine power began to gradually converge. It seemed that some unpredictable changes had occurred in the Sea Temple. Soren couldn't understand this change because he knew very little about divine power and magic. He didn't have enough knowledge to judge it. But he could feel the change, and he even noticed that the change was spreading towards the underground seawater below the Sea Temple. It was as if an invisible energy wave had enveloped the entire Port Tylon. Soren wasn't the only one who felt this change. All the guards in front of the shrine knelt on the ground and started praying. The other believers in Port Tylon also began to pray. The invisible wave of prayers turned into a powerful force of faith, causing the Sea Temple to emit an invisible but dazzling brilliance. This process lasted for quite some time. It also attracted the attention of many forces. The temple's power seemed to be gathering, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. If the Sea Temple became a great temple, the sea goddess avatar would appear. This was a process of God's blessing. Every temple would appear when it was upgraded. At the beginning, the temple would be blessed with God's consciousness. Then the upgraded temple would be blessed with God's power. The most iconic of these temples was the statue of God. The statue of God would have the God's consciousness imprinted on it. When the believers prayed, the God would be able to sense them. There should be no avatar now. The gods were all busy resisting the energy storm. But the Sea Temple in front of them had indeed been upgraded. It was estimated that it had become one of the few great temples in the coastal area. Many believers of the sea goddess began to gather here. The figure of the Naga Siren priest slowly walked out. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Naga Siren priest in front of him had a divine aura. This aura was a bit like the chosen of the sea goddess, but there was still a big gap. It seemed that after she offered the sacrifice, she was rewarded by the gods. The gifts of the gods to the believers were a very important part of the consolidation of faith. The priest stood on the high platform in front of the temple, looking at the believers gathered in front of her. Then she turned her eyes to Soren and said slowly, "Human, come in with me." Soren bowed slightly and walked into the temple. "You have done well." The Naga Siren priest stood in front of the statue, holding the scepter representing the sea priest in her hand. She said in a strange and solemn tone, "You have punished those who have betrayed their faith. You have used blood and death to tell them the price of disobeying the goddess. You have also proved your loyalty. You have offered the sacrifice that the goddess wants. You should be rewarded." The Naga Siren priest slowly walked in front of Soren, then raised her palm and said, "Kneel." Soren's expression did not show any hesitation. He just hesitated in his heart, and then he knelt on one knee in front of the statue of the sea goddess. He had actually experienced this step several times because this was the real blessing ceremony of the gods. To get the blessing of the gods, you must first express your humility and respect, and prove your value. Then you can get the blessing of the gods. The gods were not noble almsgivers. The blessing of the misfortune goddess was an accident. The mysterious woman looked as unpredictable as the misfortune goddess. The priests of the goddess of misfortune and the goddess of good fortune were both capricious and capricious. Very good. The Naga Siren priest reached out and pressed on Soren's forehead. She said in a low voice, "Human, you have proven your value. You have used your strength and credibility to maintain the dignity and interests of the sea goddess. This is an admirable act, so you are qualified to get the blessing of the sea goddess." The scepter was gently placed on Soren's shoulder. Then the Naga Siren priest leaned over and kissed Soren's forehead. She said in a strange sea language, "I bless you on behalf of the sea goddess. You will not be attacked by the sea monsters in the sea. You will be blessed by the sea goddess. The sea is your home. The waves and storms will stay away from you and your servants." You will become the sea goddess's favorite. You can use the power of the goddess to control the creatures in the sea. Divine power began to gather. The light of blessing appeared, and Soren's body seemed to be shrouded in a blue light. Vaguely, the statue of the sea goddess seemed to open her eyes. A line of sight fell on Soren's body, and then gradually disappeared. This was the power of the gods. From now on, Soren would become the sea goddess's favorite and the blessed one. As long as he did not actively attack the sea creatures, most of the sea creatures, including the Naga sirens, the shark men, the pirates and so on, would not take the initiative to attack Soren and his companions. And he could also communicate and trade with these sea creatures because the sea goddess had blessed him. His identity was equivalent to the priest of the sea temple. This was a reward that was difficult to refuse, especially when Soren was preparing to develop in the outer islands. The light of the divine power gradually dissipated. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, and he had an additional background ability. Gift of the Sea Goddess, special ability. You have received the gift of the Sea Goddess through your own actions. From now on, you will greatly reduce your chances of encountering danger in the sea. Whether it is storms, waves, whirlpools, or all kinds of fierce and dangerous sea creatures, they will not easily take the initiative to attack you because of the blessing of the Sea Goddess. You or your fleet will be blessed by the Sea Goddess when sailing in the sea. You will have the opportunity to communicate and trade with other creatures that believe in the Sea Goddess. From now on, most of the sea creatures, including the sea monsters, will see you as neutral. And you have received a spell-like ability under the blessing of the Sea Goddess, which can be used to control other creatures in the sea. This was the most basic blessing. The blessing of the Sea Goddess did not increase the attributes by much, but it was equivalent to having an extra amulet in the sea. Moreover, it could also reward an additional spell-like ability. Dominate sea creatures spell-like ability. You have the blessing of the goddess of the sea. You are the one who is favored by her, which allows you to mobilize a special power. You will be able to control most marine creatures. The effect of this type of spell is similar to seduction of marine creatures. The level of controlling normal marine creatures cannot exceed your profession level, and the level of controlling marine monsters cannot exceed half of your profession level. The difficulty of this spell is related to your charisma. Once per day. This was a special spell-like ability. It was equivalent to the unorthodox charm sea creatures, but the effect of the spell was stronger than the Sharkman's charm. It had a difficulty test, which was determined by charm. The level of ordinary sea creatures you can control cannot exceed Soren's level, and the level of special sea monsters you can control cannot exceed half of Soren's level. This was the power of the Sea Goddess. This was because charm sea creatures could not control sea monsters. At most, it could control the level of sharks, whales, and giant octopuses. The blessing ceremony was completed. The Naga Siren priest looked at Soren meaningfully and said slowly, "Human, keep the awe of the Sea Goddess in your heart. She will not be stingy with the reward she gives you. When you decide to give your faith to the Sea Goddess, she will give you more gifts." This was a blatant attempt to rope in. The main believers of the Sea Goddess were concentrated in sea creatures and coastal areas. The value of a quasi-legendary rogue was still amazing. After all, rogues were proficient in more means than other professions. Soren leaned over slightly and kissed the back of the priest's hand to express his humility. Because she represented the Sea Goddess at this moment, he said, "I revere the power of the Sea Goddess and thank her for her generosity. When the Sea Goddess needs me, I am willing to give my strength to her." This was not the language of delivering faith. It was a bit like a guest. It was more like a relationship of employment and employment. Many temples had such members. There was a slight dissatisfaction on the priest's face, and then it turned into a smile. She slowly said, "Very good. I hope you remember today's vow. When the Sea Goddess needs you, you will give your strength to the Sea Goddess. Otherwise, the Sea Goddess will take back her gift." The blessings of the gods were not so easy to get. Soren had known this for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have lost the blessing of the Queen of Spiders. However, since he could get it now, he naturally had to make good use of it. No one knew what would happen in the future. If something really happened, at most, he would not admit it. The age of turmoil was coming. He did not believe that the sea goddess would be bored enough to kill him over such a trivial matter. As for ordinary tasks, Soren would not be too resistant. Anyway, if he wanted to develop overseas, he could not do without the help of the church. With the sea temple behind him, even if he had to fight with the storm church, it would not be a problem. After all, the sea goddess was also a great divine power. Soren had her support. It was equivalent to directly entering the inner circle of all sea creatures. He did not even need special reputation recognition tasks. He could coexist peacefully with these sea creatures. When necessary, he could trade with them to make money. The most important thing in this world was still power. If he did not have the strength of a quasi-legendary, the Naga Siren priest would not have spent so much money to win him over. Now, the most important thing was to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more strength. Chapter 210. When Soren came out of the sea temple, the other people's attitude towards him was completely different. The temple guards who used to ignore him were now bowing slightly to him to show respect. These were warriors who served the gods. Their task was to guard the sea temple. Unless there was any special situation, only the Naga Siren priest could mobilize them. These were the formal armed forces of the temple. Sometimes they would replace local laws and act according to the rules of the temple. Soren was now labeled as a member of the sea temple. Anyone who wanted to deal with him had to consider the power of the sea goddess. But power also meant obligation. When necessary, Soren needed to serve the sea temple again. The sea goddess would not give him such a big gift for no reason. Soren did not have so many concerns. The sea goddess was different from other gods. She did not have so many enemies. In the sea, she was close to being the dominant one. Only the Storm Lord had some friction with her. As for other gods, unless they were involved in the sea, they would have an obvious hostile relationship with her. Otherwise, most of them were neutral. The sea goddess' biggest enemy was in the abyss, unlike other gods who had many enemies in the material plane. This was also one of the reasons why Soren accepted it after consideration. At least he would not have a bunch of enemies just because he accepted the blessing of this god. One must know that the favored ones were very popular with hostile believers. They were happy to kill the favored ones of the hostile gods. This could be exchanged for a high-level sacrificial ceremony. Soren went to see Vivian. The little girl was still asleep, but when she felt Soren's arrival, she relaxed a lot. Her consciousness could perceive the outside world, but she could not wake up for the time being. Soren sat by the bed and stroked Vivian's hair. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. Then he began to prepare a lot of things. Now that he got the blessing of the sea goddess, he could speed up the pace of his plan. But the most important things now were two. The first was to absorb divinity to strengthen his own power, and get a little more divinity as soon as possible to improve his attributes. The second point was to support Adele to become the leader of the pirates near Shipwreck Bay, and use her power to build a fleet and get the background ability Slaughterer. At this time, he had the ability to try to devour the divinity of fear, and Vivian might be able to wake up. Night fell. Soren put away the complicated magic scroll and stretched his neck. Then he took off his clothes and pulled Vivian into his arms. The little girl's breathing seemed to be more relaxed. Soren smiled and kissed her lovely cheek, murmuring, "You'll be able to wake up soon. It won't take long. When we have our own forces, we can invade the outer islands. At that time, you can also rely on the power of the elemental spirit to strengthen your divinity. This way, no matter how much divine power of fear there is, you won't be affected by the will of the Dread Lord." Outer Islands. Population, wealth, power. Here, he and Vivian could get a source of divinity, and it was even possible to cultivate the first batch of believers. If Soren's plan was successful, he could provide Vivian with a better foundation. At that time, even if she had to fight against the demigod vampire, Vivian would have no problem. Whether it was the Son of Fear or the Abyss Lord, no one could stop the rise of Vivian. The path of the gods. Vivian was undoubtedly more talented than him. She had more room to grow than Soren. After all, Soren needed to climb up step by step from a mortal. The sky had just brightened. Soren's figure appeared near the port. In front of him was the serious-looking Adele Isabel, and the sailors and pirates she recruited last night. As the daughter of the former pirate leader, she naturally had her own channels. It was undoubtedly easy to recruit some people. After all, she was familiar with the channels since she was a child. Port Tylon also had a sufficient source of manpower. However, the people she recruited could only serve as sailors in Soren's view, because most of them were ordinary people. Or rather, strong ordinary people. Some of them were missing arms and legs. Soren did not have any expectations for the people he recruited overnight. He just looked at them coldly and then said, "Let's go. We don't have much time." If he wanted to rise in a short period of time, he naturally needed to rely on the power of the Sea Temple. Although Soren could not continue to control the dead man's voice, he borrowed a warship from the Sea Temple. His first step was to get the ship back, and then directly attack the other pirates in Shipwreck Bay, using the simplest and most violent way to quickly improve his strength. These sailors in front of him would soon be eliminated. Soren was very clear about what kind of things pirates were. These guys were all wretched bones. They were the typical type of people who could be bullied, but not bullied. As long as your fist was big enough, they would know what was called reverence and humility. As for those who were disobedient, Soren would never be soft-hearted when harvesting their heads. Half a day passed quickly. The people recruited by Adele immediately came into use. Seeing another pirate ship undoubtedly made these guys, who were muddling along at the bottom, a little excited. Some familiar people even whispered to each other. One night, Adele had no way to establish authority in the eyes of these people. "Captain." A fierce-looking pirate who was missing 3 fingers glanced at Adele's full breasts with a rather obscene gaze, and then laughed mischievously. "Now we have 2 ships. What should we do next? Should we rob some fat sheep that are easy to deal with?" This was an old pirate. He had been around for a long time, so he had established a little prestige. It seemed that there were still his helpers here. When he spoke, many others began to respond, as if he was the captain. This guy was obviously a little proud, and he looked at Soren provocatively. It seemed that Adele didn't say much when she recruited them. This made Soren more satisfied. He didn't need these trash pirates to know who he was, as long as they respected him. Adele's face was a little ugly, and her gorgeous face showed a trace of anger. She pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and said in a deep voice, "We're going to Snake Island." The captain had the dignity of a captain. This dignity didn't necessarily require mercy, but it certainly required awe. She hadn't been able to make the pirates in front of her understand awe. "What?" The fierce-looking pirate's face changed dramatically, and he said in an incredulous tone, "Are you crazy? That's Narwhal's territory. We'll be eaten up in the blink of an eye." Maybe you'll be caught by them." Tiske. "Captain, I know you want to restore the glory of the Tigeshark. But you'd better consider your own strength. When we have enough wealth and manpower, we'll consider annexing other pirates." The other party's tone became unfriendly, and there didn't seem to be much respect. The other sailors and pirates on the ship also seemed to have ugly expressions. As old foxes, they naturally knew what kind of place Snake Island was. With their mediocre strength, going there was simply suicide. Soon there were people who began to make noise. More than 70% of the pirates were questioning Adele's orders, and only a few people looked on coldly. Among them, a young man who seemed to be half-elven looked deeply at Soren, and seemed to find that Soren's strength was the most powerful. He was the real leader. Adele's expression became cold, and she pulled out her weapon, as if she was ready to use blood to maintain her prestige as a captain. However, Soren was faster than her. Soren gently raised his finger, and several arcane missiles appeared at his fingertips. Then he saw the fierce pirate in front of him fly out, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. To deal with this kind of trash, he could kill him with one arcane missile. Wizard. On the pirate ship, there were sounds of cold air being sucked in, and the deterrence of a spellcaster was revealed in an instant. Even Adele's beautiful face was full of shock, because when Soren subdued her, he didn't use any spells. Only now did she know that Soren was actually a wizard. She had always thought that Soren's invisibility was due to the use of a magic scroll or some special tool. She never thought that he was also a wizard, and it seemed that his profession level wasn't low either. Thud thud thud. Soren was wearing a dark red cloak, and the others couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, this didn't affect his deterrence at all, and there was also an unknown fear in their hearts. He swept his gaze over the people in front of him, and there seemed to be great fear in his eyes. It actually made many people tremble slightly, and some even took a step back in fright. His expression was cold and dignified, and he directly walked in front of the fierce pirate who was still breathing, and then stomped on his head. Red and white splattered everywhere, and the strength of this stomp shook the deck, and traces of cracks appeared on it. Soren stopped. He frowned as he looked at the blood and brain matter on his shoes. Then he coldly glanced at the others. Finally, his eyes fell on the silent young half-elf. He slowly said, "From now on you are the first mate of this ship." There wasn't too much nonsense. Soren frowned and looked at the group of trash in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I will cut off the head of the narwhal and plunder the wealth of Snake Island. Those who follow me will be rewarded, and the others can go to hell. Set sail. Set sail." Anyone who doesn't listen to orders will end up like him. Soren wasn't in the mood to waste too much time and energy on these trash, and if they didn't listen to orders, he would just kill them all. After all, their role was just to set sail. Chapter 211. Recover Energy, update at the end of the month, looking for recommendation tickets. Soren returned to the cabin. He was not interested in wasting too much time on these pirates, because they were only part of the plan. The real backbone of Soren's strength could not be these pirates who had become old foxes. Just as good soldiers could not become veterans, these guys had long been used to sailing according to the wind, and were basically unreliable at critical moments. Soren frowned and picked up a cloth to wipe off the blood and brains on his boots, then turned to look at Adele, who was his assistant in controlling these pirates. If she couldn't do this well, he was afraid that he would have to change her in the future. A row of data appeared in front of him. See Battle of the Betrayers Civil Rumor. In the middle of November 1675 of the New Moon era, the Betrayer Chamber of Commerce plundered a large amount of gold from the indigenous people, so it attracted the competition of various forces. You helped the Sea Temple to take away important sacrifices. In this battle, you encountered the son of Dagon, the deep-sea Hydra, the Storm Lord and other legendary creatures. The legend of the ghost ship. As a small number of survivors began to spread in the coastal area, the legend of the throat cutter also seemed to be connected to you. Legend level +3. Legend level actually appeared only now? Was it because the survivors of the legendary sea battle only now spread the news, or because the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra had been fighting until now? Soren felt that it could be both. But since there was a rumor, the sea battle should be over. It seemed that the Sea Temple did get a lot of benefits, but he didn't know if they killed the son of Dagon. Soren felt that this possibility was not high, because it was too difficult to kill a giant sea creature. Some things were completely out of his ability. Soren was not interested in interfering too much. His main energy was now focused on dealing with the pirates. Famous pirates had accumulated a lot of wealth, and they basically had warships. There was a saying in the past that it was enough to kill a group of pirates to trade with the sea. This sentence had been spread in the tavern for a long time. Soren's first fortune would naturally come from these pirates. Basically, any pirate with a reputation would have a large ship that could cross the sea. Snake Island was an island surrounded by a group of snakes. It was originally a barren island, but it gradually developed due to the occupation of pirates. The pirates had built a stronghold here, and at the same time, it was their base camp and transit station. They were also involved in the smuggling trade. There had been many different owners here. The current pirate leader was Narwhal, a fierce and powerful guy. This guy had hundreds of people under his command, and he owned a warship as well as several fast boats. He was one of the fat sheep in this area. Kill him. Soren had the capital to build a fleet, and at the same time he had the financial resources to conduct trade. The two pirate ships gradually moved toward Snake Island. Because there were no flags, they looked similar to merchant ships. Soren was resting in the cabin. After about half a day, he suddenly felt the hull of the ship shake, and then heard a loud roar from outside. "Pirates! Enemy! Prepare for battle! You bunch of trash! Get ready for battle!" Soren suddenly opened his eyes, and then came to the deck at an amazing speed. Adele was already standing at the bow of the ship, and next to her was the young half-elf who had just been promoted. The one who roared was also this young man, and it seemed that he had quickly adapted to his new identity. The pirates on the deck were a little flustered. These guys were all incompetent sailors, and the real experts had long been recruited by others. Including the guy that Soren had killed at the beginning, he was only about the strength of the second grade. "It's Narwhal!" A middle-aged pirate with only one ear shouted, and his voice was a little frightened. "It's Narwhal's warship. He knew that we were going to deal with him, so he came to deal with us in advance." Soren heard this and frowned. He glanced at Adele next to him, and after noticing the other's shocked expression, he said coldly, "Shut up. They just happened to come and rob us." This was Narwhal's territory. His pirate ship owner was active nearby, robbing fleets on long voyages, and sometimes he would collect tolls. It seemed that they just happened to meet each other. "They actually came to us." Soren narrowed his eyes slightly, jumped lightly and landed on the mast, and then looked at the pirate ship that was gradually approaching in the distance. There was a unicorn symbol on it. Only one warship appeared, and the others were fast ships that could only sail near shallow waters. There were a lot of people, dozens of people on the warship, and 40 or 50 people below, holding hooks and ropes in their hands. These were all prepared for battle. The pirates shouted excitedly, and seemed to have regarded Soren in front of them as a fat sheep. "Whale! Whale!" someone shouted, and then the others were quiet for a moment. Then they heard the sound of someone even throwing away their weapons, and said with a crying voice, "It's Narwhal! He came in person. We give up resistance. Maybe he will let us go. Or everyone will be nailed to death by him." Bang! Soren frowned and glanced at the frightened guy, raised his hand and gently pointed, and sent out an arcane missile. A corpse fell to the ground just like that. There was a huge shadow under the sea, and it looked like it was close to 20 meters long. It was a kind of whale that Soren could not recognize. It looked a bit like a killer whale, but its breath was much fiercer, but it was not a sea monster. There was a huge sea creature in front of him, and it may have grown to its current size for some reason. "Fly!" Soren directly cast a spell, then glanced at Adele next to him and said in a deep voice, "Shut them up and get ready to fight." These guys were definitely unreliable, but at least they could not let the enemy take the warship directly. This group of trash had to resist, and buy enough time for Soren. Adele nodded slightly and said, "Pick up your weapons. You bunch of trash. Get ready to fight. Cowards and softies. Hurry up and pick up your weapons, or I'll cut off your heads." This woman had a fiery temper. Although Soren had subdued her, in the eyes of others, she had a fiery temper, because she was also an Amazon woman. Soren's figure rose into the air, and at the same time he cast invisibility on himself. For the time being he could not use greater invisibility because the real battle had not yet begun. His figure flew directly, and then gradually approached the huge shadow under the sea. As the distance closed little by little, Soren's expression gradually became serious. When he could clearly see the huge whale in front of him, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Dominate sea creature." For a moment he felt dizzy. Soren seemed to feel a kind of resistance, but this resistance was nothing at all. He controlled the consciousness of the creature in front of him. Domination was successful. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. His figure appeared because of the spell-like ability. Many pirates were shocked and afraid of him in the air. In the distance, there was the sound of the wizard inhaling. But what made them even more afraid was that the huge shadow in the sea began to rise, and then directly emerged on the surface of the water. Soren fell from the air, and then stood on the head of the whale. How is this possible? A large group of pirates widened their eyes, and they were almost dumbfounded. On the deck of the warship, a pirate with a fierce face was also full of disbelief. He murmured, "How is it possible? How can he control my pet?" Soren glanced at the enemy in the distance. Then he gently snapped his fingers, and the huge whale under his feet began to turn around, and then turned around and rushed to Narwhal's clipper ship. "I like this feeling." Soren had a smile on his face, and his hair that had not been cut for a long time was dancing in the wind. The huge whale began to accelerate, and directly hit the clipper ships that were more than 10 meters long. The huge whale approached like a shadow, and in an instant, the nearest clipper ship was overturned, and then there was the sound of splashing water, and some pirates died directly. "Run! Jump off the ship!" No one knew who shouted, but the fastest pirates all jumped into the sea. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Soren's figure disappeared again, and at the same time he flew directly. The huge killer whale crushed all the way, and then dived into the sea. After overturning a large number of clipper ships in succession, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the unlucky pirates who jumped into the sea one by one. This was the sea. It was simply a dream to kill the killer whale in the sea with their strength. Charge! Kill them all! Kill Narwhal! On the distant warship, there was a burst of excited howls. This group of trash was absolutely not capable of fighting a head-on battle, but if they were allowed to beat a drowning dog, these guys would definitely be more energetic than the other. After Soren dominated the killer whale, he directly reversed the situation. Even an idiot could see that the wizard's strength was unfathomable. "Get ready to fight!" Adele raised her long sword, and her fiery red long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked gorgeous and full of heroism. She shouted, "All the spoils of war on the enemy are yours. Whoever dares to take half a step back, I will kill him." Another wave of howls rang out. It seemed that she also knew what could inspire the fighting spirit of this group of old foxes. Chapter 212. Killer whales were the overlords of the sea creatures. Their food even included great white sharks. Except for those mutated sea monsters, there were not many sea creatures that could threaten their existence. In the sea, even sharkmen and nagas would not easily provoke killer whales. Although they were only grade 2 creatures, their adult size could reach about 10 meters. A small group of killer whales would even prey on sharks and kotal fishmen. They had high animal intelligence. A small group of killer whales dared to fight against a giant octopus, and the one in front of him had no problem fighting a sea monster alone. Soren's figure stopped in the air. The huge killer whale directly overturned most of the clippers, and even the warships were shaken by it. The pirates on the deck attacked it, but the arrows and throwing weapons could only pass through its skin and get stuck in its fat. Large sea creatures were born with a basic HP of 12. Even if all the characteristics were deducted, it still had the HP of a grade 3 barbarian. Soren might have felt that the killer whale in front of him was still useful, so he did not let it directly die in the opponent's attack. The killer whale gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The seawater reduced the power of the arrows and throwing weapons, and it began to hunt those unlucky people who fell into the sea. There was panic on the deck. However, under the command of Narwhal, the gunners began to get into position. Most of the pirates were involved in alchemy weapons, but the level was only equivalent to around the 19th century. High-end alchemy skills were rarely popular, and the various forces would not allow pirates to have such dangerous weapons, because they could be used to attack cities. Soren's target was Narwhal in front of him. This was a strong warrior, but he seemed to have some special bloodline, and his skin was a bit wrinkled like a fishman. A hybrid human. Pirates were a group of people who liked to try taboos, and Narwhal in front of him had a small amount of marine intelligence. The opponent was quite alert. After Soren's figure disappeared, he looked around vigilantly, and at the same time, he held his weapon tightly. This was a high-grade profession, with a profession level of about 16. Although he had not entered the legendary realm, he was still a very difficult enemy. He had rich combat experience, and always looked around, as if he had the experience of dealing with invisible enemies before. Knowledge, creature Ko-Tao fishmen can see through invisibility. The legendary professionals were relatively scattered. Among the pirates, the only ones who had reached the legendary realm were the pirate kings of the major seas. So as long as Soren could kill the narwhal in front of him, these enemies would be defeated. Patter. There was a very slight noise. The sound of Soren landing on the deck was quickly covered by the sound of the pirates' panic. He paid a little attention to the surroundings, and then controlled the killer whale to collide with the pirate ship from the bottom of the sea. The hull immediately shook a little. Then, Soren took advantage of this opportunity to move at high speed, and went directly behind the enemy. His scimitar drew a cold light that was invisible to the naked eye and instantly pierced Narwhal's heart. Clang. Soren's figure was slightly exposed. He was wearing ordinary clothes on the outside, but he was wearing thin tungsten steel armor on the inside. Pirates rarely wore heavy armor due to the special battlefield. This was mainly because they needed the ability to jump when fighting on a ship. At the same time, it was very difficult to swim while wearing armor when falling into the sea. This tungsten steel armor seemed to be a rare grade equipment. It belonged to the half-body type of armor, and its defensive ability was almost comparable to a full-body armor. As the pirate leader of Snake Island, Narwhal's equipment seemed to be pretty good. Go to hell. When Soren's figure was slightly exposed, Narwhal roared and found his position in an instant. At the same time, he waved his long sword and slashed horizontally. The sword was like a half-moon. The other party's attack power was fierce. After slightly locking Soren's position, he continued to slash. He did not give him any chance at all. Even if there were other pirates in front of him, Narwhal did not even blink his eyes and directly slashed at them with his sword. The pirates who were blocking the way died with their eyes wide open. They were cut in half by Narwhal on the spot. Blood and intestines gushed out, and at the same time, a little shallow footprints were revealed. Haha. You can't escape. Narwhal did not know why a wizard wanted to fight with him in close combat, but he knew that the opportunity to kill him had come. He actually let out a wild roar, and suddenly began to spin. Slam! Slash! The target of Narwhal's attack was not only limited to Soren, but also the nearby subordinates were beheaded by him. More and more blood splashed on the deck, and Soren's footprints became more and more obvious as he moved at high speed. Although the effect of his greater invisibility was still there, the blood had exposed his position. It was impossible for him to step on the blood without leaving a trace. Sword form, tidal slash. The continuous attacks forced Soren to have nowhere to hide, and at the same time, it scared the other pirates away. It seemed that they were afraid of dying under their leader's sword. Narwhal seemed to have launched a certain kind of spell ability. He may have taken on a lower profession, or it may be because of the spell-like attack brought by his bloodline. As he slashed with his sword, there was a tide-like surge of energy, which seemed to be the special ability of the Quatones. Dang. Dang. Soren finally had no way to retreat. He suddenly raised his sword to block the enemy's attack. At the same time, a trace of his figure was revealed. Soren silently looked at the enemy in front of him. It seemed that he did not expect that the enemy would use this method to force him to reveal himself. This was really a difficult character to deal with. The huge force from the sword made Soren slide back on the deck. As he stepped on the cabin door panel, his figure gradually became translucent. The effect of greater invisibility had weakened. A wave of crossbow bolts shot over. Soren's skin was covered with a layer of stone skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he suddenly shouted, bent his waist and bounced his legs to fly 10 meters high. The enemy had surrounded him. The rhythm of the battle seemed to be a little out of control. Soren found that in the case of fighting against dozens of enemies alone, there was still a possibility of accidents. Sure enough, it was still dangerous to fight a group of people alone. However, accidents were still under his control. Soren took a deep breath in midair, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils had turned into a blood-red color. The bones of his whole body made a crackling sound, and almost his whole body expanded. His strong muscles were like marble sculptures. He could still twist his body and swing his sword at a nearby enemy while in the air. Plop! A corpse was cut diagonally from the shoulder to the waist. When the legendary curved sword icing death was retracted, there was a slight frost on the corpse. Slaughter form. Just at the moment when Soren transformed into Slaughter, Vivian in the distance suddenly floated up. She was still sleeping, but a strange tattoo appeared on the side of her face. Her beautiful long hair fluttered in the wind. She was surrounded by a powerful force field. Everything in the whole room was strangely suspended. Her petite body stayed in the air like this, and the corner of her mouth showed a strange smile. Whirlwind slash. In Slaughter form, Soren's strength was enhanced to 20 points, and dexterity was enhanced to 25 points. At this moment, he was simply a killing machine. Only a cold light could be seen from his curved sword. His translucent figure was covered by a hazy shadow, and he moved at high speed like a shadow. This was an ability that only legendary rogues could have. 25 points of extraordinary dexterity was the legendary dexterity. The Slaughter form provided him with a total of 10 points of attribute bonus, which was equivalent to 20 profession levels of free attribute. 15 seconds. When Soren swung his sword at Narwhal in front of him, there were already 6 corpses behind him. Half of them were beheaded, and the other half were cut in half at the waist. This kind of sword attack really needed to be supported by strength. Dang dang dang. Narwhal, who initially forced Soren to retreat, was full of fear. In front of his eyes were all weak sword lights that were difficult to catch with the naked eye. The opponent's strength was not much different from his, but his dexterity completely suppressed him. If it weren't for the extraordinary tungsten steel armor, Narwhal's stomach would have been cut open in the first round of attacks. But now the injuries on his body were increasing rapidly. There were still many places that the armor could not protect. He had already left 5 scars in a row while blocking. A series of data appeared crazily. Launch beheading attack. Beheading successful. Target dead. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about sword form. Beheading. Launched waist slash attack. Waist slash successful. Target dead. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about sword form. Waist slash. Block successful. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about the ability, dual-wielding defense. Battle experience. With the repeated battles and killings, you have gradually mastered some of the skills of dual-wielding. When the skills have accumulated to a certain extent, you will understand a new ability. Dang dang dang. Soren in the Slaughter form was simply unstoppable. While he was attacking Narwhal at high speed, he was also harvesting the lives of the nearby pirates. In just a moment, there were more than a dozen corpses around him. Narwhal in front of him was covered in blood. Although it was not a fatal wound because of the armor protection, it still made him accumulate to a state of serious injury. Narwhal gasped violently. His eyes were full of despair and fear because he found that the enemy was a profession close to the legendary realm. He had no hope of winning against such an existence. Sword form. Spinning strike. Soren's figure suddenly rushed out and spun around at an amazing speed. It was the move that Adele Isabel used. With the cold light of the curved sword, Narwhal's head flew directly, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Soren's eyes were full of killing intent. He kicked the headless body in front of him, then showed a bloodthirsty smile, and turned to look at the other pirates. Plop! No one knew who knelt down first, but then the pirates threw away their weapons. Their eyes were full of horror and fear. They trembled under Soren's gaze. One by one, they knelt on the deck and buried their heads deep in the ground. They were afraid. They were afraid. Chapter 213. Fear was that simple. Everyone had the desire to survive. If there was no possibility of defeating the enemy, and they lost the hope of escaping, their will would be destroyed by fear in just a few minutes. Even soldiers with strong beliefs would surrender in a hopeless war. Soren's strength had already made them fearful. In just a few minutes, he had killed 20 or 30 people. Even their leader, Narwhal, had been killed. Under the pirate ship were wandering killer whales. They jumped into the sea to escape, but in the end, they were just feeding the whales. Fear did not only come from killing, but also from the fear of the unknown. These pirates did not know how strong Soren was, how many tricks he had, and who he was. They knew almost nothing about the existence in front of them. They only knew that when he slaughtered them, they were like ants. The other party was a terrible existence who was used to killing. This kind of person would not even blink when taking lives. If he wanted to, he could even kill everyone on this ship with a smile on his face, as easy as wiping away dust. Charge! Kill them all! Narwhal is already dead. The warships behind gradually approached, and there were also thugs who had been motivated by the reward. Unfortunately, by the time they got close, the battle was basically over. Soren's thin figure stood at the bow of the ship, his whole body shrouded in a dark red cloak. He was gently wiping the blood on his curved sword. In front of him was a large group of enemies who had dropped their weapons and knelt down. This scene shocked the others. Even Adele was in disbelief because it had only taken 10 minutes from the beginning to now. She encouraged the morale of the group of bastards, and then gradually sailed the ship closer, and then the battle here was over. Pick up those guys in the sea. There were still pirates in the sea begging for mercy. Soren did not let the killer whales kill them. Adele began to order the others to throw down the ropes, and she looked at Soren in amazement. This man was stronger than she had imagined. The others came to the ship one after another, and it seemed that one of them was not very clean. Because there were people in front of him, he secretly squatted down and searched the bodies. Then he took out a money bag, and was ready to put it in his pocket when no one noticed. Solen's face was a little gloomy, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Get out of my way!" he suddenly shouted, scaring the others around him. Even Adele couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Soren picked up a short spear and threw it at the sneaky guy. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. That guy was nailed to the deck by the short spear, but because it only pierced through his abdomen, he didn't die immediately. Soren walked over with a cold expression, and then took out a money pouch from the man's pocket. He looked at the others with a murderous gaze, causing them to tremble slightly and take a few steps back. Soren then said in a low voice, "All the spoils of war must be collected together, and then after the battle, I will give you the rewards you deserve. There is only one outcome for such sneaky behavior." Soren didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He didn't even listen to the guy's pleas and cut off his head. Blood spurted out. The decapitated head rolled out, scaring the others into taking a few steps back. Soren then looked down at everyone in front of him and roared, "I don't care who you are. I also don't care what the rules were before. Now that you are my subordinates, you must act according to my rules. I won't be stingy with the rewards you deserve, but if anyone dares to disobey my orders, I will give them an unimaginable punishment." Soren casually threw the money pouch to the half-elf vice-captain, and at the same time said in a low voice, "Let them clean up the battlefield, and give them 50% of the spoils of war. In a while we will attack Snake Island, kill anyone who doesn't dare to fight and feed them to the fish." The half-elf vice-captain's eyes seemed to have a trace of excitement. He silently nodded, and then began to assign people to clean up the spoils of war. This was a big shot that could truly rise among the pirates of the South Coast. Although he admitted that Adele's strength wasn't weak, her style of doing things wasn't as cold and domineering as this sire in front of him. He could even feel that this sire in front of him didn't just want these little things. He might become an existence like a pirate king, or even surpass the 3 legendary pirate kings. "Submit to me. Be loyal to me." Soren walked in front of a bearded pirate kneeling on the deck, and said in a cold voice, "Serve me, and I will give you the rewards you deserve." Hesitation, silence, and fear. The bearded pirate kneeling in front of Soren seemed to hesitate for a moment. Although he had surrendered and given up resistance, he didn't think that he would surrender to the enemy so soon. Pirates also had their own rules. Just a moment ago, he had drawn his sword, and now he was going to surrender to the enemy? He was obviously hesitant. Unfortunately, Soren wasn't interested in waiting for him to understand. A cold light flashed, and then a head fell to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out and spilled on the deck. He didn't even look at the corpse, and then walked in front of the second person, and said in a deep voice, "Submit to me, be loyal to me." He didn't even bother to say the rest. That guy seemed to be scared silly. A bloody head fell to the ground, and a lot of blood sprayed on his body. It seemed that he couldn't react in time. Plop. Soren's patience seemed to be limited at this moment. Another light flashed in his hand, and then the second head fell to the ground. The headless corpse fell to the deck, and the smell of blood was very strong. Submit to me. Soren's words became fewer and fewer, and the expression on his face became colder and colder. It was as if he was a terrible demon, and could kill everyone on the ship at any time. I am willing to be loyal to you. The third pirate finally became smarter. He almost stuttered as he shouted, and then his whole body was covered in cold sweat. It had only been 10 seconds, and the first one was beheaded because he hesitated. The second one was beheaded because he was half a beat slower. He didn't dare to think too much, and chose to be loyal without hesitation. He was even sure that if he answered a few seconds later, his head would have been chopped off. Very good. A smile finally appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth, and he walked directly to the fourth person. The next step was much easier. Soren only gave each person 3 seconds to answer, and if he didn't get the answer he wanted, he would mercilessly slash. He used a total of 3 minutes to turn all the captives into his subordinates, and the rest were thrown into the sea as corpses. Perhaps these people didn't have much loyalty, but Soren didn't care too much. He didn't need their loyalty, as long as they knew what fear and respect was. The original people will be handed over to the vice-captain, and these guys will be led by you. Soren looked at Adele in front of him. Her eyes were slightly shining, and her gaze seemed to be a little fanatical. There seemed to be an indescribable emotion in her eyes. This group of pirates who surrendered were stronger, and Adele had to be personally subdued. Soren didn't plan to waste too much time on these pirates. He just wanted to let these pirates know that he was standing behind Adele, and that they would feel fear when they thought of his existence. This was the simplest and most effective way to manage them in a short period of time. Give them weapons. Soren looked at the others indifferently and said in a deep voice, "The other half of the spoils will be given to them as well, and we will go directly to Snake Island." After saying that, he came in front of the half-elf first mate, looked at him and said, "What is your name?" The half-elf first mate looked a little excited, with fear and fanaticism, and said in a low voice, "Sir, my name is Casa." Very good. Soren nodded lightly and said, "Casa, from now on, this ship will be under your command. Let's go to Snake Island." The pirates on the ship moved in a panic, and the collected spoils were directly distributed. Soren didn't give them much time to think. Adele turned over Narwhal's body, then took the tungsten steel armor and other things from his body. She handed them to Soren with a respectful expression and said, "Sir, these are the things from Narwhal, and some of them are very useful." Soren glanced at them slightly. The things on Narwhal's body were good, but the most valuable thing was the tungsten steel armor. This half-body armor could almost be exchanged for a manner. Unfortunately, Soren couldn't wear armor. In order to maintain flexibility, rogues could only wear leather armor at most. Wearing this tungsten steel armor would only affect his fighting and spellcasting. Since he had stone skin, he didn't even wear leather armor much. He glanced at Adele in front of him, reached out and took the multi-dimensional bag, and then said in a deep voice, "You wear this armor and count the other things. See if there are any goods in the cabin." "Yes." Adele bowed and nodded. This series of Thunderous means not only shocked the pirates, but also made the original crew and Adele gradually understand the awe and obedience. Soren glanced at the others, then gently jumped and landed on the huge killer whale. He reached out and stroked the behemoth, then poured a bottle of healing potion into its mouth. This sea creature seemed to have a certain amount of intelligence. It was hit by a crossbow and javelin in the battle, so it needed to be treated. Soren didn't want to see it bleed to death like this. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Soren's time was still very tight. His plan was to help Adele rise on the south coast in 7 days, so he had to speed up his pace. The next target was Snake Island. Chapter 214. Snake Island was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was a natural harbor in the lee side. This harbor had been artificially developed and could dock 3 to 5 warships. It had been contested by many pirate forces for a long time. Narwhal had only taken over this place in recent years. He was originally an inconspicuous pirate. Because he betrayed his former leader, he rose to power. In just a few years he had suppressed and divided other pirate forces. At the same time, he robbed his fellow pirates to strengthen his own financial resources. The most important thing for pirates was profit. Whoever could lead them to eat and drink would be able to get their support. Narwhal was able to take over Snake Island because he had swallowed a lot of small pirates and gradually became a famous pirate leader. This was a bit similar to the bandits in the desert. A small group of bandits gradually grew into a large group and finally became one of the top forces in the desert. The harbor of Snake Island was relatively simple. There were pirates who stayed behind nearby. Basically, pirates took turns to go out to sea. The nest definitely needed someone to stay behind. Otherwise, if the enemy sneaked in and set fire to it, the mountain stronghold that they had painstakingly built would be burned down. There were also 2 pirate leaders under Narwhal. They were small forces that he had subdued. They belonged to the second-in-command and the third-in-command level. When the pirates who stayed behind saw the ships in the distance, they immediately sent out a signal. Then someone was ready to let them dock at the harbor. These pirates naturally did not know that Narwhal had been slaughtered by Soren. "Carlos, where's the boss?" A fierce pirate who was missing half of his little finger looked at the bow of the ship and shouted, "Why are you back so soon today?" A young man stepped out from the pirate ship. He had a quick-witted look. He walked to the bow of the ship and shouted, "The boss is on the ship at the back. We were lucky today. We met a group of fat sheep as soon as we went out to sea. The boss took their cargo ship, but it was full of goods. They can't run as fast as us on the sea." The pirate who was missing his little finger took a look and found that there was another ship approaching from behind. "Tsk tisk." He looked at the bow of the ship and shouted, "It looks like you got a lot of benefits this time. You must treat me to a drink later." The young man smiled and said, "No problem." Very soon, the pirate ship docked at the port. Then a group of people came down. All of them were Narwhal's subordinates. The pirates stationed at the port also came over. The pirate with the missing pinky laughed as he walked towards the young man and patted him on the shoulder. "What do you think? How were the casualties? It looks like none of you are injured. Did he get a lot of benefits? Did you catch any beautiful women?" None of the pirates who came down were injured. Soren could kill most of these people with a single slash. His strength was close to that of a half-legend, and he was qualified to be the leader of a force. The young man smiled and gently moved his hand back. 2 people beside him leaned over. He smiled and said, "Women." However, there was a very beautiful one. However, plop! A dagger pierced into the opponent's waist and directly hit the opponent's kidney. Then 2 other people rushed over and stuck the target's body in an instant, followed by a flurry of stabs. The young pirate named Carlos had a grim smile on his face. The dagger mercilessly cut the opponent's throat, and then he said in a deep voice, "But you are not qualified to have any ideas. Narwhal is dead. We are loyal to an even more powerful adept. Maybe he will be a new pirate king." The pirate king was only in the legendary realm. These people who surrendered could more or less feel that Soren was close to the legendary level. There was a flash of swords. The pirates who had just gotten off the ship turned on him instantly. Under a sneak attack, they killed the enemies who stayed at the port in a short time. They did not expect that their companions, who had just gone out to sea, would now draw their swords against them. They were shocked by the news of Narwhal's death. They were completely caught off guard and died cleanly on one side. Very good. Soren's figure came down from the deck. He looked at the young man named Carlos and said in a deep voice, "From now on, you are the first mate of this ship. These people will be led by you. Next, prepare to take down Snake Island. Those who are willing to surrender can stay. Those who are not, kill them all." The young man's face showed a hint of joy. He humbly bowed his head and said, "I will not let your excellency down." He made the right bet. Soren's ruthless means from the beginning to the end shocked them. The young man also sensitively perceived an opportunity. That was, except for the red-haired female pirate, this powerful wizard did not have many useful people. If he could prove his value, then he could be put in an important position. The move just now was proposed by him. Soren undoubtedly thought highly of him, and directly appointed him as the first mate of the pirate ship. For these pirates, you don't have to overestimate their bottom line. Another warship began to dock. Adele's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as she jumped directly from the bow. There were also some pirates with good skills. Basically, the main force was close to the second grade, which was equivalent to the strength of the city guards. Adele was wearing a tungsten steel armor. Because her breasts were obviously fuller than ordinary women, with a little bit of the fullness of an Amazon woman, she had to wrap her plump breasts with cloth strips. Otherwise, she would not be able to wear this armor at all. Women's armor was specially made. There would be a naked space in front of the chest. This armor was prepared for men. But even so, Adele was still a little awkward after wearing it. It made people look indescribably strange, but she did not care so much. In a battle, life and death were instantaneous. Who would care so much about whether the armor looked good or not? As long as it could save her life, it was enough. For a woman like her who had a voluptuous upper body and a tall figure, ordinary armor would be awkward to wear. Unless it was custom-made like the Amazon Stormlord's armor, it wouldn't affect her too much. Soren slowly pulled out his scimitar. A group of pirates who were intimidated by the thunder also pulled out their weapons. Many of them still had hesitation in their eyes, but after noticing Soren's cold gaze, their expressions gradually became firm. This firm determination was not because of anything else, but because they were afraid. They were very sure that if they disobeyed the order, they would be mercilessly beheaded by this sir in front of them. Outside the port, the killer whale was still swimming. They could not escape. They had seen too much death, but they had never seen such a person who killed without batting an eyelid. The heads on the ground had already frightened them. Attack! Soren gave the order in a deep voice, and then the pirates began to move forward. Adele seemed to want to prove her worth, and actually rushed to the front. It seemed that Soren's actions of promoting 2 people in a row today made her feel pressured. Although she was the strongest person besides Soren, she was only around the 4th grade. There were also some 3rd grade leaders among these pirates. If she could not prove her worth, Adele felt that she might be replaced by Soren. The group of pirates began to move forward quickly. There was a camp on Snake Island. It was the old nest built by the narwhal, and there were still hundreds of people left here. Clang! Soren pulled out his scimitar. His figure disappeared into the air, and then he approached the gate of the camp at high speed. In front of him was a wooden wall that was 2 stories high. Soren jumped up lightly, and then mercilessly killed the guard in front of the gate with one slash. Thump, thump, thump. Soren waved his 2 scimitars like a gust of wind. Wherever the scimitars pointed, there were broken limbs. The 6 guards in front of the gate were directly beheaded by him. Adele's vigorous figure also appeared behind him. The pirates shouted and rushed in. Behind them was the half-elf Casa. He brought a group of people to cover the rear. Whoever dared to take a step back would be shot to death by the archers. A massacre began. Soren's eyes were cold and ruthless. He silently counted the number of heads in his heart. At the same time, his figure leaped between the roof and the wooden wall, killing all the archers one by one. After Narwhal was killed, there were only 2 leaders left here. Many of the remaining pirates were caught off guard. They were either captured or killed directly. Are you crazy? You bastards! Are you rebelling? A very strong guy appeared with a heavy axe in his hand. He rushed over with a roar and roared. Where is Narwhal? Have all of his subordinates gone mad? Why are they attacking their own people? Evade sight. Shadow jump. The answer was a cold light. Soren's figure appeared in the twisted shadow, and then he ended the grade 3 part-time barbarian with one slash. Killed in one blow. Soren silently pulled the scimitar out of the other's heart, then looked around and slowly said, "Surrender and you will not die. Surrender and you will not die. Surrender and you will not die." Seeing Soren kill the former second-in-command, the group of pirates became more determined to turn against their former companions. They completely realized that Snake Island was going to change its leader. Now whoever could prove themselves first would be able to sit in a higher position. Carlos' promotion had just aroused their greed. The battle was still going on. Soren silently harvested heads, but they were not the ones on the battlefield, but those who wanted to escape. Soon, more and more enemies began to collapse. Some threw away their weapons directly, and some were still fighting desperately, but their death was only a matter of time. The third in command of Snake Island did not seem to be here, and the people below did not know where he went. These were all small things. After Soren subdued all the pirates, he immediately ordered the warehouse and Narwhal's bedroom to be blocked. Not surprisingly, the most valuable things in the whole Snake Island were here. From now on, the whole Snake Island belonged to his territory, and these pirates would become his claws. They were the first card in his hand to rise overseas. P.S. The leader will update at the end of the month. Fu too is recovering his energy. Chapter 215. The ice-cold sea breeze blew in his face. Soren stood on the roof of the stronghold, gazing at the sea in the distance. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was wearing a mask. Only the most attentive people would notice that Soren's fingers were trembling slightly, and his index finger was gently rubbing the blade. There was a strong smell of blood on him, as well as a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura wasn't just empty words, it was the result of a pile of heads. Soren couldn't control his murderous aura. He had killed too many people recently. From the moment he met Adele, to the time he took down Snake Island, Soren had taken too many heads along the way. The repeated killings had bred the ruthlessness in his heart, and this was a battle of wills. Pust pust pust. The slight sound of moving came from not far away. Soren's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared he was holding a spotted viper in his hand. This was Snake Island, and there was a large number of vipers. The stronghold was surrounded by a circle of repellent, but for some reason, the vipers behind them could still run in. The vipers here were difficult to completely eliminate, because there was a snake cave behind them. It would take a lot of casualties to clean up these vipers. Soren used 2 fingers to pinch the viper's head, and the viper in his palm wrapped its body around his arm, and then began to tighten little by little. Soren felt a cold touch on his arm, but he still silently gazed into the distance, as if something in the sea was attracting him. Only when he looked away from the sea did a trace of hidden ruthlessness appear in his eyes, and his pupils faintly glowed with a bloody light. The slaughter form had been removed, and he had satisfied the bloodthirst of the slaughter form, but it seemed that even more thirst was born. A sharp glint of the blade appeared. Soren cut open the viper's body with a flip of his hand, and then stretched out his fingers to pinch out the snake's gallbladder. He raised his hand and put the gallbladder into his mouth, gently chewing it. An unbearable bitter taste appeared, and Soren's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but frown, but he still chewed slowly until the bitter taste in his mouth faded, and then he slowly swallowed. Patter. He casually tossed away the snake's corpse and continued to stare at the distant sea. Special ability. Desire for slaughter. After transforming into a slaughterer, you will be affected by the desire to slaughter. You will become extremely sensitive to fresh blood, and your senses towards anything related to slaughter will be strengthened. However, after transforming into a slaughterer, you must kill at least 4 targets to satisfy your desire for slaughter. Otherwise, you will enter a state of madness. This thirst for slaughter will increase with the number of times you transform. This was the special ability of the slaughter transformation. If he remembered correctly, after killing the son of fear the first time he transformed into a slaughterer, he only needed 2 heads to satisfy his desire for slaughter. 124. Soren realized that the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy after transforming into a slaughterer was increasing exponentially. Although it was only 4 at the moment, at this rate, the more times he transformed, the higher the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy. In the end, the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy would increase exponentially. This ability could greatly increase his strength, but it also seemed to bring him closer and closer to a true slaughterer. Light footsteps could be heard. Adele Isabella's figure appeared not far away. After the battle, she took off her armor and temporarily freed her full chest. The feeling of being tied up with cloth strips was not good at all. She looked at Soren in the distance, and her whole body trembled. Then her eyes were in a trance, as if she suddenly saw the shadow of her father in him. For a while, her father also liked to stand and look at the sea like this, as if there was too much meaning in the sea. The sea was a fascinating place. Her father lived almost all his life on the sea. He used to be a notorious and ruthless pirate, but since she was his daughter, he gradually became more restrained. It was said that after he killed his enemies, he liked to hang their bodies on the mast or nail them to a wooden frame for the sea eagles to eat. He almost never left anyone alive on the merchant ships he plundered, but since she was sensible, she seemed to have never seen her father do this again. This change became even more obvious after her mother's death. That night, she knew that her father knelt in the temple and repented for the whole night. Her father went to the temple many times because he was a believer of the sea goddess, but in the past he sacrificed to the gods and prayed for blessings. In Adele's memory, her father seemed to have never repented in the temple. His mother should have hated him. Even at the moment of her death, she still hated him because he killed his mother's husband, and then forcibly kidnapped his mother back. But her father should have loved her, because in Adele's memory, he seemed to have never been close to any other woman except her mother. From that time on, her father killed fewer and fewer people, and often did not kill innocent people after robbing merchant ships. Every week, he would go to the temple to repent. No one knew what he was repenting for, but Adele knew that he would always feel guilty for her mother. Maybe things should have passed like this. Unfortunately, reality still gave them a merciless blow. His repentance and kindness were regarded as weakness by other pirates, and more people began to feel dissatisfied with him. Eventually, some people began to rebel against him and conspire to overthrow him. It wasn't until the moment when her father was besieged and killed by hundreds of people that Adele saw his fierceness and bravery. The man called Killer Whale had not become weak. He fought bravely in the crowd like a ferocious tiger. In the end, he forcefully opened up a path for her. Even until the moment of his death, he did not fall. This might be a father's love. After her mother's death, her father, who rarely killed people, really showed his strength when he killed a way out for her. He was still the notorious pirate who killed people like flies. Those who speculated that he had become weak because of old age all recalled his original bravery and cruelty at that moment. Her father died in battle. He died in battle to protect her. Many people died that night. Wherever her father's knife went, heads rolled. He was stronger than before, and even touched the edge of the legendary realm. But Adele still couldn't understand his thoughts. She didn't understand why her father didn't show his strength in advance. As long as he killed a little, he could suppress the rebellious hearts of others. Why was he willing to draw his sword and fight until the last moment? Adele couldn't understand all this. But she still told herself in her heart not to be weak, because weakness would be defeated by cruel reality. She had many memories of her father, but the most memorable was the appearance of her father standing on a high place overlooking the sea. That image overlapped with Soren in front of her, and inexplicably made her feel the similarity between the two people. Perhaps in the heart of the man in front of her, there was also something that he regarded as more precious than his own life. The only difference was, her father put down the knife and he picked it up. Adele still knew nothing about the man in front of her. All her feelings were just a woman's intuition. The man in front of her seemed to notice her arrival. He withdrew his gaze from the sea in the distance, then turned around and looked at her lightly. He slowly said, "Finished counting?" "Yes." Adele bowed slightly to show her respect and said, "We found 2 boxes of gold and jewelry in the mountain stronghold. Basically, we have searched all the places with hidden compartments. There are a lot of goods in the warehouse, but they need to be transported out. The total value should be about 23,000 gold dirhams, of which about 8,000 gold dirhams can be spent directly. The rest are all valuable items and goods." Soren nodded gently. He looked at the woman in front of him with satisfaction and ordered, All those who participated in the battle will be rewarded with 15 kindler. Let them eat all the meat in the warehouse, but no one is allowed to drink. You count the goods that are easy to sell, and then take 5,000 kindler. Tomorrow morning, take a group of people to Port Tylon. Sell all the goods, even if the price is low. Then you can recruit people. These funds should be enough for you to recruit a group of desperados. I won't stay here for too long. In 3 days, we will destroy the sea wolves in Shipwreck Bay. As for how to control these guys, I think you should know how to do it. Go on. Soren waved his hand gently. After all, there were only a few people in this world who could read. There were many good fighters among the pirates, but there were not many who could read or learn. The woman in front of him was not bad. She received part of the aristocratic education from her mother. In knowledge, trade, and management, she was better than other pirates. The only thing she lacked at present was strength. As a woman, she needed more strength to suppress these rebellious pirates. Being only grade 4 was not enough. She needed to be at least a quasi-legendary. However, she still had Soren behind her. As long as the pirates knew that there was a mysterious and terrifying existence behind everything, they would not dare to act recklessly because of fear in their hearts. Because Soren's prestige was built on their heads. But the number of heads now was not enough. Soren had to use more heads to build up his prestige, so that the pirates would tremble when they thought of him. This way, Soren would not go to the outer islands and destroy everything carefully arranged here. Adele was only the leader on the surface. Soren had to use thunderous means to intimidate them. Kill and reward. This was only the simplest way to control them. P.S. I wrote this chapter all morning. I don't know how it is. I should have done my best. The title of the chapter is a bit poetic, but I really thought about it for a long time. Chapter 216. Port Tylon Shark Tavern. There were many taverns in this coastal transit area, but these taverns were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Many of them belonged to the gray area, and even the local residents would not enter them. Shark Tavern happened to be one of them. It was opened in a somewhat remote and hidden area. There was a tiger shark sign hanging at the door. If one was not familiar with the place, one would not notice it at all. This was a very special tavern. Ordinary people would not come here. The people here were pirates and outlaws. After entering the tavern, one would find that the decoration inside was unexpectedly luxurious. It was almost comparable to a high-end restaurant. The maids in charge of serving them were young and beautiful. From time to time, one could hear the screams caused by the pirates taking advantage of them. Then there was a roar of laughter. There were prostitutes, liquor, intelligence, and underground boxing. Every month there would be an underground boxing match here at a specific time. There were almost no rules in the process. The match would only end when one side died. Occasionally, there would be armed combat matches. Gambling was one of the sources of income for the tavern. Near the door, there were 2 or 3 pirates sitting next to drinking. One of them had a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks and reached out to touch the barmaids, but when she passed by, the barmaid turned around and glared at him, then curled her lips and said, 3 kindler. If you can afford it, let's go to the back. So expensive. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly looked embarrassed. He wanted to curse, but he looked at the bar with some fear. Such a bar had a very solid foundation. Pirates like them, who were not qualified, would be destroyed easily. His companions next to him couldn't help but laugh. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks was a little angry. One of them waved his hand and said, "Skinny monkey is just a little itchy. But don't touch here." Last time, a guy was bold enough to touch the lady bosses, but in the end his hand was chopped off. The beautiful barmaid curled her lips and seemed to say something like, "Poor man, don't touch if you don't have money." Ahem. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks coughed. Although he was angry, he did not have the courage to make trouble here. He could not help but change the topic and said, "Right. Have you heard? Narwhal had been killed. Even Snake Island has been taken down." This sentence silenced the people nearby, and then someone said in astonishment, "Narwhal is dead? Who killed him?" No one in this area could take down his Snake Island, right? Did he provoke the Pirate King recklessly? All the pirates had to pay tribute to the Pirate King. The 3 Pirate Kings had all ceded islands to become kings, dividing the sea near the south coast. Everything that belonged to them had to be handed over for worship. Narwhal should not be so reckless as to provoke the Pirate King, and there was no need for the Pirate King to deal with such a small character. But other than the Pirate King, they really couldn't think of anyone who could kill Narwhal. After all, he was also a smooth and slick character. He had some reputation among the pirates. There were not many people who could kill him silently. I heard it was destroyed by a woman. The skinny man saw that everyone was listening attentively, and he could not help but keep them in suspense until the person next to him impatiently ordered him a glass of wine. He then said with a smile, "I heard it was the daughter of Killer Whale. That old ghost was also notorious. I didn't expect that the daughter he gave birth to was not simple. It is said that she is a first-class beauty." No. One of the pirates with a scar on the side of his face slammed the table, and then said in a deep voice, "I have seen Killer Whale's daughter, a woman with fiery red hair. That woman is beautiful, but her skills are about the same level as Narwhal. She doesn't have as many hands as Narwhal, and she doesn't have as many ship cannons as Narwhal. How could she kill Narwhal and take down Snake Island? Moreover, Narwhal also raised a great thing. That thing can overturn the woman's ship in the sea." This was obviously a well-informed guy. The skinny man's face was obviously a little embarrassed. Seeing everyone else nodding, he could not help but say loudly, "Of course, it's not just this woman. There is also a very mysterious sir behind her. That sir is the key to killing Narwhal. It is said that he killed Narwhal and his men alone, and then attacked Snake Island on the same day." Sir? When they heard this title, the others could not help but be shocked. Among the pirates, this title would not be used indiscriminately. At most, they would be called captain. Those who could use sir were basically close to the strength of a legendary profession. Would such an existence have nothing to do with pirates? Was he planning to compete for the throne of the Pirate King? A legendary profession was a big shot everywhere. The skinny man seemed to be very satisfied with the expressions of the others, and whispered, "I heard that Killer Whale's daughter has begun to recruit people. It seems that she intends to unify the nearby waters in one breath. As long as you join, you will have to work for 10 kindlers. Many small pirates in the vicinity have been uneasy. I heard that Ol Sea Dog and Sword Fong Fish have already gone to Snake Island to express their goodwill. They are afraid that the other party will destroy them in one breath. I heard that Sir is quite amazing. His means are ruthless and he kills people like scything flax. He tamed all those unruly guys in one day." Narwhal's former men are now honest. There was dead silence in the tavern. Even the landlady in front of the bar could not help but listen quietly. One of the big men seemed to be a little unconvinced. He said in a deep voice, "You've been talking for a long time. Who is that, sir? What is his name? Since he intends to intervene in the nearby waters, it's impossible that he didn't even show his name, right? Is he going to put Killer Whale's daughter on the table? They can't suppress the pirate leaders of all places." The skinny man's eyes moved a little, and his expression seemed a little strange. He lowered his voice and said, "No one knows who that sir is, but he seems to like to be called Throat Cutter." Throat Cutter? There was a sound of gasps in the tavern. Even the landlady who was wiping the table in front of the bar trembled, and then gradually returned to normal. As for the others, they were obviously frightened. Some of them even turned slightly pale. Obviously, they were more familiar with this name. During this period of time, there were countless casualties in Port Tylon. There were all kinds of bloody fights for interests, and the cause of all this was the legendary Throat Cutter. Moreover, his identity was also linked to the Sea Temple and the Ghost Ship. These 2 points together represented both powerful strength and the fear of death. The skinny man did not seem to expect such a result. He may have gone to sea some time ago and did not come back, so he did not expect that after he said the name, Throat Cutter, the tavern would become so dead silent. But there was still an inexplicable smile on his face, and his fingertips were gently playing with a kindler. Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. In this magnificent palace, Princess Royal sat on the throne like a queen. Her long silver hair was coiled into a graceful and noble bun, and she wore a light blue crystal dress. She silently looked at a woman covered in a cloak under the throne. There were wisps of thin ice around the mysterious woman, which began to spread from her feet, but only stayed in an area of 3 meters around her. Princess Royal shook her head gently, and then slowly said, "I didn't expect Your Excellency to come here. But I have to refuse Your Excellency's proposal, although your proposal is very tempting. But I have to stay and protect Arendelle. I have a premonition that an unprecedented catastrophe is coming. Besides, your proposal is really difficult to achieve. He is the creator of that world. Even if you and I join forces, we can't defeat him." Under the throne, the woman covered in a cloak slowly said, "Does Your Majesty really not want to get out of the current predicament at all? Our enemy is not as powerful as we believe. As long as you and I join forces, we have a chance of winning." Princess Royal still hesitated and said softly, "But after all, he is the creator of that world. That world is his kingdom. Our hope of victory is too small." The mysterious woman could not help but chuckle, and then said, "Creator?" She gently raised her palm, and there seemed to be strange scales on her skin. As she turned her hand slightly, the water vapor in the nearby air began to gather, and then turned into a pool of clear water floating in the air. "Your Majesty, did I create water?" Princess Royal was silent, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt in her mind. The mysterious woman moved her fingers again, and the clear water in front of her turned into ice. Soon a huge ice block emerged. "Your Majesty, did I create ice?" Princess Royal was still silent, but her expression seemed to change slightly. The mysterious woman snapped her fingers, and the ice in front of her changed rapidly. It was reconstructing at an astonishing speed, and it gradually separated and reassembled. Soon, a 5-foot-wide model of a city made of ice appeared. All the buildings and sculptures in it were abnormally lifelike and exquisite. The skill of this spell control was so amazing that even Princess Royal could not help but be surprised. Of course, it was just surprise. She had always thought that only she could control ice and snow to such an extent. "Your Majesty, does this count as creating a city?" The mysterious woman continued to ask, and Princess Royal was still silent. She raised her hand, and a strange light appeared. Humans actually appeared on the city model made of ice, but they were made of ice. They were very small, and they moved about on the city model made of ice, just like ordinary city residents. Princess Royal's face showed a trace of shock. The other party was very strong. It seemed that they were just a little weaker than her. The mysterious woman seemed to be a little tired. She panted slightly, and then waved her hand gently. The ice city disappeared, and the figures on it disappeared. The ice block turned into a pool of clear water, and the clear water gradually turned into floating elements in the air. She sighed and said, "Your Majesty, creation does not mean creation. Creation might not be creating something out of nothing. It might just be changing its appearance. Elements become water, water becomes ice becomes a city, and living beings appear in the city. Everything is still the same, but we have changed the form of energy. The Creator is not as powerful as you think. Moreover, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to always be like this? Humans are not humans, gods are not gods, and you can't even control your own power." The mysterious woman bowed slightly to show her respect, and then slowly said, "Your Majesty, I hope you can consider my proposal. I will stay in Arendelle for 3 days. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will be waiting for you at any time." She turned and left slowly. Princess Royal watched her figure disappear, until the mysterious woman had completely gone out. Then she gently took off her gloves, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A piece of water vapor turned into a pool of clear water, and ice emerged little by little in the clear water. The structure of the ice gradually changed, and turned into a model of a city about 10 feet tall, the most striking of which was a magnificent palace. More and more exquisite buildings appeared in the ice. Figures made of ice appeared one after another. Tens of thousands of figures moved about in this small city. On the throne in the palace, There seemed to be a high and mighty queen sitting on the throne. This was Arendelle. It was exactly the same as Arendelle in the real world. Princess Royal could not help but fall into deep thought. She waved her hand gently. The city made entirely of ice in front of her dissipated with the wind, as if it had never existed at all. P.S. I don't know if Princess Royal's strength will scare you. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.